own, your personal Odu. Out of the 256 Odu will be your own personal Odu.
There's one you recited for me.
I haven't recited it.
No.
My personal Odu.
Okay.
There are so many Odus in the fire, you understand?
Okay.
So, but my personal Odu has never been recited. My Odu is Owanrin Dagbon.
Okay.
Owanrin Lotun, Ogundalosi.
Okay. Is there any Odu you can just share with us?
My Odu, I've just shared my Odu now.
General Odu. So Odus have to be personal. You can't just have.
It can be general.
Okay.
I've met people that owns my Odu too.
Okay.
That bears my Odu.
Okay.
You understand? But our taboos might not be the same.
Mm-hmm. Before we go and break, I'd want you to just share one Odu. Let's see how this works, or tell us something a bit about what's before us. So join us after the break, and then we'll see a practical demonstration from the Babalawo.
Owó àbẹ́ náà mo tó sílẹ̀. Ẹ̀rùn tó bá dì mú lọ fèsì ẹ̀. Ọmọ ní nǹkan ojú ẹ̀ lọ. Owó àbẹ́ náà mo gbé sílẹ̀ nù gbàrà. Mo gbé sí ohun tí mo gbé kúrò lórí ẹ̀. Àwòfẹ́ àwòdó o, ṣàgbéyàn òkú ọ̀dùn ẹ̀ sẹ́yìn. Ọ̀lọ́dà àbí má bàa ń ṣe fídíò ọdún. Ọdún ọmọ olóríṣà. Ọdún ìwéré. Wọ́n ṣe pariwo lọ́pàá. Owó àbẹ́ náà mo tó sílẹ̀. Ẹ̀rùn tó bá dì mú lọ fèsì ẹ̀. Ọmọ ní nǹkan ojú ẹ̀ lọ. Owó àbẹ́ náà mo gbé sílẹ̀ nù gbàrà. Mo gbé sí ohun tí mo gbé kúrò lórí ẹ̀. Àwòfẹ́ àwòdó o, ṣàgbéyàn òkú ọ̀dùn ẹ̀ sẹ́yìn.
Oh, how time flies. But fret not, because there's a part 2 of this exciting and insightful episode of Literary Bar continuing next week.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Vicky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good morning, you're welcome to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Rume Paulson. It's Friday the 20th of September 2024. And I know you're wondering, where did September run to? I can't believe we're already 20 days in, and before you know it, we'll be wrapping it up. Anyways, on today's breakfast show, we'll be looking at several hot topics, one of which private employers paying below 70,000 naira risk jail, and that is according to the federal government. Another topic will be be taking much later in the show is impact of cryptocurrency on Nigeria's economy. We'll also be taking global stories that made it to the front pages of our national dailies, as well as some top trending stories. But first, I'd like to also let you know that this week is International Week of Happiness at Work. So I know the week is almost over, but make sure that today you're spreading that cheer, you're spreading that happiness with all of your colleagues. So make sure that everybody's okay, we're leaving well, making sure that, you know, we're doing the goal. We're doing everything to achieve that goal when it comes to the workspace and just leaving and being civil with one another. All right, so let's move over to our top trending stories. Well, this first one talks about flooding. It says federal government orders evacuation as Cameroon releases Lagdo Dam. Now, the federal government, through the Nigeria Hydrological Services Agencies, has urged residents in flood-prone areas to evacuate immediately due to the release of water from Cameroon's Lagdo Dam. The phase release is aimed at reducing the risk of severe flooding, but areas along the rivers Niger and Benue, including states like Adamawa, Taraba, Benue, and others, remain at high risk. Now, they propose constructing buffer dams and improving flood management infrastructure to prevent future disasters. The 2024 floods have already displaced over 625,000 people, prompting authorities to emphasize individual responsibility in flood prevention efforts. And I think that's something we've always spoken about. The last one that happened in Borno State, a lot of people said that was just due to negligence. We could have planned better. And I like the fact that now the federal government is, you know, piggybanking off that and making sure they're alerting people. If they need to be moved, they have to be moved. I think about 11 states may be affected by this. So we're looking at Edo, we're looking at Delta, we're looking at Anambra, Rivers, Bayelsa, you know, as well as Taraba, Kogi, and other states. So basically it's just to make sure, but I think saying, you know, people should move is one thing. How are we making sure that people are being evacuated? So the federal government cannot just alert us and say, you know, if you're living in flood prone areas, what am I supposed to do? What if I don't have anywhere else to go? So if they need to create camps, if they need to create, you know, silos or places that people can go and stay for the time being, then they should do that. And there was something that was very funny on social media where they said, we hope the federal government doesn't always give rice. So it's not, oh, because there's a flooding, then they give rice again. What are we doing to ensure that people's lives and properties are safe? And I think it's important to also note that if we need a buffer dam, I know they've said this is going to be for prevention and they're going to try as much as possible to have buffer dams so that when things like this happen, people are not being affected. Because how many times do we need to move? So if we're saying for now Lagdo Dam is being opened, or maybe even due to rainfalls that causes flooding, you have to evacuate people and they move. When they come back again, that same thing could also happen another time. So it's important that we're being proactive. We're looking into the future. We're saying, okay, if a situation like this should arise, how do we plan for it better? How do we make sure that the lives and properties of people are being secured and they don't have to move or they don't have to be evacuated? Because moving or being evacuated is a whole lot. First, maybe whatever gives you money, whatever helps you make ends meet, you might not be able to do that at that time. You're there, maybe in one camp, you're being redundant. You know, you're not just achieving all the things that you've set for yourself. And then you have to still think about food. You have to think about every other thing that you need to do to be able to take care of your family. So it's not the best, but at the end of the day, we need to make sure that lives are being secured. And that's why this measure is being put in place right now. And I hope that the federal government is really doing something about evacuating these people and making sure that they are safe. All right, we'll move over to another top trending story. Well, this one says CSOs unite against alleged plan to abolish humanitarian ministry. Over 300 civil society organizations, CSOs, representing 30 million Nigerians, are opposing President Tinubu's alleged plan to scrap the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Alleviation. The coalition, which includes persons living with disabilities and other concerned groups, argues that scrapping the ministry would worsen the conditions of vulnerable Nigerians and hinder humanitarian efforts. The CSOs have called on President Tinubu to reconsider the decision, emphasizing the ministry's essential role in addressing humanitarian crisis and promoting social welfare. The group remains committed to resisting any attempt to abolish the ministry and is urging all Nigerians to join in advocating for the protection of vulnerable citizens' rights and well-being. So, for this, I think most people are just being divided. I remember when the whole Beta Edu saga came up, and you know, even her predecessor as well, a lot of people said, you know what, this ministry should be scrapped because it's been just an avenue for people to siphon money. It's been an avenue for people to embezzle, and most times we really do not even have the data. So how do we know that people are getting the monies that is being put into the humanitarian ministry for them? How do we know that, you know, it's not just a group of people who are taking this money for themselves, who are splurging with taxpayers' money? So a lot of people clamored for a scrapping of this ministry. And now that the president is saying, you know what, we might just have to abolish this, so many others are coming and saying, no, you cannot do this. But how do we find the balance? I think that is the main question here. How do we find the balance? How do we ensure that what the money is being put out for into the humanitarian ministry, it is being used for that sole purpose? And I think this is where, you know, anti-corruption agencies need to come in. I know that we have the EFCC, we have the ICPC, but I don't think they're doing so much when it comes to looking into all of these agencies, because it's not just even the humanitarian, you know, ministry that have little bits of corruption. Most places in Nigeria, in fact, little offices, you're seeing someone who's also trying to be corrupt. So let's not just focus on the humanitarian ministry. But my point is, these agencies, the ICPC, the EFCC, they need to step up the game, and they need to make sure that they're looking into areas where people are being corrupt and stopping it. With the humanitarian ministry, it is important that, you know, you're helping the needy, you're helping the poor. You know, you cannot just say, you know what, we're scrapping it, we're not going to help them anymore. But how do we make sure that we're helping them the right way? This is where data collection comes in. This is where the anti-graft agencies come in. This is where people, meaningful Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians who have the heart for the people come in. And then, you know, even the people that we put in those agencies, we need to be able to trust them. And this is where transparency and accountability from those people come in. So if we're not going to check them, if there are no checks and balances, of course, there's going to be a loophole, and that loophole will make sure that they can do whatever with the money and nothing is going to happen to them. But if we are always, you know, demanding for accountability and transparency, then they know that they cannot just siphon money. And even if they do, they will face the justice system. I feel like most times there are no consequences to bad behavior, especially when it comes to corruption in Nigeria. Maybe we just talk about it, you know, a few times, a little slap on the wrist, and that's it. We've moved on to the next. But if we're making sure that these people, whatever they do, they have to dance to the music, they have to face the consequences, then it would just deter them from doing that. So I wouldn't say scrapping the humanitarian ministry is what should be done entirely, but we really, really, really need to check it out. We need to check what they are doing. We need to make sure that there is no level of corruption that would even be allowed in that ministry, and so that at least the people who are the poor of the poorest, or the poorest of the poor rather, you know, they just have something to fall back on. They just have a ministry where they can go and they're being helped as well. And that's what the federal government needs to do, because, you know, the sole responsibility is the social welfare of the people, and that's what the humanitarian ministry does. So entirely scrapping it, I don't think so, but making sure that there are gaps, the stopgap measures to ensure there is no corruption, then that should be the way to go. All right, our final top trending story says, no more stopping to check. Police reveal NPF eCMR benefits. The Nigerian Police Force, NPF, has launched the Electronic Central Motor Registry, eCMR, to revolutionize vehicle information verification and handling. The ECMR allows vehicle owners to digitally register their vehicles, providing instant alerts if a vehicle is stolen, improving the chances of recovery. One key benefit is the removal of paperwork, as officers can now verify vehicle documents in real time using advanced technology, eliminating the need to stop vehicles to check physical papers. The initiative, led by Inspector General Olukayode Egbetukun, aims to enhance road safety and streamline the policing process with e-policing innovations. Great way to go. Even though we're just getting here, I mean, this is what has been done in so many countries. A lot of countries, you don't have to stop to check and say, give me your papers, give me your license, and all of that. Most times, everything is being done on a platform. And when you open that platform, that website or whatever it is, you can get all of the documents that is needed. So, I mean, I know we're just catching up, but it's a good way to go. It's a good initiative, because why do I have to always show you my papers? But let me go off tangent a little bit. I was having a conversation and I was asking, why do we have so many people on the road? First, we have the police, then we have the traffic police, then we have the road safety, then we have the VIO, and then we have, well, if you're living in Lagos, we have the LASMA as well. So there's so many people that would stop you on the road, you know, asking for almost the same document. It seems like a duplicity of the same agency, of the same thing, because why should the police be on the road as well as the traffic police, as well as the LASMA, as well as the VIO, as well as you know, as many others that you can find? I think the police job, or the job of the police definitely is to ensure your safety. I don't know if they're supposed to be there, you know, checking your papers or checking your vehicle documents all the time. And then what is the role of the traffic police? What is the role of, you know, the road safety and the VIO? So if we need to combine all of this into one and then have everything on a platform where if it's just the traffic police that we have, they can see all of your documents. They can tell whether you need to renew, whether it has expired, whether it's valid. They can tell everything when they just open it. And, you know, something happened to me the other day. There was a lady who, she was one of the traffic police people, and she just said, can I have your registration number, which I gave her, and she opened it on the platform. She just had to use a little device and everything came out. So why are we not doing this? Why do we need to always check? And there are also cameras, even though I don't know if all the cameras are working, but you can always flag down, you know, vehicles that have not renewed their papers. You can flag it down, so you don't always have to check. And I think the world is moving into, you know, a digital era. So we definitely need to ride with that wave, not always checking. So kudos to, you know, the police first with what they're doing. We expect more. And then that whole stop and search thing, please, we need to talk about it. But yes, kudos to you. Hopefully, we will start to digitalize almost everything that we do and just make life easier for people, for Nigerians. All right, that's it for our top trending stories. We'll go on a short break. We'll look at the weather. And when we return, we'll be reviewing the papers. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time to take global stories that made it to the front pages of our national dailies this morning. And joining us to review the papers is Jide Johnson. He's a public affairs analyst joining us from Kaduna. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure to be with you. Good morning to our viewers all over the world. Thank you for having me.
Good morning. Thank you for coming. All right, so we'll begin with the Daily Trust this morning, and it's talking about the flooding. So the Daily Trust says Maiduguri flood victims in dilemma after discharge from camps. The writers here says our houses inhabitable, we need support. Another says will assist them to rebuild their homes. That is according to the Borno government. If we move over to the Nature News, the Nature News also has a headline here that says why floods have ravaged Nigeria despite early warnings. Now, with the flood in Borno, a lot of people have said that was just due to negligence. And of course, we did not even plan extensively for it, even though we knew that something like that could happen. So there were warnings, but we did not do so much. But what do you think about the victims' dilemma right now after the discharge from camps? A lot of them are saying their houses are inhabitable. They need support. The Borno state government obviously is promising. The federal government also, the president, visited, and we don't even know what is going to happen right now. But how do you think these people can get back to where they used to be before the flooding? And what can the government do to help them to achieve this?
Well, that's a tough one. It's a tough ask. Because next year the same thing will happen. The flood will happen again. And a lot of families, homes will be left vulnerable to the flood because of inadequacy of government of doing the basics of protecting the citizens and of taking decisions that will ensure that such occurrence are taken care of. This is not just a natural disaster. This is just force majeure, negligence on the part of those in authority to take care of some basic things which they didn't take care of. So, as far as I'm concerned, if you think that problem will not happen next year, we are just playing to the gallery, because the issue of flooding, either in the northern part of Nigeria, you are talking about Borno. We knew what happened when the dam was opened in Cameroon, and what happened to the western part of Nigeria. The same thing happened. So the question is sure that when this thing happened, people are taken care of, and there's a flood control mechanism that ensures that homes are not destroyed and properties are not destroyed and livelihood are not threatened. But the thing is, we see government responding with the kickstart approach, people donating money, and I'm not too sure at the end of the day this money will go to this victim of this flood. This is just an opportunity for some people to make money out of the misfortune of others. So I don't know. That's why I said it's a tough ask. I don't know what we can do. I don't know where the hope of these people lies with respect to what is really what has really befell them as a result of negligence on the part of agencies of government and government in doing the needful.
Well, we know that the Lagdo Dam was opened on Tuesday, and about 11 states might even be affected as well. And this goes over to the Niger Delta. So we're looking at Delta, Edo, Bayelsa, Rivers, Kogi, and other states. But with this, because we're talking about negligence, they've said that they want to create buffer dams so that when things like this happen, there is just something that helps. So hopefully next year, we're not singing the same song, we're not telling the same story, and we're going to plan better. Because if we're looking at over 625,000 people being displaced, that's a whole lot. And we think that the government needs to be more proactive to ensure that they are planning for situations like this, and we can just handle it better. All right, let's move over to The Punch. The Punch leads with a Edo poll, so this is more political. It says, military man state boundaries. EFCC goes after vote buyers. The writers here says, security agencies in show of force. Government declares holiday. Materials arrive in 18 local governments. INEC upbeat of success. So, of course, INEC believes that definitely they would be successful with this. But I want to get your take so far on the election that's happening in those states and how you think people have been gearing up to it. We know that the APC and the PDP probably had, I would call it a little showdown, but of course the best man needs to win. But how are you confident with our electoral system in Nigeria? Do you think we're getting it right, or we're in a step into the right direction?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not too sure about that, because the last off-cycle election we had was nothing to write home about. And election, that's the election we had in Imo, in Bayelsa, and in Kogi State. Those were travesty of electoral processes. They were travesty. They were nothing to write home about in terms of compliance with the basic principles of election, in terms of free and fair election, in terms of impartiality of the electoral body, in terms of even complying with the guidelines of the electoral body, in terms of even the security agencies doing what they are supposed to do. This is my opinion, I might be wrong, but you look at it, at the end of the day, how many people did the EFCC prosecute for money laundering in 2023 election or the off-cycle election? This is just an opportunity for some people to be mobilized and to get allowances. If you look at the amount of money we invest in elections, that the money that we spend to conduct this election, we'll say that and probably they should just allow those that are in government to continue, and they share the money to the people in the state, and let those in power continue, rather than waste the money. Because at the end of the day, if you have predictable outcome, what's the essence of conducting an election? If you have an election in which those that are meant to ensure that certain guidelines are followed, certain protocol are observed, and they turn a blind eye to it, and then what's the essence of the election? I said it that, look, the what happened on ground will paralyze our analysis. We go to studio and you stay in studio for hours analyzing the election. But what is happening on the ground, because you expect certain things to be in place, but what is happening on the ground will paralyze your analysis. Your analysis it will make nonsense of whatever analysis you are making concerning the election, and which in way renders your presence, your time, and your energy wasted. So as long as I'm concerned, they usually mobilize the police, they mobilize the military. Must we militarize our election? Election should be fun, fair. It should be something. It should be like a carnival, that I will go and you go, you conduct, you cast your vote, I go back home, and everything is fine. But here, it's not that. That's why you have to mobilize the military, as if it's the money of a coup, and that's why we still have the vestiges of military antecedents in our democratic project. So as far as I'm concerned, look, until there's a comprehensive reform of the electoral process, of the electoral body, I can assure you that at the end of the day, it is not yet to rule, it will be business, to still be business as usual. The police commissioner would either change the commissioner, we change the IG, we change the commissioner of police. Okay, who do the police, the military, and the rest of them, who do they take instructions from?
That's a good question. Who? All right, so let's still talk about political matters. There's a small headline on top that says, Damagun, 4 governors back Wike's support for PDP chair. So we know that there's been a little situation with the PDP camp, about 4 governors, Sheyi Makinde of Oyo State, Amadu Finitri of Adamawa State, Caleb Mutfwang of Plateau, and Agu Kefes of Taraba State are, they're in support of Wike. Then the Enugu State Governor and Zamfara State Governor, that's Peter Mba and Dauda Lawal, are respectively neutral. But looking at this, what's going on with the PDP, I want to get your take on it, on the fact that, first, even the person they're talking about, who's the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, has issues with the governor of his state, that's the current governor, Sim Fubara. And then you're seeing, this whole web being unraveled, and the PDP just seem like it might just be in crisis at the moment. I want to get your take on it.
There has been an inclusion in PDP since 2014. When those 7 governors left, you recall that it was the inclusion of PDP that led to the birth of APC, and the death knell is being sounded now by Wike. And then the coffin is being nailed by other governors that are supporting him. You see, we are moving towards a one-party system. That's just the reality, because there's no opposition in Nigeria. When you have someone that is part and parcel of an administration and is still calling the shots in his own party, which is the opposition party, what type of opposition? I can't invite you to come and eat. You can't eat and talk at the same time. Is it possible? While you are eating and you are talking. And Wike is already eating at the table of the APC. So he wants to also be talking at PDP. It's against every... Look, when he has gone into administration, let's even put it in proper perspective, he has gone into public governance. Should he be much more concerned about partisan politics? No. What I think that what those governors are doing is what the former governor of Abia State, the former governor of Benue State, Enugu State, what they did, and where is Buruburu today? Where is the former governor of Benue State? Where is the Iyoki? Sheyi Makinde was the only beneficiary, and Wike himself, which succeeded. Every other governor that joined him, those 5 governors, engaging in Makaba dance all over the world, wearing different types of ashwabi. Where are they today? Politically, they are irrelevant. Politically, they are irrelevant. So go back to the state. So it's just a matter of time, because their power comes from the executive position they occupy. And when your power, when your leadership, when your authority comes from position, the moment you lose that position, you have lost your leadership. So where are these people? Now, what will happen to all the rest? Kefas, Dauda Lawal, who's neutral now, Sheyi Makinde, and the rest of them. Once they lose the office of the governor, imagine if we hadn't gotten Minister of Federal Capital, what do you think will have happened to him? It is because, well, he's been empowered with the minister, which some people call the 37th governor in Nigeria, with that responsibility. That's why he has some measure of patronage, public governance patronage that people can enjoy. So let them continue whatever dance they want to dance. But the bottom line is just a matter of time. The opposition party will evolve, but for anybody to look at PDP as the opposition party, it's dead. It's dead. It's dead. PDP, you don't forget that it was Wike that brought I remember his name now, the former PDP chairman from his state. It was Wike that was instrumental to him becoming the chairman. He removed him. It was Wike that was instrumental to Ayu becoming the chairman. It was instrumental to him leaving. So now Wike is involved in this one. Don't also forget that Wike was also instrumental in bringing the former governor of Borno State, who was in APC, and he later became the chairman of PDP, to become the chairman of PDP before I remember SAS. That's Sheriff Ali Modu Sheriff. Let's go. That is looking at PDP as the opposition party. PDP is dead. The party is dead.
We're having a little technical glitch with your audio, but I hope you can hear me. So how can we revive? How can we revive our? I think there's a little issue with your audio, but if you can hear me, I was going to ask. So how can we make sure that we have a better or a stronger opposition party? Because I think oppositions are always the ones who put the checks and balances, you know, making sure that whoever is the ruling party, they're on the hot seats and they have to do what is right for the people. So if you don't have the opposition challenging the ruling party, then whatever the ruling party does, that's what it is. Whatever they give you, garbage in, garbage out, you just have to accept it like that. So how can we ensure that we have a stronger opposition party who's always going to be looking out for the interests of the people?
That's where you have ideological bent. In Nigeria, even life is not interesting without choices. Even with God, you have an option either to choose between God or the devil. There must always be an alternative to everything life. When you have a political system where there is no alternative, then it becomes more challenging. As far as the present political structure is, there's no opposition. Well, our parties are not built on ideology. Our parties are just built on a lengthy self-interest. It's just for the sake of getting power and using power for community purposes. It's not in the larger interest of the general public. So people seek election just for them to acquire a position or the other. Who are those that were in Buhari's cabinet? Where are they today? They are nowhere to be found. So our parties are not structured on ideological bent. So as a result of that, it's easier for people to cross carpet, to jump ship. At the end of every electoral cycle, they move to another party. And we said it, if you have looked at the trend, every time there's a transition from one administration to another, the next election cycle, you see governors in the opposition moving into the ruling party. It happened under Obasanjo administration. It happened under Buhari's administration. It's going to happen under Tinubu administration. You recall, under Obasanjo administration, or even under Yar'Adua administration, it happened. So it's going to happen. There's every likelihood that some states, some governors will decamp from PDP to APC. If you study the trend, that's the trend. So if you are looking forward to any opposition in 2027, you are just playing to the gallery, because in Nigeria, the political class, all they want is to ensure that they secure election, they win election, they have access to public offices. They are not interested in any ideological slant or ideological bent. So it can be it's very, very easy for them. They know quite right that, because the election in actual sense is heavily influenced by a lot of factors. Security agencies play a critical role in it. The electoral body play a critical role in it. And in most cases, if not in all cases, the outcome of our elections are not determined by the ballot boxes. The outcome of our elections are determined by the court. So it's judiciocracy. So, and then who appoints the judges? Who are the judges responsible to? You said you want the judiciary to be independent of all other organs of government, but he who pays the piper dictates the tune. Whoever appoints into office, whoever is responsible for your elevation, has some measure. If he does not have direct control authority over you, he has moral authority over you. So there is this moral responsibility, there is this moral burden, because the appointing body is the executive, and the executive is controlled by the ruling party. So it's very clear that a lot of things in our national life is nationalized, is centralized. It is not a federal system. What we have is a unitary system where you have a central command structure. And that central command structure, by the structure of the government that we have, comes from the presidency. So whoever is occupying the office of the presidency in Nigeria wields tremendous power, So if there is no reform, concerning that, whoever is that occupier, the occupier today is Tinubu. The occupier yesterday was Buhari. Now, Buhari has left that office. What power, what influence does he have? Obasanjo has left that office. Jonathan has left that office. So, but when they were in office, you could see the tremendous power which they have, which they can look. EFCC, DSS, the army, all of these agencies are certain executive body controlled by the chief executive officer of the nation, who happens to be the commander-in-chief of the armed forces and the president of the Federal Republic. So it's only in Nigeria that you see when the president is introduced as the president and the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. Have you ever seen the president of America or the prime minister of Great Britain introduced in that manner or in that direction? It tells you the influence and the authority of that particular office. So as long as you have that office, what measure? Except there's a restructured system in which power is devolved from the office of the presidency back to other constituent units that makes up the nation. But it is what it is. It is the structure. And don't forget, the constitution we are still operating is a product of the 1995 Constituent Assembly, which was instituted by Abacha to ensure that it's perpetuated in office forever. And then that constitution was what was reviewed by the 14 wise men led by Justice Nikitobi in 1999, which forms the core of the 1999 Constitution, whether amended or as amended or not amended, which wielded tremendous power in Abacha. Don't forget, in the office of the presidency, because it was then thought that Abacha would transmute from being a military head of state to an elected president. So until we reform that structure, which is the foundation of our democratic experience, you'll be having the problem we're having. For 25 years, we have had a democratic work. Have we got into democratic bus stop? No. What we have got into is that we have transited from military rule to civilian administration. Right. And we have not really seen the full trappings of democratic governance.
Well, I hope very soon we start to see the dividends of democracy, because we cannot say that we're a nation practicing democracy and we're not doing anything when it comes to that. It's just a civilian rule. Anyways, so there is another headline here that says Dangote officials, refiners tackle marketers over imported PMS. Now, one of the things they're saying is, first, it increases our demand for the dollar. So, of course, our naira is going to be weaker, but that's not even the main issue. Another issue that they have is that this PMS that is being imported is of low quality. So when they put it side by side with the PMS refined by Dangote, that is of low quality. But I want to get your take on this, because, of course, Dangote came with his own price. A lot of people are like, we expect yours to be, way more affordable. Let me not say way cheaper, but way more affordable. And now it isn't. And all of these marketers are saying, you know what, we might as well. In fact, there are some vessels that are to land Nigeria right now with this PMS. But what is your take on this? The fact that there is a high likely chance that it would weaken our naira and these products are of low quality, but yet they're still being imported.
Well, don't forget that Dangote is not a philanthropist. He's a capitalist. He's a businessman. He's in the business. But it's unfortunate that Nigerians placed too much expectation on that refinery. And the government played a lot of role in terms of the support that was provided, even though the resources was he financed the project, but somehow there was some leverage that were enjoyed, concessions that were given. As far as I'm concerned, I didn't expect anything different. Don't forget, when this administration came on board, there was one of the issues they tackled, is the issue of the price of cement. What cement was sold in Nigeria and what cement was sold in neighboring Republic of Benin. And the back and forth between Dangote, Boa, the federal government, we are going to bring down the price and the rest of it. What happened to it at the end of the day? So when people talk Dangote as if he's a philanthropist, as if he's running the public enterprise, a businessman, what government needs to do is to open up the market. Let him sell whatever he wants to sell. Let those that want to import. One of the reasons why they said that the price goes up in Nigeria is that we can't meet up with the demands. or that the demands that we of the fuel we consume in Nigeria, that importation cannot meet up with it. And then there's this thing which I believe is unethical, which it is not for Dangote to decide whether the fuel that is being imported is of lower quality or lower grade to his own. I think the agencies of government that should have done that is an unethical practice on his behalf. There should be a body that says, okay, this fuel, we have analyzed this fuel, we have analyzed fuel. As far as we are concerned, this Dangote fuel is better. What Dangote did with his own fuel is what Diagama Lizard has been doing to other reptiles, nodding his head and acknowledging and praising himself. So it's just self-adulation. It might be good, but let's have a third person credibility concerning that. So all those that place their hope, let Dangote refine. All those that place their hope on, okay, the refinery in Port Harcourt and the refinery this will work to do that. You have seen the machinations of how NNPC had played a critical role in what we pay for petroleum products in Nigeria over the years. Well, it became clearer to us that indeed, if anyone says there is no cabal, it became clearer with this Dangote refinery and the release of the product into the Nigerian market. That NNPC will release statement. They released the statement in the tick of the night, and then they released two statements. Have you ever seen NNPC release any statement concerning explaining how the pricing of petroleum product has gone before the arrival of Dangote's refinery into the scene? None. So it tells you that there is more to it that you and I don't know. Only God will help us. We are the masses of these elements that have considered themselves to be cabal, exploiting Nigerians at their own expense. Like my friend said, the rich man that is not contented is poor. The poor man that is contented is rich.
That is some deep words, quite profound. All right, finally, let's look at the headline on the Business NG. It says Nigeria's interest rate decision looms. CBN may follow U.S. Fed's lead, and that is said by an analyst. Now, we know that the U.S. has cut, their own interest rate by about 50 basis points. But what do you think is going to happen, especially with the fact that our Naira is even weaker? We're looking at 1,660 at the moment. And I know that by next week, they're going to have a conversation on this. But what do you think about this? The fact that, our own Naira, our own currency is getting weaker. And then when other factors, like other places, like the US, the UK, when their own currency or their own, their own interest rate is being cut, we're also being affected by this. How can we get independent with our own currency and make sure that it's stronger right now?
Except you don't want to trade international trade. As long as you are trading internationally, you engage international, your currency will be subjected to the market structure, to the open market structure, and it will compete with other currency in the marketplace. And the international trading currencies are the dollar, the pounds, the euros. Those are three major international currency with which we use as benchmark to measure the exchange. As far as the monetary policy of Nigeria is concerned, once you have fiscal responsibility to affect your monetary policy, it's just the two. You can't separate the two. How fiscally responsible are we? And when you borrow money, when you don't have a productive economy, and when you run your budget on deficit, when you and I cannot spend money we don't have, we can't spend it. You can't go to the bank and collect loan upon loan, and the bank keeps giving you loan, and you improvise your unborn children to the seventh generation. And that's what
Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Well, it's time to discuss private employers paying below 70,000 naira risk jail. The federal government, has said that has mandated private sector employers to pay a minimum wage of 70,000 naira, warning that failure to comply is punishable by law. Agencies recruiting for the private sector must ensure that no worker earns less than 70,000 naira, even after deductions, to address current economic realities. The Employers Association for Private Employment Agencies of Nigeria expressed its commitment to the new minimum wage, but requested clarification on whether the amount is gross or net. The Nigeria Labour Congress NLC emphasized the need for private employers to strictly adhere to the minimum wage, stressing that 70,000 naira is still insufficient given the current economic hardship. Joining us to discuss this is Barrister Justice Uwegbu. He's a human rights lawyer. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, once more.
All right. So we're talking about minimum wage, compliance to this, making sure that everybody gets at least 70,000 naira, regardless of whether you're in the public sector or whether you are in the private sector. Now, I want to understand the rationale behind this, because a lot of people are saying there is no clarification whether it's gross, whether it's net. How do we ensure? And for people who are not even making as much, how do we pay the people that we need to pay? So I want to get your take. What is the rationale behind this, ensuring that the private sector needs to also pay this amount?
Well, the truth here is most time is not about making rules or laws. The issue is the practicability of these rules or laws and the reality on ground. If you look at what is happening in the country today, you will discover that even some companies or some private sectors are even fighting to meet up with production one way or the other. Last time, you remember the era of economic meltdown, where many workers were retrenched, especially in the private sector, which also went across to the public sector. So it's not just making rules and laws, but the rules and laws you're making, is it sustainable? And you look at it holistically, it is not sustainable because one, what are the policies that the government has set in place before now to make sure that all things are equal? You cannot mandate somebody who has been striving to survive his business or to manage his business, and you're not giving him a template of what to do. It cannot work. Especially when we know in this country that the government are not even helping matters in the first place. There are no loan facilities by the public sector. There are no enabling environment and all the rest. The taxation or the taxes from the government is huge and all the rest. And secondly, you look at it also, even the public sectors you're talking about, many governors today have not even agreed to pay the 70,000 naira minimum wage. I think we are playing in this country. I think what they are trying to do is to ambush the public to believe that the public is their problem. As far as I'm concerned, it may not work because the government has to, first of all, show a level of responsibility before you now push it to the people.
All right, so how would the government, ensure that this is being adhered to? So, of course, they're saying you might risk jail if you do not pay 70,000 naira to all of your staff. But how are they sure that this would be people are going to comply to this?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The ones that will happen, you see private sector closing up. Because if the private sector cannot be able to pay, and they know that maybe because of the law or the rule, they may risk jail time, they will close up. And that means that there will be more unemployment in the
Exactly, because I was about to ask that, isn't this going to threaten job security at the moment and making just a lot of people will be unemployed, a lot of people will be out of jobs. And of course, that could now lead to crime. It could lead to a lot of other things. So how can we even help this right now?
That's what I'm saying. What has the government itself put in place? How many industries did the government itself have to sustain some of these things? Well, okay, for example, let me take Lagos for example. Come to Lagos today. Many companies functioning in Lagos today operate with what we call casual workers.
Yeah.
You are taking yourself. And if you look at these casual workers, you see that what they are earning is just from hand to mouth. And they're even better than we see. Because the Nigerians only want food on their table. The government is not providing jobs. The government is not providing an enabling environment for even the private sector. And you're not coming up with this kind of law. I think we're joking in this country, as far as I'm concerned. So it's not going to work. Let's be realistic to ourselves. What I discover is this. The government is trying to, set people against themselves. So at the end of the day, it will be as if the people are fighting the people. Trying to remove, attention to them. But that is exactly what I'm seeing here. So for me, it's not going to work. Because somebody who set up a social industry with a small money, he does not have access to loans, he does not have access to facility from government, and he is managing to pay workers, and those workers are happy, you return them, at least they are seeing food at the end of the day. And you're not mandating that person look at what you're going to do. And he said he cannot do, okay, let me close up.
Speaking about...
How many governors has agreed to pay the 70,000 in the first place? This is not our problem as far as I'm concerned. This is not what the government should be looking at now.
Speaking about closing up, a lot of businesses have left Nigeria. In fact, PZ Cussons, it was in the papers this morning, they were saying that PZ Cussons is going to sell all of their subsidiaries. And we've seen so many businesses that have closed up, so many eateries. A lot of people are not being able to do business at the moment because, of course, it's not a thriving environment. And when you have other laws like this, it just affects it. But I wanted to ask, do you think the government has done, any analysis to understand the impact that it might have on small and medium scale enterprises? And for people who are not who are not working full time, maybe you just work a few days in a week, do they also have to get paid 70,000 naira as well?
That one, you see, when you look at it very well and holistically, you would agree with me that, as far as I'm concerned, for now, this is not our problem. Because, one, the government is not doing anything to make sure that people sustain their daily bread in a day, not to talk of in a month. Now, look at it now. How much is a bag of rice? A bag of rice is even more than 70,000 naira.
Right.
And for a family of 3 or 4, a bag of rice will not be enough for you for at least only 2 months. Now, you are not talking about other things. The government is not talking about how to subsidize food commodities, food items in the market, because our agricultural system is not working. Nothing is working in the society. Nothing is working in the country. They are busy doing things that are not necessary. Okay, look at this kind of rule now, or law. Let me call it rule at the meantime that you're bringing up. As far as I'm concerned, it's neither here nor there. Let me also tell you one thing. One of the major problems we're having today in the country is the pump price of fuel, because that affects everything you do in the country. I assure you, if the pump price of fuel can come down to 100 naira per liter, all these things will change overnight. It will change overnight. The problem is that, not like you said, the government don't do a statistics analysis before coming up with issues like this. Maybe the minister will just wake up one day and bring up one policy and throw to the public, and it becomes, an issue of discussion just for me, just to create diversion, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, so do you think that there might be exemption? Because I'm wondering how the government needs to support the people, especially the people who have like the small and medium scale enterprises. Will there be an exemption for them? Maybe at this point they just have to hire people as freelancers or pay as you go. When you come, you do this and I'm just paying you for that. Do you think there might be some exemption for this? Because risking jail term is a big deal. So how can people go around this, especially if they don't have that amount to pay their workers?
That's what I'm trying to say again. The what that will happen if they want to implement this, the ones that will happen, you see many companies will have resort to casual workers.
So for casual workers, you do not have to pay 70,000 naira. So is it just for people who are working full time a month?
They are not full time. They are not full time workers. So it pays you better. They are not full time workers. And as far as concerned, it is thrown open. If you want to work, you work. If you don't want to work, you go. And when you look at economy, look at everything, and you don't have a choice, you want to take it off. That's the truth.
Oh boy. So, but how can the government support people better? What do you think they need to do to support these businesses?
Well, the truth is that, just like I said before, the government needs to put up an economic team. If you remember, during the time of Jonathan had an economic team then that sat and did a holistic approach and analysis of what and what that will happen. And the highest you bought rice, bag of rice was 8,500. What has happened? And all the food commodities, if they want to get it right, the best thing they do is let them set up an economic team to look at this thing holistically so that all the states will follow suit. It's not just wake up one day and make a law and they expect people to follow and it will work. It won't work. You need to look at the interactive effect of that rule or that law you are making. Secondly, what have you put in place? Nothing.
So looking ahead now, how can we have a better wage system in Nigeria? Because like you rightly said, a bag of rice is more than 70,000 naira. And for a family, that's not even enough. That's not enough to sustain them. But we know that we have to start from somewhere. And I think maybe this is just a step in the right direction, whereby people need to earn, just what is sufficient for them to feed, for them to just take care of their families. Fuel subsidy being gone is a major factor to what has led us here right now. But still, our wage system hasn't been the best. Other countries, if you look at the UK, if you look at the US, most people are earning per hour. But here, our labor is kind of funny. You work all day. It doesn't matter about the hours and then the days, and then this is just what you get. But how do you think we can have a better wage system in Nigeria that also shows the efforts of the employer, or rather of the employee, and what they're putting to make that money?
First of all, if you have a good government that believes in good governance and believes in delivering dividends of democracy to the people. And for me, it takes nothing to deliver dividends of democracy to the people. Secondly, who are the people you summon or you bring together as your economic team? Who are your advisors? What and what do they do? Are they connected to the people, or you go and bring people from here and there and make them one thing or the other, ministers and all the rest, just to settle political loyalism? And that is what is the problem of this country. And people in the government, both at the National Assembly, they are living, big bourgeois life and all the rest, are not motorable. Why we don't have infrastructure? No companies. Today, let me ask you a question. How many companies or industries today are owned by the government and is being managed by the government? None. Only NNPC. Even the NNPC now is even being run like a private company.
Yeah.
So what are we saying? Why should we keep on deceiving ourselves in this country? Let me give you an example from Imo State. During the time of late Mbakwe, of blessed memory, the former governor of Imo State then, Mbakwe built industries, I won't say companies, industries that employed people. And remember, after that time, this man ruled or governed 3 states. Imo, now, Abia, and Ebonyi, they were all in Imo State then. As I speak to you, I can mention some of these industries. As I speak to you today, those industries are no longer functioning. So what are we saying? But during this time, these industries are functioning. As you're leaving school, you're getting jobs. And it's not only Imo State, it goes across all the states. We no longer have, the government no longer have any industry functional in this country again. The ones they are privatizing. So what are we saying? And you now want to regulate the amount private sector. Somebody took his hard-earned money to come and open up a small-scale industry just to help people. And you now want to say, look at what we're going to do. What have you done for that person? He does not have access to loan. The monetary fund or whatever that people can is neither here nor there. They are not doing anything. We have AGP, Agricultural Development Program, or all the rest. They are not working, but people are earning salary. Many of these what do you call it? These agencies are not working. Nothing is happening, but people are earning salary. As I speak to you, NNPC, I know how much they are spending every month in worker salary, but they are not producing anything. Who is fooling who? Can't we tell ourselves the truth in this country?
There are people who are even ghost workers. They never show up, and you know they earn.
I don't want to go to workers. I don't want to go to these ghost workers alone. We're talking about the workers the government are even supposed to have been paying without production. I don't want to go there.
No productivity, yeah. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So I was going to ask, we're talking about jail term here, but shouldn't there also be something else that could happen? So can they get a fine, or does it just go straight to jail term? If you do not pay 70,000 naira, you know, we're going to send you to jail. And is there a recourse for employees who go ahead and tell, and in fact, how do I even let, you know, the government know that my employer is not paying me this amount? What do I do? What are the steps? And then when that happens, what's the recourse for me to still have my own job security? Because I feel like a lot of people will be scared to report if they're getting less than that, because at the end of the day, you don't want to lose the thing that puts food on your table. So how would that work? And then if an employer is being indicted and they find out that they do not pay that amount, is there a fine, or is it just jail term that they go into?
The truth is that, you know, this issue of jail time, you know, they know that it's the only thing that you say, and Nigerians will sort of get to or get to something like that. I think that is why they are using that. But like I said before, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Let's be realistic. You know, I believe in sincerity of purpose as far as I'm concerned. Now, you're putting jail time for such. You have not also put jail time for people who are working in the public sector, directors, farm sex, and all the rest, who are not doing what they are supposed to do. You have not put jail time for senators, for House of Senate members, for ministers, and all.
Well, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I think if we're going to say jail term, you should go everywhere. It cannot just be, oh, because you did not pay 70,000 naira. But how about the people who are corrupt in our nation and there's no jail term for them and they're not really facing the justice system? So it's important that, of course, if we're going to say that it's everywhere, if you do not do what is right, then you will face the music. Anyways, so with this, I want to believe that the government definitely needs to put something in place for the people. You cannot just bring a policy and there are no measures to back up that policy. So what have you done? Have you done your analysis? Have you discovered how the impact on SMEs might just be? Have you tried as much as possible to say, okay, this is what we can do to cushion the effect? Because a lot of businesses are struggling, and when you talk about making sure that they're paying these amounts, some of them might not just be able to. And we don't want a situation whereby there are job losses, there's unemployment, people are redundant, and then they get into crime. And that is not what we want in Nigeria. We want job security for every single person. We want a better economy for each and every one, that we can say, yes, our economy is flourishing and everybody is just doing their best. Anyways, we've been speaking with Justice Uhegbu, who is a human rights lawyer, and we're just discussing the fact that Nigerians or businesses, privately owned businesses, may risk a jail term if they do not pay 70,000 naira to the least paid worker in their organization. This is where we have to wrap it up on this segment. We'll come back again soon, and we'll be discussing the impact on cryptocurrency in Nigeria. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Now let's discuss the impact of cryptocurrency on Nigeria's economy. The impact of cryptocurrency on Nigeria's economy is multifaceted, particularly in promoting financial inclusion. Digital currencies like Bitcoin, Ethereum provide easier access to financial services for the unbanked, while also simplifying international remittances with lower fees and faster transaction times, which play a crucial role in Nigeria's economy. The rise of cryptocurrency in Nigeria is driving employment opportunities in the tech sector, but faces regulatory challenges due to the government concerns over fraud and money laundering. Economic diversification is enhanced as cryptocurrency adoption fosters digital innovation, despite the volatility risk affecting investors and financial stability. Now, joining us to discuss this is Frank Eleanya, is a senior financial analyst at Tech Cabal. Good morning, Frank. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So we're talking about cryptocurrency. I want to first get your assessment. What is your assessment on cryptocurrency in Nigeria and how people have embraced it so far? I know it's been here for the last couple of years, but I want to get your take. How have people embraced it so far, and what is your own assessment to cryptocurrency in Nigeria?
Cryptocurrency in Nigeria has certainly gained a lot of attention, especially from the consumer perspective. A lot of people have adopted it and are using it for different purposes, majorly for trading. When I say trading, I don't mean buying and selling. Well, that's the way you look at it and say, okay, it's also buying and selling, but buying a crypto and then leaving it on your exchange and waiting for the time that it appreciates, and then you sell it off. That's a form of trading that people are, or like they are hedging on it, you know. So there's hedging going on. There's also some people who are also using it. A few people who are using it as a means of exchange. It's not yet legal tender in Nigeria because of the position of the Central Bank of Nigeria, which is in charge of the monetary policies in the country. The central bank still has not lifted a ban on banks dealing with crypto exchanges. So there's still some form of vagueness in that area. But the Nigerian Securities and Exchange Commission has made the most move towards embracing cryptocurrencies in Nigeria in terms of regulation. They've come up with some form of a regulatory environment that allows cryptocurrency businesses to thrive and also to be recognized as a part of the economic as part of the economic activities in the country. But for that to be fully optimized and become maybe beneficial to the Nigerian economy, the CBN has to be on board. They have to, first of all, allow the banks to be part of the ecosystem, to provide services, to provide banking services, and maybe in some ways also participate in the market. But the CBN hasn't done that. So at the moment, you still have some cryptocurrency exchanges that has been licensed to operate in Nigeria, but can't do much because of the fact that they can't transact with banks and they can't transact also with their consumers. But I think we have moved from where we were, say, in 2017, 2018, to where we are currently. In 2018, there was a total shutdown or a total ban by the Emefiele-led CBN, and it continued up until 2022, but there seemed to be some opening, of hands. There seemed to be some understanding from the government to say that we want to be, we want to understand what's happening in this market, but they are they're taking it gradually. I believe maybe in a very short time, we'll probably get to the point where the CBN finally opens up and says, okay, everybody can be part of the cryptocurrency value chain. But looking at that, looking at the impact on the consumer part, I think that cryptocurrencies have sort of created some form of alternate employment for a lot of people. I know some people who have become traders, crypto traders, as a result of cryptocurrencies and have made some money from that. And then also there are people who have become analysts, some people who have become teachers, who have done a lot of things, using cryptocurrency. So it's created some form of employment, but that needs to be formalized into the general economy so that the economy itself can benefit from the cryptocurrency activities going on in the country.
Yeah, I was just even going to ask that, what ways has it contributed to Nigeria's economic development and even some sectors that have benefited from it? Because I know that cryptocurrency is the new thing right now, especially with young people who have transitioned into tech and they've tried to, hone the space, use it to their own benefit. But for Nigeria at large, how can you say that this has contributed to our own economic development? And what sectors specifically can you see have benefited from this tech?
I think on a general level, cryptocurrency, or let's say the blockchain from which cryptocurrency...
I think we just lost Frank's audio. Anyways, we've been speaking about the impact of cryptocurrency on Nigeria's economy. And, Frank has just been trying to let us know how it has created jobs for several people. So a lot of people have transitioned into tech, into the whole cryptocurrency, Bitcoin and blockchain, all of that, and they've been able to use it for their own benefit. But one thing I was gonna, just ask him was, is this supposed to be a substitute for our banks? Because I know that cryptocurrency is a tool, especially for the unbanked, the people who need to do some trading. If you need to do international transactions, cryptocurrency helps with that. And one of the issues that the federal government has is, you know, fraud, money laundering, because you cannot really put a leash on this. And if it just goes haywire, then that's it. But one question I was going to ask Frank was, how do we ensure that there is a balance between, you know, having those transactions, but then there is still safety and there is no fraud involved, there's no corruption when it comes to cryptocurrency. But I think it's a good way, it's a good tech solution that a lot of people, a lot of fintechs, you know, are doing right now. Cryptocurrency is almost like the new best thing on the block. And I think the most beautiful thing is the fact that there is job creation for people, because in Nigeria, in fact, what we're discussing earlier on was just still talking about, you know, job opportunities and job cuts because of course, the new minimum wage that needs to be paid. But with cryptocurrency, I'm sure you can just learn it. You can decide to go to a school, just learn how to use the tool, and then you've created a job for yourself. I don't know if we'll have Frank back. Hello, Frank. Hello, Frank.
Can you hear me? I'm here.
Okay, fantastic.
I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you now. You went off for a bit. Okay, so you were just telling us about the benefits, or rather how it has contributed to our economic development, and also sectors that probably have benefited from this tech solution.
Okay. Yes. So, so you have the banking sector. It's something that that we can look around how it can benefit them without really putting them out of relevance. Because I think the fear for the regulator is that if you don't have a hold on cryptocurrency, there's the tendency that everything becomes uncontrollable, you know, which is also the fears around money laundering, fraud, and all that things. We are aware that some terrorist organizations are beginning to prefer using cryptos to collect their ransom, you know, but that's not to say that that's the only place that ransoms are paid, you know. But ransoms have been paid in fiat, you know. So there are different ways it can benefit the economy. We also have in the agriculture sector, the blockchain can also help to decentralize agriculture. You talked about financial inclusion. At the moment, maybe not so much is being done to financial inclusion. Why? Because if we're going to use cryptocurrency to provide financial inclusion, then we also have to build the infrastructure, the network infrastructure that will make that happen, because cryptocurrencies rely on power. That's number one. The second one is the internet. You can't do much without the internet. So where the internet is not functional or is has some level of quality, you will have issues making some transactions there. You know, so if we can break that down, it will be one of the best tools for us to bring a lot of people on board and make them financially included, you know, and part of the economic activities. So I think that's where the concern of the CBN is. How do we get the part of this market in such a way that it benefits the economy and it doesn't erode any revenue that's accrued to the government? There are no hard answers to that. There are no clear-cut answers to that. Even the US are still trying to understand how they will be a part of it, which is why they have not given a blanket statement to say cryptos can operate or do whatever they like. You know, so every government is trying to see how they can build some form of regulations around cryptocurrencies and look at how they can maximize the benefit. But if we're talking about job creation, it is one of the best tools for job creation. A lot of people can just on your phone, on your device, whatever you have, and know that you can create a job for yourself there. You can learn blockchain. You can do a lot of things on blockchain, you know, and then also the many tokens that have come out, you know. So there's a lot to benefit, but there's also a lot of caution that needs to be applied, and a lot of learning that needs to be had. Many people need to be educated. Even those who are trading, many of them trade just because they saw somebody who's making money, so they decided to go into it. They don't even know why exactly they're going into it. They need to know, so they need to study that. So there needs to be some education, constant education going on around cryptocurrencies, so that people don't just go there and then become victims of a fraud and cyber criminality.
So there are reports that cryptocurrency tries to disrupt traditional financial system and also probably take control over the monetary policy. How do you think the government can ensure that they still have control over this, especially if we're talking about, fraud, money laundering, and, crime in general? How can the government stay on top of this? Are there certain policies that they need to put in place that could just be the checks and balances for this, but then we still have this tech solution that helps us?
For every new technology that comes out, there's always that fear that it's going to disrupt something. But at the end of the day, we all start to understand, okay, this is how this one can exist alongside this other one. There will ultimately be that other part of that business that will go out of sync, or that will no longer be relevant, But in terms of disruption, it is too early for us to say the cryptocurrency market is going to disrupt the financial system or maybe remove the bankers from where they are. Think about what has happened with fintech. There was a time in 2017 and 2018 that everybody said, before you know it, that the fintechs will buy up all the banks. We are in 2024. No fintech has bought any bank, as far as I know, in Nigeria at least. In other countries, some fintechs are beginning to do that, but it is not that fintechs are going to take over the banks. The banks have their relevance. The fintechs are going to have their relevance. The cryptocurrency market will have its relevance. Then the banking sector will also have its relevance. What needs to happen is, how do we fuse cryptocurrencies to be part of, to create more efficiency in the banking sector? How do we use the blockchain to make transactions a lot faster? How do we use the blockchain to make customer experiences a lot better than they are today? How do we use blockchain, to track data, consumer data in the banking sector, so that we can offer services and innovations that make their lives a lot better than it is? I think that's where the discussion should go to, and not just about cryptocurrency or Bitcoin. Bitcoin is just one of the cryptocurrencies, So, but once we are fixated on how do we regulate these cryptocurrencies and all of that, then we lose the bigger picture, which is the blockchain that enables all of these things to happen. It was one of the problems that we had, or the mistake, like I like to call it, that the CBN did with trying to go and build itself a CBDC. That's a central bank digital coin, which is the e-Naira. And all of us have seen how the e-Naira performed. It was created out of fear, that something was that the cryptocurrency was going to overtake the banking sector. So the CBN thought, we'll create our own coin, and that coin will now override the Bitcoin. But at the end of the day, the Bitcoin is still here. The e-Naira is no longer here. And if we make that mistake again to go and say we are going to do a CBDC without clearly thinking about how it's going to work alongside the cryptocurrency market, how it's going to work alongside the blockchain development that we're pursuing, it will end up like an e-Naira. So that's where the thinking has to evolve to. It needs to look at the bigger picture. How do we create efficiencies in all our industries? How do we make people get better service from each bank that we currently have? And how do we also use it to attract investment into the Nigerian economy? That's where the clear thinking has to come from. And then putting parameters that says, you can do this, you can do that, this is the limit you can come, and this is how far you can go. So everybody knows this is where we are playing, and this is where our red line is. So we can't go beyond that. And everybody, it becomes a fair market for everyone to play in.
So I want to talk about the social and youth impact. Now, we know that the younger generation, the youths are the one that are really, really into tech. But I want to ask, what is the economic impact on them? And also, cryptocurrency is being used as a tool, especially when it comes for entrepreneurship and innovation. How do you think that the Nigerian government can work in tandem with everybody to harness this and drive our economy better?
Again, it boils down to changing the mindset of those in government. You need officials who know how to be intentional about policies, who know how to do some research, and who knows how to empathize to say, why are they doing this? Can we understand it? And can we find a way to either enhance it and also make their lives better? What we have today is largely rent seeking. So the government looks at the population of those who are doing cryptocurrencies and it start thinking about how do we tax them. It's also the same thinking that they have towards other activities that's happening in the economy. So they look at the telecom, how do we tax them? They look at maybe somebody who's doing something big. Once you're doing something that looks like money is coming out of there, they're thinking about how do we tax them, not how do we multiply it. If we multiply it, we will be able to have more taxes coming in from there. When you multiply something and then you formalize it, nobody's escaping. You get? So everybody is now in the net, but they are playing, they are doing it willingly because you have given them the tool, you have given them the enabling environment to operate. So they are happy to return the 5% or the 2% tax that you ask them to pay, or the 7.5% VAT that you want them to pay. So first of all is to understand what these young people are doing. You don't police them. Trying to extract punitive measures from what they're doing. Like police sees the young guy with a laptop and says, "Oh, you are doing crypto," and then crypto becomes a bad language.
Yeah.
There are times that there's a tendency that when you start calling something bad, people gravitate towards that bad thing because they want to. It's out of curiosity. Let's just even see what's bad inside this thing, and then they keep going into it. And they don't then go into the good part of that thing. They start doing the bad part of that thing because they probably find out that even the bad part is paying them faster than the good part of that thing. But first of all, what you need to understand is the crypto environment. Which part of it is beneficial to you? Then you enhance or boost that part that is beneficial to you. Once you give that part a lot more publicity, a lot more leverage, the other people who are doing the wrong part, who are on the wrong part, will feel like, we are not benefiting anything from this part. We need to come over to the good side, So, and with that understanding, you're able to even put in the appropriate punishment if somebody does the wrong thing in that particular segment of the industry that you're trying to regulate. So it's first of all, who are those who are managing or who are regulating this industry? Who are watching these young people? What are the learnings that they have taken from watching them, and how are they applying those learnings? If they are applying them right, then you will have a more thriving crypto environment. Yeah. South Africa, for instance, have had the crypto environment for a very long time. They have not moved to yes.
Yeah, I hear you, and thank you so much for sharing your valuable contributions. I think that this is a good way to go. This is a step in the right direction. And, we just need to integrate this mainstream because obviously from all the things that you've said, all the things that you've highlighted, cryptocurrency is beneficial to our economic growth. So if we want to grow our economy, we definitely need to look at everything, turn every stone that could help us, and cryptocurrency is definitely one of those things. I'm looking forward to the future. I'm looking forward to the positive things that would happen in Nigeria with cryptocurrency and any other thing that might just be able to help take us from where we are now and start to have a very thriving economy. Anyways, we want to say thank you so much for coming. It was so lovely having you here to discuss this with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and always a pleasure to be on the show.
Always. All right, so we're speaking with Frank Eleanya. He's a senior financial analyst at Tech Cabal, and we've just been discussing the impact of cryptocurrency in Nigeria's economy. This is where we have to wrap it up on the show today. Thank you so much for having the breakfast with me. My name is Rome Paulson. I'll see you again on Monday. Have an amazing weekend.
And now, let's join ace broadcaster Mamode Akuga as he takes us inside the Niger Delta.
Hello out there and welcome to the program. It's Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region. I'm your regular host, Mamode Akuga. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, says the commission will continue to leverage on its public-private partnership PPP initiative to drive wealth creation and food sufficiency in the oil-rich Niger Delta region. Dr. Ogbuku made this statement during the official launching of the Livelihood Improvement Family Enterprises Niger Delta Life ND project for Akwa Ibom, Imo, and River States, which took place last week at the Jay's Signature Hotel in Port Harcourt.
One of the key frameworks of the current leadership of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, is its public-private partnership PPP model aimed at fostering collaborative efforts to drive the sustainable development of the nation's oil-bearing region. This approach is designed to leverage the expertise, resources, and innovation of private sector partners in addressing critical issues such as infrastructure development, job creation, and economic growth in communities across the region. While many of these partnerships are currently in the pipeline, some, such as the Livelihood Improvement Family Enterprises Niger Delta Life ND initiative, involving the federal government, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, IFAD, and the NDDC have successfully taken off. The Life ND project is aimed at improving the livelihoods of rural youth and women through sustainable agricultural enterprises, enhancing food security, and creating job opportunities across the Niger Delta region. The Life ND scheme, which was already operational in 6 states, was expanded last week to include Imo, Akwa Ibom, and River States. This development follows the NDDC's commitment to fulfill its counterpart funding of $30 million, making the project fully operational across all 9 states of the Niger Delta region. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of NDDC, Dr. Samuel Ogbuku, in his address at the event, underscored the importance of strategic partnerships and collaboration in fast-tracking development of the Niger Delta region.
Mr. President has declared state of emergency on agriculture, and this is a laudable agricultural program that will benefit the people of the region. And how can we say we are NDDC? Covering 9 states, when 6 states are already benefiting, and it seems we are depriving the other 3 states from benefiting. It is laudable enough for IFA to take up the percentage of $60 million and the partnership NDDC is to pay $30 million. They have done their best, and right now we are also matching them with our own best.
Earlier in her remarks, IFAD Country Director Mrs. Dede Ahoefa Ekoe commended the Dr. Obuku-led management for their unwavering commitment to the actualization of the initiative.
We will not stop congratulating and commending the NDDC Managing Director and CEO for opening this new chapter, because it is this disbursement and the additional commitment made to support LifeND financially that opened the way to the expansion of LifeND activities in the 3 new states.
Goodwill messages also came in from the governors of Imo, Akwa Ibom and Rivers States, who said they are eagerly waiting to contribute to the success of the projects in their respective states.
I'd like to appreciate NDDC for including the remaining states, Akwa Ibom, Rivers and Imo states, in LifeND projects. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. We've lost 5 years, but it's better late than never.
Several distinguished guests at the event, including representatives of the Honorable Minister for Finance and Coordinating Minister for Economy, Wale Edun, and the Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Food Security, Honorable Abubakar Kyari, commended the NDDC for its strides at enhancing food security, job creation, and agricultural development in the region.
Inside the Niger Delta.
As sea levels continue to rise due to climate change and global warming, coastal communities in the oil-rich Niger Delta region have been grappling with coastal inundation and recurring floods. Obiofu community in Ogba, Egbema Ndoni local government area of River State, which sits on the bank of River Niger, is one of the many coastal communities facing an existential threat as sea levels rise, endangering homes and livelihoods of the people in the community. The community is urgently calling on the government at all levels to intervene before their land is completely eroded.
In recent years, several communities across the Niger Delta region, like Ayetoro in Ondo State and Sangana Akassa in Bayelsa State, have lost a sizable chunk of their lands to rising sea levels. This comes with the loss of lives and valuables, further worsening the socio-economic fortunes of the people. Obiofu community in Ogba, Egbema, Ndoni local government area of River State, just on the brink of River Niger, faces the same existential threat. Once a vibrant fishing and farming hub, the community has lost over 60% of its land to coastal inundation. The livelihoods of its residents, like Mr. Emodi Loki, a retired headmaster, and Mr. Ogwa Duke, a former geography teacher, have been turned upside down by the encroaching waters.
My father's house is now more than the middle of the Niger. So many houses, if they share this community into 4 parts, only 1 part is now remaining.
When I came to this town, knew the town was larger than this. In fact, most of the buildings are now in the middle of the River Niger. Why? Because of landslides.
As rising sea levels and heavy rains relentlessly threaten their homes, residents like Mrs. Ojebeshi Osemede now live in constant fear. Her house now teeters on the very edge of the river, with each passing day a waiting game of when the unforgiving sea will finally claim her home. She can only wish the waters could be held back, but the bleak reality looms closer with each passing day.
The problem now is erection. I did my house, now farmer they do. I know they do English work. See, if we're very far. Now, I'm under problem now. Erection won't carry my house. I no picking, nobody to help me. No husband self in short. Now that's what they pay me. No husband. Who they help me? You know they.
Before coming month, you will see water inside the community. All the backyard, everywhere is water. And erosion is cutting seriously.
In the past, The Niger Delta Development Commission (NDDC) launched a shore protection project to reclaim the lands in Obiofo, raising hopes of a solution to the environmental threat. However, the project remains incomplete till this day, leaving the encroaching waves to explore the vulnerability of this coastal community. Desperate for relief, residents are calling on the NDDC to return and complete the shore protection project, which would prevent further erosion and safeguard what remains of their community.
We are pleading that NDDC should come and continue the good work they have started, so that the community can as well have good position. And also NDDC build Cottage Hospital, uncompleted. For years, we have been writing and calling for them to come and complete it.
We want government to intervene. Government should intervene. Things is very cost now. Coming to see that somebody will build a house, and all of a sudden, within a twinkle of eye, the house will just fall inside river.
NDDC, I beg, they could help me. Come help me for this erection when one carry my house for my community. Everywhere don't occupy, nowhere to stay. No good land, nothing. Election don't carry our house now. Now we are under crying.
More communities across the Niger Delta are on the brink of a similar fate, making it imperative for immediate and coordinated action from all development stakeholders. The preservation of these communities requires urgent intervention before they are lost to the ravaging waters.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Standout Properties Limited presents a real estate opportunity of a lifetime. Bloom Towers, a waterfront twin high-rise buildings of 19 and 21 stories at the edge of the Atlantic Ocean in the prestigious Oniru area, Victoria Island, Lagos. Bloom Towers is a green and smart building project consisting of 1, 2 and 3 bedroom apartments and maisonettes, as well as 10,300 square meters available space for commercial and corporate use. Built for completion in 2027, Bloom Towers has 236 units available for sale with a starting price of 100 million naira. Lock down a unit today with a down payment of 20% and spread the balance over the next 24 months. Contact us on 080-693-47063 or 091-22-656-975.
It's a project that will bring huge return on investment.
Bloom Towers, from foundation to skyline.
Azikil Group, oil and gas, dredging, power and air transportation. Azikil Group, petroleum product sufficiency, energy sustainability and infrastructure development.
Join award-winning ace broadcaster Mahmoud Felix Akuga on Inside the Niger Delta on the following radio stations weekly. Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
As divestment trends and subsequent takeovers in Nigeria's oil and gas sector continue, Bayelsa State Governor Senator Doye Diri has urged companies acquiring exiting firms such as Oando Energy Resources Nigeria Limited, which recently took over the Nigerian Ajib Oil Company, to be prepared to shoulder the liabilities that come with their new acquisition. Governor Diri made this statement last week during a meeting with the management team of Oando Energy at the government house in Yenagoa.
Depending on the oil company in question, their operations in the oil fields of the Niger Delta region often comes with a host of legacy issues, such as neglect of corporate social responsibilities, oil facility failures leading to oil spills, and non-compliance with court orders or penalties, amongst many other concerns. These unresolved issues often lead to direct confrontations between the communities and the companies involved. It is against this backdrop that Bayelsa State Governor Senator Doye Diri last week called on the management of Oando Energy Resources Nigeria Limited, which is set to take over the assets of the Nigerian Ajib Oil Company, to be ready to shoulder its liabilities as well.
But there are a lot of frosty relationships between Ajib and several communities. Just some few weeks ago, we settled one here in Government House. As a state, we are happy that an indigenous company is now in charge. And please be reminded that you have not just acquired the assets only, you have also acquired the liabilities.
Senator Doye Diri also emphasized that qualified indigents should not be limited to lower-ranking positions within the company, but should also be considered for suitable roles at all levels of the oil firm. In his remarks, the managing director of Oando Energy Resources Nigeria Limited, Dr. Ainoje Irune, expressed optimism that the company would begin on a positive note with a focus on establishing a healthy and collaborative working relationship with the Bayelsa State government.
Your Excellency, my pledge to you today is that as Oando has taken over the operations of this asset, what you will see is a continuous rise in the economic prosperity of all of us, both the company and the community, the government, and the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
In a different development, Bayelsa State Governor Doye Diri has called on the federal government to consider an upward review of the 3% of oil proceeds for host communities as provided in the Petroleum Industry Act PIA to 10%. Senator Diri made the call during the inauguration of the Body of Neutrals for the Alternative Dispute Resolution Center in Yenagoa, the state capital, by the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, Engineer Gbenga Komolafe. He also called for the amendments to sections of the Act that exclude state and local governments, stressing that it was an oversight to exclude the two arms of government that directly administer the host communities.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Wife of the Delta State Governor, Dickiness Tobore Oborewori, has awarded grants totaling 10 million naira to 40 women farmers across the state. This initiative is in addition to the distribution of essential food items to 1,200 underprivileged households, aimed at alleviating the hardship faced by indigent citizens. The disbursement exercise, which took place last week in Asaba, was a collaborative effort between Dickiness Oborewori's You Matter Charity Foundation and the Renewed Hope Initiative, RHI, a program spearheaded by Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu.
The You Matter Charity Foundation, led by Dickiness Tobore Oborewori, wife of the Delta State Governor, was established to uplift the vulnerable, especially women and children, by promoting their sense of value and self-worth, regardless of social status. Since its unveiling in August 2023, the foundation has consistently supported communities through women's empowerment, healthcare access, and education, as well as addressing other social issues across the state. Last week, in collaboration with the Renewed Hope Initiative of Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, the foundation awarded cash grants of 250,000 naira each to 40 women, while 1,200 others received essential food items. Addressing the beneficiaries, Dickiness Oborewori urged them to invest the grant wisely to grow their businesses.
I wish to appeal that you make good use of what you will be given today. The farmers should please improve on their farms. With this token, do not eat your seed so that your harvest will be great. Let me again thank the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for always putting smiles on our faces.
The beneficiaries, brimming with excitement, expressed their gratitude to the State First Lady for her initiative, which they say is helping them navigate the current economic hardships.
I want to thank the First Lady very, very well because he has done a lot for us. Because this item, food item that he gave to us now, will serve us in the long way. And our people will be very happy, and our children, they will be alive.
It will help me make a better life for my family, to make increase in my business.
I am very, very happy. My heart is full of joy.
This comes on the heels of the recent distribution of 50,000 Naira business recapitalization grant to 1,000 women petty traders in the state by Senator Oluremi Tinubu, a figure that was doubled to 100,000 Naira through support from Governor Sheriff Oboriowori.
Inside the Niger Delta. Join award-winning ace broadcaster Mahmoud Felix Akuga on Inside the Niger Delta on the following television stations weekly.
Show me who no like better thing. Cause me I like better thing. Show me who no like better.
Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Cause me I love my Niger.
Despite the controversies surrounding the Obi of Abo selection process in the ancient Abo Kingdom in Delta State, Chief Dr. Gregory Oputa, grandson of the renowned Obi Oputa II, has emerged as the chosen candidate to mount the exalted throne of his ancestors. Chief Oputa was last week chalked by the eldest man in the kingdom and the spiritual leader of Abo Kingdom, also known as the Odua. Chief Oputa, who is now the Obi of Abo designate, has since commenced traditional rites leading to his official coronation as the monarch of the kingdom.
The search for a new monarch to ascend the revered throne of Abo Kingdom in Ndokwa East local government area of Delta State has finally come to an end with the chalking of Chief Gregory Oputa, one of the many contenders to the throne. The chalking was performed by the Odua of Abo Kingdom, who is the oldest man in the kingdom and also serves as the spiritual leader of the people. Chief Oputa, who is the grandson of the renowned Obi Oputa II, a monarch who ruled the kingdom in the early 1900s, has now been chosen as the Obi of Abo. Following his emergence, he has commenced the traditional rites leading to his official coronation. These rites include the Uoma, a purification ritual that purges the Obi designate of past wrongdoings and aligns him with the ancestors of the land. The Ugwenyi rite followed, during which an eagle feather was placed on Chief Oputa's cap, symbolizing the immense responsibility he now bears on behalf of the kingdom. Over the weekend, Chief Oputa successfully completed the Ubonwe rite, after which he was officially crowned, assuming full authority and responsibility over Abo Kingdom, pending the presentation of the staff of office by the Delta State government. Speaking to Inside the Niger Delta, the new monarch, who has taken the title Obi Oputa III, declared that his sole mission is to unite the entire kingdom, paving the way for peace and harmony.
I've done a lot here, and now is the time to do more. By His grace, we will move this kingdom forward. Not just this kingdom. By the grace of God, Delta State also will move forward through us. Let us all live happily as one. Let us live in unity.
High Chief Paul Esumai hailed Obi Oputa III as a true son of the land, praising his passion for the kingdom's advancement.
We have been praying, crying to God to give us this opportunity for a very long time. Today we are very happy that we've gotten the type of king Abo has been looking for.
The Odua, who is very old and over 100 years, was unable to perform the crowning himself due to the burden of age and limited mobility. However, The Ozier of Abo Kingdom, Chief Kenneth Odili, who is next in command, stepped in to perform the crowning on his behalf.
And by the grace of God, it's me now, for now. So I take over whatever responsibilities are assigned to the order. In his absence, I take over.
Following the crowning of His Royal Majesty, Gregory Oputa as the Obi of Abo, congratulatory messages from Abo's sons and daughters have continued to pour in. Many of these well-wishers pledging their loyalty to the new Obi have also participated in a solidarity march to declare their support for Obi Oputa III. On Wednesday, September 18th, a group of Abo's indigenes stormed the Delta State Government House in Asaba to express their gratitude to the state government and reaffirm that their entire kingdom stands united behind the new monarch. The Deputy Chief of Staff to Governor Sheriff Oboriowori, Honorable Ifanyo Osakwe, while welcoming the delegation, assured them that the state government is committed to ensuring that the will of the people prevails at all times and that the cultures and tradition of the people are equally upheld.
If it has gone through due process, it will end in due process. So, I want to assure you of the Sheriff Oboriowori's government support for Abo Kingdom.
The indigenes then proceeded to the office of the Special Advisor to Governor Sheriff Oboriowori on Investment, Dr. Tony Amechi, who is also the Adjoint of Abo Kingdom.
I have no doubt in my mind that Greg has the capacity to do great things in Abo. And because I know the kind of man he is, because I know the kind of heart he has, I know that Abo today has a king that will make each and every one of you proud.
Inside the Niger Delta.
Well, it is on that note we draw the curtain on the program. Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region, will be back same time, same station next week. Until then, you can follow us on our social media handles shown right now on your screens. And please remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel at NDNTV Nigeria for these stories and many more. Until next week, I am Mamode Akuga thanking you for staying tuned. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Sunday Shomari in for Jackson Mvunganyi. This week on the Red Carpet, we have a chat with Fikash Yeshewas, a rising star in the Ethiopian music with her angelic voice and uplifting message in her songs. A new film explores the fight for the survival of the forest in Cameroon. In Nairobi, a new restaurant is using robots to serve dinners. The annual Basketball Festival 2024 will be held from October 24th to 27th at the University of Ghana in Accra. This year's festival opens with sports, fashion, and an entertainment summit. Organizers of the annual Africa Basketball Festival, ABF, recently launched the festival to celebrate African basketball and fashion in the United States at an event in Laurel in the state of Maryland. One of the speakers at the launch was former NBA player and basketball executive Nana Papayao Mensah-Bonsu, who spoke to Red Carpet about the potential and future of basketball in Africa.
I'm Pops Mensah-Bonsu here at the Africa Basketball Festival,
celebrating the game, celebrate Africa, fashion, culture, and loving what they do by using the game of basketball to reach the youth. And you see the transcending abilities of the sport and how it can influence the younger generation. So, always going to support with that said. And, somebody like myself who has an academy too that wants to use the game of basketball to help influence the younger people of Ghana is beautiful to see. So I'm just glad to be a part of it and looking forward to what the future holds.
Yeah. So Africa is the youngest continent in the world, has the youngest population. What kind of potential do you see the game of basketball having on the continent?
I see infinite and endless potential. There's a reason why the BAL is in Africa now. There's a reason why the NBA and FIBA invested in the game. There's a reason why there's academies there. There's a lot of outside investment coming into Ghana now, or into Africa, I should say, because they see the talent. They see the pool. Obviously, like you said, Africa is going to be the youngest and largest population in the world in the next 10 to 15 years. So with that said, we have to make sure we equip this younger generation with the necessary tools to be successful. And, using sports is definitely a way to expedite that process.
Fika Yeshewas, a rising star in the Ethiopian music scene, is captivating audiences with her angelic voice and uplifting message in her songs. Her latest album, Fika, meaning love in Amharic, delves into personal and social issues while also celebrating themes of love, self-discovery, and mutual respect. During a recent visit to VOA Studios, Yeshewas performed her music and sat down for an interview with our colleague, Hatam Seyum.
Salam. My name is Fikr Yeshewas. I am a singer, songwriter, and a designer. Hey. Salani lingarer, ownat maninatin, fensum nanyelalo, alamnam sitatin. I've always been singing ever since I was a kid. Just kind of grew up with me. I used to play a few instruments when I was a little kid and participate in the media programs and events while I was in elementary school. So I kept up with it up to a certain point, and then I'd stopped it for a little bit while I was doing my studies, and then once I finished, I sort of went back to it. I believe that music is a universal language, and I believe that it's a great tool to bring people together from all over the world. So I try to focus my music on peace and love and unity for the most part, and also just to talk about certain issues that are stigmatized and discriminated against by at least our culture and our society, and kind of bring that to light. ማነው ፍርሃተኛ ሁሉ ጻድቅ ቢሆን ማነው ኃጢአተኛ ሁሉ ጀግና ቢሆን I wanted to do something or release a song that was different and wasn't super mainstream, but still important to discuss. So my friend and I, when we were going over the topics of what to sing about or what to do for our first song, we decided that it would be about mental health. So that's kind of how it started, and I think it's a great topic to be discussed amongst people in the society, especially not just in our country, but in the African culture. I think it's something not talked about enough. I believe we have a lot to share when it comes to music and entertainment and culture with the rest of the world. So my goal is really to bridge the gap between our culture and our music with the Western world.
In the forests of Cameroon, a new battle is being waged not just for the survival of the trees, but for the preservation of cultural heritage and traditional medicine. The new film, A Cry from the Forest, produced by Cameroonian actress and filmmaker Laura Onyama, explores the devastating effects of deforestation in West Africa. VOA's Kali Abdu brings us the story of art intersecting with environmental advocacy.
As deforestation continues to threaten biodiversity across Africa, creative voices are rising to bring attention to the issue.
Bamba.
In Cameroon, a new film titled A Cry from the Forest is doing just that. The movie, produced by Laura Onyama, highlights the struggle between traditional medicine and the encroaching modern world, all set against the backdrop of forest degradation.
Yeah, I'm a producer, actress, and I own a production company called Ola Productions. We just did our first movie, A Cry from the Forest, which was sponsored by WWF and AFD France. And this movie talks about forest conversion and the relationship between scientific medicine and traditional medicine from the perspective of the indigenous man.
For Onyama, this project was not without challenges. Being a first-time producer, she faced the hurdles of the film industry, but was buoyed by the support of her team and the local communities where they filmed. The story is deeply personal, reflecting the struggles of Cameroon's English-speaking minority in making their voices heard on both the national and international stages. The film's environmental message is echoed by experts worldwide who emphasize the critical state of our planet's biodiversity.
We are in the midst of a biodiversity crisis, a climate change crisis, and a pandemic crisis.
The issue of deforestation in Cameroon is not just a local problem, it is a global one. With forests being cut down at alarming rates, the loss of biodiversity is a significant concern. Experts argue that the future of our planet hangs in the balance.
Are we going to trash it? Are we going to destroy it? Or are we going to wake up and realize that the future of our planet is up to us, and we better take care of both its climate and its biodiversity?
In 2017, as deforestation accelerated, some communities in Cameroon began adopting alternative fuel sources to protect their forests. Residents in Mbile village, for example, started using clay stoves and briquettes made from sawdust, significantly reducing their reliance on firewood. This initiative helps save approximately 16 tons of dry wood per day, providing a model for sustainable living that could be replicated across the region.
Okay, personally, my production company is focused on making films on nature, environment, and wildlife. So trust me, when you hear of Ola Productions, expect such beautiful stories, documentaries, fiction films, and all of that. So that's what you should expect from Ola Production.
As A Cry from the Forest continues to tour, gaining recognition, it serves as a powerful reminder of the urgent need to protect our planet. The film not only raises awareness, but also amplifies the voices of those most affected by environmental degradation, calling for global action to preserve the natural world for future generations.
A new restaurant in Kenya is generating business and buzz, not just because of the food, but because of the staff. Robots serving dishes is the main attraction of diners who flock to the Robot Cafe. Juma Majanga reports from Nairobi, Kenya.
Welcome. It's lunchtime at the Robot Cafe in Nairobi's Kileleshwa suburb, and an unusual waitress is causing excitement.
Thank you, Nadia.
Nadia is one of 3 robot waitresses incorporated here to improve service delivery. This is a first in East Africa.
You assign them duties in the morning like normal waiters. You tell them which tables one particular robot is supposed to go, or what is expected to do there. Because for instance, they do more than just survey. They sing happy birthday. For instance, let's say you do a reservation and you have a birthday. It's going to deliver you your cake with the message and everything, and also sing happy birthday with you with the background of waitresses.
Use of robotic technology in the food service industry is not new. Restaurants with robot waiters have opened in the United States, China, and other places. But the concept is new to Africa. Since opening in Nairobi 2 months ago, Robot Cafe staffers say the reception has been good, with the robots being the attraction for customers like Brooke Abito, who is here today with his family for lunch.
I was happy to show my kids this, in Africa, in your own backyard. So yeah, it was very good. You can see that the technology needs a bit of development, but it's really nice how the robots take the food, they come and serve you. And when I come back next time, I want to see the robots more interactive, taking your orders, bringing your food. But it's a very good first step.
According to government data, the hospitality industry is one of the big sources of employment in Kenya. The introduction of robots in the sector brings fears of people being driven out of work by machines. However, industry experts like Edith Ojuang say there is no cause for alarm, as the technology will just serve as a tool to improve efficiency and quality of service delivery.
I really don't think it can face off the entire human labor, but it will be incorporated still, just like we have incorporated the other technology, and we've used it to improve our human labor and worked together.
Ojuang's advice is for Kenyan schools to incorporate technology training into their hospitality curriculum in readiness for the shift.
If we keep training people the traditional way, and by the time they're released in the industry, technology has already gone a notch higher. It becomes scary for them already, and it becomes difficult to be able to adopt.
Experts say the era of automated restaurants has finally begun in Africa, and diners should expect more integration of robots in their dining experiences.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host for today, Sunday Shomari. For more on your entertainment news, please check us out on www.voaafrica.com or on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone. Hello and welcome to VOA's Red Carpet. I'm Sunday Shomari in for Jackson Mvunganyi. This week on Red Carpet, a 24-year-old Nigerian amputee overcomes obstacles to pursue his Paris 2024 Paralympic dream. We chat with the Mozambican band Yababuluku Boys to learn more about their mega hit featuring Burna Boy. Africa's gaming industry is estimated to surpass $1 billion in revenue this year. Plus, Fashion Award winner Ruth Chirwa is transforming the industry in Malawi and other developing countries. Let's begin. 24-year-old Ide Umaru Jabiru says he always dreamt of one day carving out his path to the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, and his amputated left arm was not an obstacle. VOA Africa reporter Bureima Balima has the young athlete's story from Niamey Niger, narrated by Omar Kaseko.
Ide Omaro Jabiros grew up mimicking other martial arts athletes, but never imagined practicing martial arts like most young boys his age. He still believed in his heart that one day he will carve out his own path to the Paralympic Games. Now he's looking forward to participating in this year's Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, taking place from August 28 to September 8 in Paris. Jabiro says he believed his grandfather, who kept telling him to not see his amputated left arm as an obstacle.
When I was little, I liked playing football. It's football that I like the most. When I competed for the first time outside, it was in Turkey. People thought I was there because of football. Now, it's Taekwondo that has taken over.
The 24-year-old athlete has already made history as the first Paralympic athlete from Niger to compete in para-taekwondo, which debuted as a Paralympic game in Tokyo 2020. He attributes his success to his grandfather, who was his first coach. He calls him Papa Cho, a reference to Niger's Olympic coach, Grandmaster Hyong Ko Cho. His father, Ide Omaro, says Jabiro's discipline is remarkable.
Jabiro was 8 years old when he had an accident and his hand was amputated. After completing his high school diploma, he joined the club of Mi Tijani, the brother of his maternal grandmother. From the moment he entered the discipline, we noticed that he is really motivated, and by the grace of God, he has reached this stage. I never thought he could reach this level. Since he left, we regularly receive his calls. Now we wish him good luck. We pray for him every day.
Jabiro says he couldn't contain his excitement the moment he realized he could take his dream to the world stage.
My objective is not to participate for the sake of participating. It is to participate to make our national anthem, the national anthem of Niger, resound.
Jabiro's participation in the Paris 2024 Paralympics Games will be closely followed by his fans. As a young Nigerian with a disability to engage in sports and compete internationally, Jabiro's achievement is a source of pride for his family and his country.
The Yaba Buluku boys from Mozambique captured international attention with their single Yaba Buluku, especially after a collaboration with Nigerian megastar Burna Boy turned the song into a global hit. The group spoke to Red Carpet's VOA's Jackson Mvunganyi about how the band came together and how Burna Boy involvement made the already chart-topping song into a massive global hit.
It took, I guess, three forces of Mozambican contemporary music to come together into one unit to be able to break that barrier that has been there for a long time. To cross over and you've done it. Were you surprised that the feedback internationally
was like a dream, bro? Yeah, it was like something that someone will wake up me, bro.
Yeah. This is not happening.
Yeah. We won't expect that because that the music will be a bang in Mozambique. We were expecting that, but
because you had the market already, you had the audience.
Yeah. Because almost everything we produce, we do is
it does well.
It does well.
Yeah.
In Mozambique, but not outside. You see, outside Mozambique, and then Nigeria.
We are the first Mozambican hitting Nigeria.
Yes.
Yeah, in Mozambican history.
And that was before Burna Boy jumped on the song?
Yes, the original was #1 song.
No way.
Wow. That's why Burna Boy was
that's how he got interested.
Yes.
Like, I have to jump on this.
So the first guy was
who reached out.
He reached out through his
representative.
Through his artist. One of his artists.
Leah?
No, the boy, the guy, the songwriter.
I know who you're talking about,
So we was planning to go to Nigeria because the song was banging there. So we was chatting that we are coming there. When Davido went back to Nigeria, he called me, bro, this guy is down here, where you were, man, where you were? He said, no, bro, we didn't come now, but we'll come soon. On that time, our manager called Tariq and said, hey, bro, what do you think, what do you feel if the Burna Boy want to jump on this song?
Yeah. Wow.
What a question. What a question. Bro, just record and send us the stems. Yes. Yeah. You see, and then on that time, record time. Yeah. That he record, he send the stems. But the master
producer
did his work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did it well. So we fly to Nigeria to shoot the video, and yeah, the song was banging. The song was #1 in Nigeria, was #1 in South Africa, was #1 in Namibia, was #1. And all platforms, the song was #1.
Wow.
Yeah.
Africa's gaming industry is estimated to surpass $1 billion in revenue this year. Its rapid growth is fueled by a young population, better internet access, and a rising number of game developers who focus on animation and storytelling. Some creative artists in Kenya have developed video games and films based on African folklore and urban tales. Mohammed Yusuf reports from Nairobi.
After more than 6 months of working on their gaming and animation projects, these creative Kenyan young men and women have been finally able to showcase their work at the Alliance Francaise in Nairobi, hoping fans will like their African stories and buy their video games at home and abroad. Their video gaming and animation development was funded by the French government. Saj Nukwe is a film and media attaché at the French embassy in Kenya. He says the embassy has sponsored these creative artists.
That's impressive.
Well, game and animation are two vectors of employment. We believe the creative industries in general are a great source of employment because the entry point is not as high as other sectors. And we have just so much talent, so many people that are creative, that have projects, that have ideas and concepts, but they are not able to go all the way with them just because of lack of resources. So that's where we saw a gap, and we wanted to come in to change the paradigm and hopefully allow the whole ecosystem to become sustainable.
Can I tell you the legend of Mbika?
The attendees of Kenya Young Game Developers and Animators Incubator Program watched a video game exploring cultural and environmental themes such as climate change. Other short films covered topics like mental health, family connections, romantic relationships, as well as existential issues.
I think what I would like to see is many people playing it, especially from Africa, and people being able to identify with it, because one thing I've noticed is that there are many young people who play games in Africa, and but they mostly play Western games. And when we ask them, they say because our games are not that cool, and so this is me trying to make something cool for the young people, and I hope they will see it like as such.
And I would say the importance of storytelling in gaming is it's very crucial because we need to tell our own stories through digital mediums such as animation and gaming.
The video game market in Africa has shown promising growth, from $862 million in revenue in 2022 to a projected $1 billion in 2024, an 8.7% increase according to the Newzoo Games Analytics company. These events in Kenya are part of a greater effort to support game developers and animators, help them finance their projects, learn new skills, and help them realize their dreams.
Ruth Chirwa is transforming the fashion industry in Malawi and other developing countries, winning awards and gaining international recognition for her designs. Chilwa's fashion line, Upi Collection, is hosting a fashion show next month that aims to break down barriers between people with disabilities and those without. Lamek Masina reports from Mzuzu City in northern Malawi.
Ruth Chilwa's entry into the fashion industry was not planned.
I never thought about fashion designing. I never thought that I'll be a fashion designer. Growing up, all I thought was I would do business management.
But that changed when a lecturer suggested she switched to fashion design because of the stylish outfits she wore to class. Now, 3 years into her career, Chilwa has received praise for her designs and started a fashion brand, Upi Collection, based in Mzuzu, Malawi.
I remember in 2022, I managed to win an award for Focus on Ability short films first of all. I won as Best Actress on my documentary that I submitted.
She was also named Best Female Star Fashion Designer at the 2023 Shining Stars Africa Awards. And recently, Chilwa's designs were shown in Portugal thanks to the help of fellow Malawian designers Rili Afonso and Zandria. It has not always been easy for Chilwa, who recalls times when some people refused to buy clothes from her because she has a disability. But she says she has managed to curb discrimination by believing in herself and meeting her clients' expectations.
When it comes to my creations, I always want to deliver, and also it's a matter of me doing what I know best.
Celebrities and prominent fashion designers in Malawi like Chris Ngalu appreciate the uniqueness of her designs.
A lot of fashion designers in Malawi, they like to just stand behind making clothes with, like, for example, Chitenje and stuff. But her stuff is like out of the box. It's very modern and it's a breath of fresh air.
Chilwa has also become a source of pride for her former learning institution.
Ruth has inspired many learners with disabilities here. Most people with disabilities tend to be down on themselves, but Ruth has proven that anyone can do anything.
Chilwa is preparing to host a fashion show early next month that aims to challenge societal norms and promote diversity and inclusion, especially of people with disabilities. Lamek Masina, VOA News, Mzuzu, Malawi.
Thanks for watching VOA's Red Carpet. I'm your host, Sunday Shomari. For more information on entertainment news, visit www.voaafrica.com or find us on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone.
Hello and welcome to a special edition of Our Voices. I am Oriane Itangishaka. On today's show, we'll hear from African women who are using technology to better their lives and their businesses. It is part of an exciting new multimedia series called Startup Africa, co-produced in cooperation with our affiliate partners, Channels TV in Nigeria, City TV in Ghana, KTN in Kenya, NBS in Uganda, and RTV in Rwanda. The series focuses on tech startups across Africa. But what is tech startup and how do you make it work? Here's what some people told us.
Startup, for me, I understand, is where you want to start up a business. You come up with a plan, an idea, maybe where you want to have your business and what you want to do.
So startup is like when you are starting your business or any idea that you have and you want to put it in practical way.
Definitely you have to address a particular need. You have identified your market and you've seen a niche, so you have to bring into your startup to fill that gap.
The startup phase is when you have dreamt of an idea to be able to solve a certain solution in the community. You bootstrap the process, and then you get to the point where you have a viable product or a viable service that you're showing to people. Once you're making an impact in the lives of people, you're solving a specific problem. That, for me, it's just the beginning as a startup.
Uganda technology and skill consultant Ruth Musoke Benzika has some of the answers.
For anybody to have a very successful startup, first of all, you must have the vision, the courage, and the ability to know that you fall, but you can raise up. If you don't have that, it doesn't work. Because, if you're starting up something, you are beginning from scratch. You're trying to reinvent something that probably has not been done before, and a number of times you're going to get people who will tell you it will not work. Some will tell you it is not possible. Some will tell you it is not of this time. And it means that you really need to have that strength to say, this is what I want. You need to be able to see far more than what other people can see.
Catherine Karimbo Gichungin had the courage to say yes. The Kenyan entrepreneur launched her startup, Raid and International, to help people in the informal sector better advertise their skills and find more work. Here's her story.
Redden Directory is an application that is available on Android and enables informal sector to be seen on the internet space. It's an application that delivers all skilled workers, both informal and formal sector, onto the internet space. So they're able to be seen on the internet. Data is bigger than oil. It's what will enable us now build an informal sector bank that enables us alleviate the problem of the betting and the loans and all that. And when we are looking at employment, we'll be able to source and enable counties to solve the problem of unemployment, because we have a business model that targets both employing the informal sector and also building the jobs as we speak. So right now we don't know how many nurses in our county in Nairobi. We don't know how many electricians are in Westlands Market in Kamukunji. We don't know how many people are panel beating the pans. We don't know, but this platform will be able to give us that information and that data to help them better, give them loans, and data is everything right now for the government.
I've been Radiant Directory from around 2015. I choose to go to ladders, just open the phone, open the app, then Google what you want and get the assistance.
So working in Nigeria, I met several other people. There was Dangote, there was Dr. Mike Adenuga, I've worked with Dr. Chris Kirubi. I could see them coming from humble backgrounds and making it big and impacting the society in a very, very big way. I'm trying to use technology, and I'm not telling them to self-register or download an app. They have no time, they don't have the kind of phone, and they don't have the money for data. So I'm going to them. I've devised a way from what I learned from my time in Safaricom and M-Pesa to be able to use that know-how to go out to the villages and form a network of agents that bring the informal sector to the internet space. So for you to become an agent, you have to have the passion to go out there and have the passion for the informal sector. So our agents are created on the back end of our system. So there's a business model. We are able to structure the fees. So we started with $200 shillings, so that is shared within the agency structure. So we recruit you, for example, and you become an agent. So you are an agency, and you are able to add 50 school Form 4 leavers under you, up to 100 if you like. So that creates instant employment, and it's Africans to change Africa. It's us Kenyans to do something. So I'm just doing something.
I work for Redant as an agent. My work basically involves going to the street, looking for new service providers. We register them so that they can acquire more customers through our online platform, that is Redant Directory. So far, I've been able to register 7 people. If I'm registering a customer, that is a service provider, you just pay 200 bob, which goes to the company through the pay bill, and that's all. You'll never pay anything else.
I want to join Redant Directory now so that I can spread the tattoo art. I choose Redant Directory just to spread, to get more market. I've interacted with some of the people on the directory of Redant, and the feedback was good.
Funding is not, it doesn't come easy. So I've funded using my other consulting services. So if once I get some money, then it goes into funding the building of the code. Redant Directory is not yet profitable, so hopefully we will be a big brand. But everyone is trying to get into the informal space right now. We have a saying at Redant Directory: the fact that Ronaldo is a very good football player does not stop Messi from playing.
It's time to take a break. When we come back, we'll go to Kenya and talk to a female entrepreneur about how her insurance startup has changed her life despite the financial hurdles and organizational stress of her new business. Stay with us.
Being part of Our Voices is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Welcome back, you with Our Voices. When Ines Maina launched the Kenyan insurance startup Bismart, she learned that being an entrepreneur changes your life. Despite the financial difficulties of starting any new business, she says that her approach to life is now simpler. Let's look at her startup journey.
When I got into insurance, I discovered there's a lot of friction between insurance companies, insurance agents, and customers. And every day I kept asking, why, how can we reduce this friction? Because customers would complain. I get to know that I was not covered when there's a claim. And the insurance, from their point of view, they have given all the information through a policy document. So I needed to understand what is the real problem. Most of the young people have their income is not consistent. So how do we enable them accept insurance as a risk mitigation solution to their financial issues? And also, how can they access it hassle-free, conveniently, and at the comfort of their mobile phone?
Working with Bismart, I think I've loved their services. I don't get to deal directly with the insurance company. I deal directly with Bismart, which makes my work so easy because I just need to sit back and they'll handle everything else. We're in the digital era, we are in the 21st century, and things can be done in a better way. Things can be done in an easier way. So you find that if we have the startups that are bridging the gap, then it just works out very perfectly for the rest of us here.
The problem we are solving is actually in the insurance sector. The penetration of insurance in Kenya is very low. And actually, in Africa, apart from South Africa, most of the African countries, the insurance penetration is very low. Now, when you look at the demography of Africa, we have a very young population. You know, median age, 19 years old. And the insurance has been selling the same old products, the same way, same distribution channels, but then it means they cannot access the current customer. My lifestyle has changed. It has become simpler and easier. You see, when you're employed, you're a bit extravagant because you see, you know that every month there'll be more money, and so you can spend as much as you can because there's more money coming. And of course, the things that drives you when you're employed are different from what drives you when you're an entrepreneur. When I was quitting my job, I thought that when you quit job, you need a big office, many employees, so that then that's a measure of success. Look at today, I think different. It's how lean can I scale my business? How can I scale my business without increasing my costs? So those are the things that I look at. One of my biggest challenges was the funding. When I was quitting my job, I had estimated that my savings would last me for 2 years. And before the end of the year one, the finances were over. Yeah. The other challenge was, you start this journey, you need a team, you need people who will believe in this dream, not because you're paying them a lot of money, but because they are here, they believe in your vision. And in 10, 15 years, we hope to have democratized insurance. When I say democratization of insurance, whereby it's an open market that anyone can get in and get, whatever products they want. And how we do that is that we're building an infrastructure that will be able to connect customers and insurance companies and, existing African social groups and institutions to all be able to pull their risks together. Our expenses were quite high. So I would lower the cost of running the business, start small and with the customers, designing with customers one by one without thinking of before scaling. I think the first one was to quit my job. That's very important. There is no worse decision. Yes, because even that decision has really taught us a lot. So I would say, for me, it's not about whether the decision is good or bad. It is a decision has to be made at the time it needs to be made. My mantra is, whether it is right or wrong, make the decision. You will learn the lessons as you progress.
Launching a startup often means finding investors who are willing to fund your vision. Here's what consultant Ruth Musoke Benzika had to say on some of the challenges facing young innovators.
A number of times when you're starting a business, and tech basically falls in there, it's very hard to find somebody who's going to finance a startup business. It's so hard. There are very few people who are able to do that, but there are people who are able to say, okay, if I find a very good idea, I can be able to put in some money, buy shares in the company. I can't be able to there are some, they call them they are angels that are willing to say, okay, yes, angel investors, I'm able to invest in such a business. Sometimes it could be from your family. If you're a young person into tech and you go and talk to your brother and talk to your mother and say, mommy or daddy or brother or cousin, this is what I want to do, but I need you to give me a hand up. Give me some money to start. They are willing. Young people don't have a lot of capital. They have not yet built a lot of networks. And a number of times we are saying, start with a small core team. So we advise young people, startups, start lean, start small. Start small, but knowing where you want to go. The moment the business keep on growing, keep on filling the core strategic areas and the core positions for your business.
Uganda entrepreneur Hilda Asimwe says the core goal of her startup Digital Health Access is to improve African healthcare in bringing patients closer to doctors through a digital health network. Here's her story.
My name is Hilda Asimwe. Digital Health Access connects health service providers and professionals to patients through a mobile phone. What patients have to do is go on the app, check for any doctor they want to talk to, and consult or book an appointment. I actually started it in 2013 because of my mother. My mother developed a rare disease, started swelling all over the body. So we went to see a doctor, but the doctor gave us some painkillers, but the lady was really in pain. The whole night she was groaning. I searched the whole of Google, but I couldn't get anything. So it came to me like, what if I had these doctors, as many as possible, on a platform where I could chat with them? I woke up one morning and I quit my job. And I got a developer who I sat with in his house for the next 48 hours until the website was up. So that's how I started Digital Health Access.
For a unit like mine, which is a specialist unit, it's not a general unit, it's not like people walk in all the time. We want Cornerstone to be seen over the whole country. And even in our sector in Uganda, health is not advertised. We can't advertise ourselves. Then there's this digital health access, which comes in that we can link patients to the specialists, and that means also it brings in the issue of trust, that maybe the patients trust digital health access to do all the due diligence on the facility, on the specialist, so that when the patient goes through digital health access, he knows I'm going to get value for money, I'm going to really see someone who is a specialist and not a crook and what. And young people have a challenge, they fear hospitals. It's very hard to see a teenager just walking, and sometimes they suffer with these diseases and they don't know whom to talk to. This is the time to use the app. Accordingly
to our analytics, Google Analytics, actually more of our visitors are between the age of 18 and 28. So, and according to our analytics still, the most questions are asked about sexual reproduction. So I think we are more helping the youth in this case, because they're the ones who normally shy out to ask these questions in institutions. So they look at us as the easy solution. I think the most challenge is spending every saving I've ever worked for the last 30 years on this company. We put almost everything. I even sold my car that I had got from my previous work. It gets tougher, but the good thing is that every call from a client makes it worthwhile. Every time you have a hospital registering and someone telling you we have an appointment, it makes it worthwhile. But as a company, success is when I have every small clinic, every small pharmacy, deep village accessing digital health access to anyone, even those that cannot afford a mobile phone. I would love to have a system that connects the whole health system in Africa in one place. And I'm very sure in the next 5 years, we're going to be having the most interactive health forum. We're going to be having the most visited site.
Asimwe says she learned the hard way about starting small.
The hardest decision I made is to fire my 7 salespeople. The next day I came back to office and I was all alone. It came back to the same way I'd started. When I fired them, I didn't want it, but I had to because I couldn't pay them anymore. It was the hardest. Actually, I was even thinking of taking a loan so that I can keep them on the team, but one great man said a company can never be run on a loan. I had to move at least like the next month, 3-4 months, until the landlord had to lock me out of my own office, where I spent almost 10,000 to brand. So now I'm working on the streets. So I have to meet these people in hotels. It has actually made me stronger. I've never been more passionate about this business like it is after they have locked me out. Actually, like, this lady does not know what she's doing when she was closing me out. I was like, I'm going to be the most important person in the next 3 years. And I may even buy this building one day. I know it is not easy, but vision never dies.
It's time to take another quick break. So do you know of any startup business on the continent that we should be keeping our eyes on? If so, let us know on Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. The number is right there on your screen. Our handle online is @VOA Our Voices. use the hashtag VOA Our Voices so we can find your comments. After the break, we'll take a look at how coronavirus pandemic is impacting entrepreneurs. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. The ongoing coronavirus pandemic is changing all of our lives. Here's how the virus has impacted some of the entrepreneurs in our Startup Africa series.
Man, it has hit us hard. COVID has put everyone in a very difficult situation.
Never experienced anything remotely so cataclysmic.
Transport tech startups have been affected negatively.
I'll say the biggest thing that is frightening is the uncertainty. There's a huge level of uncertainty. We are seeing how people are responding. We don't know when we see the next wave.
The economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is still unclear. And that uncertainty is bad for capital markets.
The business is, since the lockdown, it's been lower than, it's been on survival mode.
People are fearing health facilities because they think they might actually be at risk of getting COVID-19.
We are obviously in certain times, but we've brought our company closer and our team closer together and forced us to really focus on what is important.
It's very important for you to have your own courage to say, yes, I'll make it no matter what. And even when I fall down, I'll raise up and walk and move ahead.
While most companies are losing business during the pandemic, analyst Ruth Musoke Benzika says tech flexibility gives it a greater adaptability.
For me, I think that COVID has actually created a lot of opportunities for people in the tech sector. You can see that people are now more open to online meetings. Instead of coming to meet, people are able to go online and meet. People are more accepting to technology before, at whatever ages. You are now seeing more people who are able to say, okay, instead of going to a market, I would rather go online on an app and I'm able to order what I want.
The co-founder of Nigeria's Helium Health, Tito Ovia, says coronavirus is having an uneven impact across Africa startups.
We've seen from the healthcare tech industry like I'm in, there have been many innovations, many telemedicine solutions, contact tracing solutions that have come up to be able to help and fight the pandemic. However, fintech companies have actually suffered, during this point in time, as a lot of them make their money through, businesses and processing their payments and aviation. Agritech as well might have also suffered in the time because, again, can they really now be able to reach the farmers that they need to? So it really depends on what tech industry you're in. Healthcare, honestly, I would say is booming, but we might find that definitely others have been suffering.
For Ines Maina, the economic impact of COVID-19 is reducing demand for insurance through her Bismarck startup.
The year had started very well until when the lockdown was announced. we actually had to close our office to cut on costs so that we can keep the business on survival mode. And you know, insurance is luxury. We saw a decline in number of people who are buying new policies. So basically, we were maintaining the old customers, and some of them had to downgrade just to cut on the cost. However, it should be the other way, because people need to protect themselves against the risks that face them. But that was not the case.
Ruth Musoke Binzika says innovators prosper by aligning startup strategies with changing market conditions.
For innovators, this is your time. Use COVID to innovate. Come up with solutions. If you have a very good solution, I am sure you will always find a funder. Importantly, keep your integrity. Once you have integrity and you have a good innovation, the sky is the limit.
That's our show for today. Thanks to our Startup Africa co-production partners, Channels TV in Nigeria, City TV in Ghana, KTN in Kenya, NBS in Uganda, and RTV in Rwanda. Look for the whole Startup Africa series on the station broadcasting VOA programs, including this station, or visit our website, voanews.com. Thanks for watching Our Voices. I'm Oriane Itangishaka.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Traditions, customs, these are the beliefs that have been passed down to us from generations. They're part of our culture. They give us a sense of identity. But some of them are harmful practices, especially to women. Today with my sisters, we're going to be discussing all about this. We have Chisom in the house, Fumi, Adeswa, Anne, and myself, Saudat. Please join us in a few minutes when we come back from the break. Welcome to TW Conversations.
So, welcome back. It's about traditions today. There are good ones and there are not so good ones. So with my sisters in the room today, we'll be talking about traditions that we need to probably shy away from or look for us to correct how they are actually applied or do away with totally. So I'll start with Adeswa.
Is it because I'm closest to you?
Because you are Edo. Because it's
tradition is important to us. You're right.
Important
You're right.
to you.
You're right. You're right.
So
you're right.
tell me, what do you think about tradition? What areas of the tradition can be better managed or applied or to be done away with?
You know what? I'd like to start, first of all, because I listened to Saudat's intro and it just put something in my head. I want to talk about how do traditions happen. Because you see, when you said Edo, Oba Atokpei, and we say Ise, there's a thing of pride.
What does it mean?
That's made the long live the king, and we said Amen.
Yes.
That's what it is. It's
Like they do in England?
God save the queen. So it says, long live the king. You know, in my place, there's no question about the fact that if an Oba dies, it's his first son that takes title. In Edo land, if a man dies, you don't have to worry about going to court. It is the first son. That's why you find that, they said in my land, women don't stay in husband's house. Just go born firstborn here. That's one of the bad sides of it. Yeah. Born firstborn boy here. Born firstborn boy here. So that
they take every...
So that, because there's no question. Anyway, but I mean, so really and truly, traditions, how do they start? It's from time. Why do we have this tradition? We're one of the oldest kingdoms. I proudly say the oldest kingdom south of Sahara. You know what I mean? It's age. With time, traditions build. She says ways people do things, they become a culture. They become a way of life. Yeah. So why don't we look, first of all, at some of the ones that can be negative? Off the top of your head, you are only 21.
In Edo, since you have told us about Long Live the King,
yes.
What do you think could be negative in that?
No, that's
because
one...
I spent my youth corps in Edo, by the way, and far back then, when the king died, you better stay in your house. There were very negative issues about people missing.
For example, this is true, you know, in the past. No, the truth is, in the past, when Noba died, they would bury him
with somebody now.
Yes, they would bury him with somebody. That was what it was, but with time.
But even in Ife Kingdom as well.
Ife is from
Which
Benin
means
now.
that changed, which means that we can actually change some of the traditions.
Yes.
So now that we look at, there are some things we don't like that we're talking about today, it means one of the things is, can we change it? If it's bad for us, we'll change it.
Tell me some of the traditions that you think exist today that really should be.
would rather it changed.
Like in the Igbo culture, if your husband dies, you have to...
Widowhood practices.
Yes, widowhood practices. You have to bathe with... I don't think they do that now, but I know they used to. And I'm still sure that some place...
You've not said what they do.
They would have to drink the water...
Or that they used to wash the body.
Yes, that they used to wash the body of...
Why is that so?
Because I think it's an affirmation to... know that you didn't kill your husband. Yes, your husband. And to me, it doesn't make any sense.
If the wife dies, do they make the husband drink the water?
No.
Okay, so this is just for husband,
yes.
for when the man dies.
Why don't we put this in perspective?
In fact, when you're talking about Igbo culture, today on the radio, as I was coming here, I heard when they were talking about this Osu practice, and the Igbo people have decided in Anambra State, this December that they're going to, so they've said, yes, they said they're going to abolish it. Now, even some people have had concerns that even when they say it's abolished, there are people that still have stereotypes and still say...
No, but you have to understand what an Osu is. An Osu is an outcast. Just like what you're talking about in Edo land, where, for example, when the king died, they would bury him with some live people. They were usually the slaves that were used for such things. And that's how it happened, and it's slaves that became...
notion.
Widowhood practices.
Widowhood practices. The bath water, because also I'm multicultural here. I'm multi-traditional. I grew up in the East quite a lot. The bath water, was it to prove that the woman didn't kill her husband, or it was just what was expected of a befitting wife of a dead man?
No,
because
from what you hear, I mean,
because because the notion, we have to be careful that people don't.
Yeah, from what I hear, I think it's an affirmation. It's to clarify that the woman is innocent. Yes, doesn't have, especially when the man dies young, or they have like some issues in their family.
Can I share a personal example? Because I lost a brother. He was only 49 when he died, and he had a widow. Now, in my place, they say you should swear. That's in the Edo land. You must swear that you didn't have a hand in what happened. And I remember telling my sisters, my sister-in-law then, she was afraid. I said, listen, let's go, because traditional things will happen. He was 49, people felt what could have killed him. All they want to do is to be sure that, and they said that you had to kill a goat. I said, you know what, don't worry. For as long as I am there, you will not do anything. And I ensured that she didn't do anything. However, they made her, because all they do, they have a council, they made her stand, and she said, okay, it's an affirmation that, okay, is this your husband? Yes, he is. Do you have any hand in his death? No. Do you have children? Yes. How many children? 1 or 2 years. It's agonizing. Somebody is mourning and you're doing that. Yes, but you see, sometimes, because we had a little of a disagreement, I told my sister-in-law, just do it, because we don't want trouble. It doesn't take anything out of you.
Do they do it to the men? If
it does, of course. I've never seen a man die. I'm talking about my example. I don't know what happens when a man dies.
Number one,
when a woman
it shows that Adesua believed to a certain extent that we needed to respect what tradition wanted of us, but for us to manage it and not, you know, open ourselves to very negative issues. I'd like you to expatiate on this issue of, is it always, you know, anything that's done to the women, is it done to the men in the same situation?
Take FGM.
Yes.
Yes, because
female genital
if you look at a lot of the traditional practice that we're talking about, they're always against the woman. It's either we are going to suppress the woman, or you do not want her to be quote-unquote promiscuous. Or when they do circumcision for men, they do it for hygiene purpose. And if you look at the Bible and the Quran, and when they talk about circumcision, it's hygiene. But and there's no part that talked about circumcision for the women. Now, our practices in Africa, the circumcision for the women is about stopping her from being promiscuous, so that she will not have an orgasm, so that she will not do this and that. If you also look at breast ironing in some parts of Africa, breast ironing, yes, breast ironing. It's called breast ironing, breast flattening. In Nigeria, is the people that are closest to Cameroon, because Cameroon have the highest case.
That's my people.
That's the closest to Cameroon side, because Cameroon has the highest case in Africa. Now the ironing with hot metal. Grinding stone.
Will they not burn them?
Yes, between the ages of 10 to 19, when puberty, when the girl is growing her breast, they iron it, or there's another one that they tie the breast overnight. So that the breast, and they say so that you will not be attractive to the men. So that you'll be able to go. You know, those are the things that they use to...
I can kind of believe tying, but ironing...
Yeah, the iron
with hot metal. I mean, that's bound to...
They heat up banana leaves, they put it on the breast and they tie it. They get grinding stone. They use spatulas, so many things to grind it in different parts of Africa. The one in Nigeria that they do it a lot is that area that is close to Cameroon. You know, because we share a border town with Cameroon, yes. But a lot of Nigerian cultures don't really do that. You know, and
no, but you see, the point you raise, which is important, and I think you should respond to that, is a function that is for the women. Because I know that in Delta, among the Robos, female genital mutilation, they say it's for purity and for cleansing, so you can have babies.
Everybody has an
So
experience.
that's what I'm saying. So, but the point is, that is the driving factor. They think they've done you a good. What we are saying here, they've done you a bad. In your area, they have what they call the fattening room. It's a tradition. You knew I was going to say that. And they teach you how to be a good wife until tomorrow. Once you say you are from Cross River, everybody asks me, hey, she's a great cook. Oh, she can take care of a man.
But to be honest, that is somewhat positive, because I've never heard anybody say they had ripped your boobs apart or done anything intense to you. It's good in the sense that they teach you how to, so they teach you how to cook. They teach you about sex. They teach you about your body and what to do and what not to do. They teach you about childcare. So sometimes people have said that they've had experiences where it doesn't happen as much as, because I didn't go to fattening room.
Why not?
I didn't go to fattening room because it's no longer.
She's a Lagos girl.
So it's no longer that.
But this is what I say.
But it's nice.
This is why I say there is good and there is bad. What she's just described is preparation for life that made a lot, well, I think people still have the impression that ladies from there would make better, attentive wives.
Yes.
So it was a preparation that, honestly, in my own mind, it's something we need to keep going.
Yes.
Even if we don't have that long time to do it anymore. What is wrong with sending somebody for preparation for a week? So that they get information.
Are you sending boys
Do we do it to the men?
Look,
look at
Chisel just
do we do it to the men?
I'm actually just enjoying the conversation.
And you have nothing to contribute.
Can I ask a young lady?
Okay.
Would you like to have a preparation of the life you're about to step into? It's not going to mean you don't go to school. It's not going to mean it's a week. Just prepping. By the way, in the West, they have what they call the finishing schools.
Yeah.
Why? They're not about to go and make somebody a slave. They're just preparing them. Actually, I think it's good for somebody to be prepared for the life she's going to be exposed to. We'll come to the men thing, but as a young person, would you not think that preparing would be good?
I mean, I would love to do it just because I would. If it was a necessity, like, if they were going to force me to do it, I'd probably not be interested in doing it. Yes, because...
Just because of the force factor.
Yes, just because of the force factor, I'll probably not do it. But because I know it will be useful and valuable to my future and the decisions that I make.
So even when I didn't do it officially when I was getting married, I still had some sorts of that. So when you're getting dressed, there's a tradition where you put the combs through the hair and all of that. They tell you, at that point, they're talking to you. In fact, the lady that did mine was praying and doing all that prep with me.
Please hold that thought, because we need to go on a short break at the moment. So we'll be back with more about traditions, the good, the bad, the ugly, when we come back. So welcome back. We're still in the lounge where we're talking about our traditions. And while we continue the conversation, and we've identified actually a practice that is preparatory and good. And apparently almost every section of the country have those practices where they prepare people. The North, apparently...
Sorry, love, can I take off my shoes? Is that permission?
Yes, you can take off your shoes.
This is one practice that we have. High heels. It's tradition now to be dengue, you wear high heels, even if it's killing you.
So in the North, they prepare people for marriage, and you were describing something. And it is not just here, by the way. The West, there's the finishing school.
That's the Western.
The Jews, both male and female, they have preparations also. I'll talk about that later, but I'd like to hear what Anne said she went through.
Okay, so when I was getting married, one of the things I was asked was, are you going to put the comb? You know how, have you ever seen I'm an Efik woman, proudly so. So we put in the combs in the hair, and then if you're a first daughter, yours is longer. If you're a second daughter, yours is shorter, and all of that. So when I was going to do that, someone asked me, Anne, do you know that there are spiritual or traditional implications to putting the comb? I love my culture. Like when I hear Calabar music right now, you've gotten me. I totally enjoy it. But I said, my pictures will be incomplete if I don't have that comb. It will just be absurd. So I said, well, so I spoke to the lady that was going to do the comb for me. So I understand where they're coming from. So in those days, she explained to me that in those days, when they're putting in the comb, they can be doing incantations and all of that. Now it's tweaked a bit. The lady that was doing it for me was praying with me and telling me about the different things. Yes, so she was putting the comb. So you give her a drink. You give her a drink, you give her some money, there's some things that come in, and then as she's putting it, she was saying, may you go well in your home, she was praying with me, and then she also told me about sex. She talked about things, so she did the little...
Don't deprive your husband.
The fattening room thing.
Or what?
She had it...
She did it in a little...
in a little
containable
space.
process.
And she sat with me and she prayed. At the end of the day, I didn't feel defiled in any way, tradition. I didn't feel like they had said some prayers on my head.
I like the point the spiritual thing, because that's common these days. Anytime we talk about our tradition, people want to say, or people want to presume that there's something spiritually dark and diabolical about it. And yes, there might have been aspects, and you can remove it the way you've just described.
You can turn it around.
Thank you. But I don't like us throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah. Tell me about the lali. You were talking about even in the North, there's this thing that they do, even what you...
In the North, yes. When they want to get married, the women, they're going to give, you know, you...
Is it a religious thing?
Well,
Like, is it Islam?
Religion and culture, they've come together.
In the North?
In
everywhere.
Everywhere.
Really?
Everywhere. Like, as a Muslim, Islam will tell you that when your culture and your religion, they clash, you have to go with the religion. But if your culture doesn't clash with the religion, you can go.
Yes.
You can go and do it because Islam recognizes that.
But I find that
because there's
Lale
is actually good because it's in one of the traditions that as a Muslim. Because Lale is henna.
Yes.
It's good for your hair. It's good for all that.
So they're praying for you as you're doing it?
No, not that. It depends on the culture. You know. But the thing is that they give them aphrodisiacs. All sorts of apparently in some culture in the north, if your mother-in-law is part of the things that they give the wife, if she does not come with a whole bag of different type of aphrodisiac for you, she probably doesn't like you.
Wow.
Yeah, so she's going to give you aphrodisiac,
like
all
those
sorts of aphrodisiacs, and tell you how to use it. You're going to
nice to know
drink,
what they are.
you're going to use the one to bath, the one you mix with fish, the one you mix with chicken, the one you mix with
so aphrodisiacs to prepare for her husband,
yogurt, of course,
or for both, just for the husband.
Both of you, of course. It will help your own body get ready to get down, and it will also get your husband. Yeah, so that's good.
On that note, I'm going to ask the young. Yes, she's too quiet.
We're talking about.
No, she's too quiet.
My ears are wide open.
For me, tradition is actually most important if we can pass them down. Because the definition of tradition is what you pass down. Even in the Bible, you heard people would call their children around and say, so I say these things to you and continue in them. In the traditional village, they were oral, word of mouth, and all that. And so I would like to ask you, do you think that your generation is missing out on some of these traditions being passed on properly?
You know, like, do you believe that the tradition should worried?
Or does your generation believe that they need tradition? Do they like our tradition?
I think to a certain extent. Till today, my daddy still does that thing where he holds like a drink or a cola nut, and then he, of course, he doesn't say like the incantations, but like he prays. And till this morning, like before he leaves, as early as he leaves, he holds like a glass and pours some on the floor, and he's speaking Igbo and saying, "No, we're giving you your own," you know. And it's very interesting. I always look at my brothers and I'm like, hope you'll be able to do these things, because I actually like the fact that, you know, he does all of those things. Why
do you like it? Because
I feel like it has a very interesting meaning. Like I think it's like it's very yes, and just like my daddy doesn't speak English to us. Like he doesn't speak English to us, even at the airport, anywhere. He will always speak.
English
so
and give it to
no,
you.
he speaks Igbo to us, and then we answer him in English. And then the day that he's not in the mood, he gives it back to us immediately. Yes, you know, and all. And then I think one of the other ways that we've learned from him, before I used to be like, why are you playing Osadebe and all this type of music? But now those are my jams. Like when I just hear some people, there are even new ones that I know of now, like Obiligo, I'm just like, yes, play it, let's get down, you know, and all of that. So
if tradition, good, can be passed down, we are sending our culture into the next generation.
Yes. Otherwise,
and if not, they are actually, you asked me at the beginning, what do I like about culture? Because culture is about you sending the essence of you and your roots into the next generation. Otherwise, what happens is that they actually don't get the other culture properly. It's like they are hung, and they then don't understand their own roots and where they're coming from. That's my problem. If you see a Jewish young person till tomorrow, they do their mizpah and something. It's mizpah for the boys, and at 14, that's why the Jew remains a strong Jew, and has confidence. I like what your dad does, because that's spiritually taking over his house every morning.
No, but you see, among the Igbos, they also have coming of age for the young men, apart from the girls. But, you know, they still do it in some parts.
Do you still do that?
Yeah.
No, coming of age, age group. There's age groups.
Because this December, my brothers, so now in my village, they have like titles
when you
for
get to particular
certain.
state.
Yes, so now we have to travel, whether I would like it or not, because all my brothers are going to take a certain title. They're going to be a certain title holder. So we all have
of languages, when you were talking about languages, I recently started speaking Efik to my son. So my husband is Kwale, Delta. And then I just felt to myself, sometimes I feel bad when I see people that do not understand their language. Because I see even the French, no matter where they stay, if they live in America, they understand French. Even there's no even Yoruba people.
Do you understand,
oh my
do you
God.
understand enough Efik to teach that?
I speak Efik, but you want me to start here?
So because you see, that's one regret I have. That my husband is Ebo, which is Somondokwa. I'm Edo. So which language? So we spoke English.
No, you can't speak.
No, but the regret is I should have taught them what I knew.
Yes. Exactly.
I mean, even Yoruba or whatever.
Yeah.
But having said that, though, I want to go back to the question that it's very good. I like what Fumi is saying. No, there are good things in tradition. We must ensure that we pass it to the children. Are we passing drinking water from cups to children?
No.
Are we passing cutting people's clitorises because we don't want them to have enjoyment, passing on? Is that tradition? Are we saying it is? No, so the point is, what are those things that must be a no-no? How do we sift?
I would ask Sajja.
Anything that is harmful to our society, that is harmful to our body, okay, take example when someone dies and you tell the wife to shave their head. What exactly are you saying? If I shave your head, what's it going to do? Do you understand?
It's a sign that you are
It's a sign that what? I can mourn without
Mm-hmm.
shaving my head. So you have to find out why is that tradition there and what does it do? I mean, you shave a woman's head if she does not want to do that for fashion. You remove her crown. That's what you do. You tell her to drink water that you used to bath a dead body. She can die from that, from infection. Yeah. You cut her clitoris because of what you're trying to do was stop her from being promiscuous. The child can die from that, from bleeding. So we have to look at what tradition. Tradition is good. Tradition identifies us. Because look at the Oyinbo people that maybe because of slave trade, they've moved around the world and they don't know their roots. They're lost. If you do not know your roots and you cannot identify with a people, you are lost. So tradition is good. We just look at what is bad and harmful to us as a gender, to our society, and we change it.
I think as civilization comes and education comes, it behoves any people to see what traditions to leave behind. Even in the West, there are traditions that they've left behind. I mean, even in the West, they lynched people. Yeah. So there are traditions that as civilization comes, we can leave behind.
I'm talking about our dress, how it is tradition, and how all over the world now, they look at us and they go like, that is beautiful, that is colorful. Look at the headgear. That is a good thing. Why would I want to stop that?
To finish with that, and you can show it. And anyway, in the earlier times, these were not made exactly how you and I are wearing it now.
You can modernize it. Look at this Ashoki.
Modernized.
Look at this. This is Ashoki,
and
guys.
so, but it shows a pride of. It shows a pride of the roots when we are able to come out like this. Yeah. Like she said, anywhere in the West, I would usually, even when my son was finishing at public school.
Which one, the first one or the second one?
The second one.
Your baby.
Yes. When he was finished, when he graduated in Oxford, I can show you the photograph. He told me to not do gele, but I must wear something traditional, that I needed to look different.
I must see that
so,
picture.
Yes, what did I do? I tied, the Igbo double wrapper.
2 wrapper.
Only one. Then did my lace blouse and then put pearls. And as I walked into the hall, the man at the gate...
queen from where?
Exactly, the man at the gate said, and who is fairest of them all? So, so you can bring your culture into things in a respectable and, nice way, such that they can respect it, and you put it in the stage of the world in a good way.
I want to revisit that widowhood thing. I have a friend, in fact, my producer's friend lost her husband recently. And there was confusion because this one will say, this is what the tradition says, that's what the tradition says. I think in such circumstances, like you're saying, we should not throw away the baby with the bathwater.
Can you hold that thought? Because we need to stop and we will be back to our audience because this is a long conversation.
Okay. Are you guys game for continuing?
We can continue this conversation at the next time. Thank you very much for watching us. We'll be back.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you? And what have you been up to? The fuel situation is still hard on Nigerians, and I join my voice with the rest of my fellow Nigerians in pleading with the government to palliate this harsh situation. Well, I have a very mysterious guest today, and I'll ask him for a remedy. Hopefully, he will assist in his revelations. So stay put at the Literary Bar, and you'll enjoy this conversation. Go grab your cup of tea or any drink of your choice and join me after the break. My heart goes out to the people of Borno State over the terrible flood that was made worse by the overflow of the Alao Dam on the 9th, 10th of September. It's so disheartening to see the good people of Borno State being displaced by the raging floods occasioned by the torrential downpour. Men, Women, children look confused over the sad turn of events. Cars and household properties are floating about, and some houses are sadly submerged in a watery grave. As if all this were not enough to devastate the community, some wild animals, crocodiles, snakes, have unwittingly been released from the enclosed spaces in the zoo in this deluge. Insecurity in Maiduguri got a boost as convicted criminals also escaped because of the flood. We send our love and support to the people of Borno. It was nice to see the Vice President Shettima wading waist deep in the flood to identify with his home base. And I trust that their action governor, Babagana Zulum, will be in the forefront of rehabilitating the victims of this flood. It's interesting to know that 30 years ago, almost to the day, on the 13th of September 1994, a Lao Dam burst, displacing 400,000 families in Maiduguri. And as of today, it's over 1 million people that have been affected. So really, I send you my love and support from the Literary Bar. Coincidentally, the 16th of September is World Ozone Day as declared by the United Nations. The theme for 2024 is Ozone for Life. It calls our attention to the climate change and our responsibility in making intentional and sustainable changes about how we relate with our environment. So let's protect the environment by doing the right things. Deforestation is happening as people are resorting to cutting more trees for firewood as the cost of gas and kerosene has gone up. We should use cleaner energy, recycle, reuse. Also, let us use more eco-friendly products and avoid ozone-depleting substances. This responsibility is personal, and also it needs government support through policies that will protect the environment. When we come back, you will meet my guest, whom I call an African man of mystery. He wrote a captivating article on Ebo, as it is central to his practice as a Babalawo in Ifa divination system. In 2008, UNESCO placed Ifa on the list of masterpieces of oral and intangible heritage of humanity. Ifa divination system, with its 256 Odus or Odu Ifa, looms larger than the derogatory label of paganism, and its adherents are no longer cowering in the back rooms. Young and old, educated and liberal, Africans are carving an indigenous path to God, because they are no longer satisfied with the received Middle Eastern religion of Christianity and Islam. I want you to suspend judgment for the next hour and keep an open mind as you listen to this modern and young Babalawo. So see you after the break. My guest today is a well-educated professional, Chief Oketola Olamilekan Mudashiru, the Otualashe of Isheri Olofin in Awori land. He's also the secretary within Ijo Alagemo of Isheri Olofin. He's an entrepreneur and holds a BSc in Business Administration from Lagos State University, LASU. His focus is on management science. Chief is also deeply ingrained in African tradition and culture, serving as an intermediary between humans and orishas. How he's able to do this, he'll tell us. Because at the bar today, we're honored to have a Babalawo in our midst. Chief Oketola will lift the ignorant veil that shrouds Ifa in mystery. I found this article on Ebo rich and enlightening, and it has implication on how we conduct our interaction with the orishas and the Olodumare. Aboro Aboye, Chief. Okay, you are welcome to the Literary Bar.
Saying Aboro Aboye already has, captured everything, every greetings.
Okay, it's an education for me as well. I want to say something quite interesting before we get into this. So, my name is Dibia, all right? Chinedu Dibia. And I grew up with people always trying to poke fun at the fact that my name is Dibia, because Dibia in Igbo land means native doctor. Okay. And everybody used to make fun that, oh, this person is a Babalawo. My dad was an engineer, so And at a point, we got worried, should we carry on with this name, you know, with all the Christian things going on around? And my father said, no, your name is your name and you have to be proud of it. And I grew up being really proud to be a Dibia. I'm still and always will be a Dibia. But I'm happy today that I'm presenting a real life Dibia, but Babalawo as it's called in Yoruba.
Wow.
So
it's my honor being here. It's my honor.
Thank you. Thank
I'm really
you.
honored. And that name, Dibia, you know, it looks interesting.
It is.
And it even sounds more interesting, more, you know, spilling out from your mouth.
Yes,
because it's more like African.
Yes, it is.
As beautiful as you are, why did you change your name from Dibia to something, you know, Western?
Never. I will never change
Thank
my
you very
name.
much. Thank you very
So
much.
that brings me to our conversation. What is Ifa, first of all, before we go into the Ebo?
Okay. Thank you very much. I would have loved to, you know, do this in that Ifa's language.
Go ahead. Go ahead, but you just tell me what it is. Go ahead.
Okay. Ṣeun, mo kí gbogbo ará lé. Orúkọ mi ni Babaláwo Ọlámilékan Òkìtọ́lá. Mo yà sí ọ̀nà Ifá ní kòpẹ́kòpẹ́ bí abẹ́ ọdún kẹẹ̀ẹ́dógún sẹ́yìn. I became a Babalawo probably 15 years ago. No. So when you say Ifa, Tabani Ifa, Ifa ni ọ̀rọ̀ Olódùmarè. Ifa is simply put the word of God.
The word of God.
Yes, ma'am.
Olodumare. Okay, Olodumare and the Orishas, are they what are Orishas to Olodumare? Are they the same as God and his angels? And Olodumare and Orumila, are they the same? Because I don't know if they're interchangeable.
They are not the same. Thank you very much. Let me pick the first question first. We said, what are Orishas?
Yeah.
Orishas are not angels.
Okay.
They're not angels. When you say Orisha, let me just, it's a Yoruba name. You understand? And whatever you say in Yoruba must have a meaning. You understand? You know, when you go to the market, you know, or you want to buy tomatoes, you know, there are some that are, you know, they are in whole, they are in handy, and there are some that are being affected a little bit. They call those Esha. You understand? So when you say Asha, Lesha, any Orishada, you know, something that is created with specialty, that has a special creation. That is what Orisha is called.
Okay.
And it can, get through them, or from them, get to God.
Okay, like the person. But let's go back, because every time I hear Orishas come up with when people are talking about Ifa, say, oh, the Orishas and all that. But what's an example of an Orisha in the Ifa divination system?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. You know, as I said earlier, that Orisha are special made from God. They are special made. They are the first on earth. They are the first on earth, yes, if I'm not wrong. And there is an Ifa that supports it too, which I will tell you.
Okay.
You understand? So, the Orishas, Igba Akonleru Orumole, you understand? Those are the Orishas. While they are coming from, when they want to come to the earth, they are like the messenger of God.
The messenger.
They are sent.
So, okay, I hear you say God and this. Where is Ifa in this? Is Ifa a religion?
Okay. Ifa is not religion, but it contains religion.
Okay.
Ifa is not science, but it contains science.
All the 256 Odus of Ifa, it's science, but it's not religion.
It contains science, but it's not science.
So what is it?
Ifa is everything.
everything could be nothing if we cannot pinpoint what it is?
It's because you don't learn it. That is why it is nothing. It is nothing because you didn't see it.
Okay.
Once you understand it, it's something. Nothing becomes something when it is understandable.
This is heavy philosophy, because in philosophy they'll say you don't know anything. At the end of your life, you come and realize you don't know anything.
Thank you.
But you're a babalawo. Are you a babalawo to nothing? If Ifa is nothing, are you a babalawo to nothing?
I'm not saying Ifa is nothing.
Okay.
Ifa it's everything. I said it's everything.
Mm-hmm.
But it is nothing because you don't understand it. As it is now.
Oh yes. By the way, we have the Okbele.
Yes.
Before us. So Okbele has everything here is the Okbele, even
Yes.
with this extra.
Yes. Those are like the messenger of the Okbele. That is how, the messages, it's convey messages through them.
So as a babalawo, you have to go and learn. You have to learn this. It just doesn't happen.
It doesn't.
Like the pastors, you have to go to pastoral school. This is how you come across.
More like that, ma'am. That was why I said it was nothing, because you don't understand it. But once you got closer, then you know it is everything.
So how do we, okay, you know that we have this issue of us being brainwashed. If people from the African traditional religion would say that Africans, during our colonization, we were brainwashed as we accepted the Middle Eastern religion of Christianity and Islam. And then our own traditional religion seemed to have no place. It was moved to the back. So how would you tell somebody who thinks that this is paganism, some mystical thing that they won't understand? Because I will not be able to understand if you tell me it's everything and then, yes.
I understand you.
Yes.
Now, actually, Ifa is the word of God, as I said earlier.
Okay.
And you only understand the word of God when you learn it or you have the vibe to understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if somebody tell you, I beg is nothing. But when you understand how huge that thing is,
mm-hmm.
then you understand what it is.
Okay, let me start this by asking you again. How did you get involved in this? Because I know you were born, you were religious half-caste, because Muslim mother, Christian father. So how did you end up?
It's the other way around.
Okay, Muslim father, Christian mother. So religious hybrid half-caste. How did you come to this?
Well, naturally, firstly, I would say everything in life is predestined. But mind you,
mm-hmm.
you might not attain that your destiny if you didn't work for it.
The Kadara.
Yes, ma'am.
I've watched enough African magic to know.
It's African magic that you understand.
We will get there. We will get there.
Because somebody that is predestined to be rich and just come to this life and there is this nonchalant attitude take over him and, sit down that I've heard I will be rich. Please, you might not.
Oh, wow.
You might not, yes.
So even if it's your Kadara or your destiny, you have to work for your destiny.
Not every premonition that comes to reality. Not every premonition.
A premonition is not your destiny.
Yes, somebody might just give you a kind of, how do you say it? Okay, by this, even a pastor might just give you this prophecy. Let me say prophecy instead of a premonition. Let me say prophecy.
Okay.
Every prophecy doesn't come to reality, If you have been prophesied to become rich, and every day you might not. Like okay, don't let me go there. So when you say me, talking about me, I grew up with my father. May his soul rest in peace.
Amen.
He will reach anymore. He happens to be a Muslim. He was an Halaj. Though naturally it was my grandfather that I lived with most of my life. So while there I was a Muslim. I was, my name was Mudashir. I was going to mosque. I knew nothing. I knew nothing about Ifa or whatever. So while there, I was growing up, and I later on, at the end of my later days, met my mom. I think I was in GS3 or so. So I met my mom. I went to her side, and she was a Christian. We started this church. Should I mention the name?
Go ahead, it's your church.
I think CMCM, Christ Miracle Church Mission.
Okay.
At Yasuno Crescent, I think. So they moved from Oregon down to that site. They bought the site. So I was part of them. I was going to church. I was very, I understand. It was so, church is like more like fun.
Not all churches, but fun.
No, they want. It was much as fun. Even the prayer was fun. You understand? So I was going to church. So while I went out, or let me say, we moved from Oregon back to Okwaba. My mom husband, God was dead then. He was demised. So we moved from there down to Okwaba, and that was where I met another version of life. So it was this Okwaba that even my boss, my mentor, I didn't even know him, not until, I think something happened. Yes. Something happened that led me to him, that connected us. Though I've become an initiate, I've been to Igbodu. That Igbodu is where you become, as in, what your taboo is.
Igbodu, is that a spiritual place or a physical place?
It's a physical place.
Okay. Is it in Lagos or where? Okay, initiates
like
won't
that.
know it.
Not like that.
Okay.
It's like, where in Ifa there are stages to things. There are stages. And like now, let me say your Olugo is like somebody that you seek refuge. You understand?
Okay.
Like me now, I'm an Olugo to some people.
Okay. But what led you to this?
That's what I'm trying to say. Let me say my intuition. You understand? I'm somebody that likes to know things. If I discover this is another thing, I covet it.
No, you were happy in church.
I was.
And then somehow you've become an Ifa worshipper. What happened?
I think somebody said something to me the other day, said, why are we going to church demonizing the traditionists and going out the back door to meet them?
Yeah.
I think that's what happened. That's a scenario of my mom.
Okay.
My mom was going to church, would take me to the back door.
To consult a Babalawo.
A Babalawo.
Yeah, that's what is called a syncretism, when people mix up two different religions.
So from there, I started getting closer, and something happened. Something struck me. Though I've had my Ifa, because I had then that if you go and do Itefa, you become rich. It was
what is that?
Now.
Itefa.
Itefa, yes. Itefa is another concept on its own.
It's part of Ifa.
It's part of Ifa, yes.
So if you go and do it, is this like Ogunwo?
No.
Okay.
No. I think we should let people understand this now.
Yes.
Because this is Itefa.
Okay.
It's another title on its own.
Right.
Yes. Itefa is like, you consulting with the spiritual realm to know more about yourself.
Okay.
To know what's your purpose on earth. To know what your do's and don'ts.
Okay.
The kind of food you eat.
Okay.
The kind of drinks.
When you say the kind
what
of
will
food,
kill you?
Is it allergy? Is it?
It's more like an allergy.
Okay. Spiritual allergy or
Either
medical?
Both spiritual, medical. I said something that, as I am here, I'm not just to me. The chief Okitola or Babalawo Okitola that you see, it is not this spirit. It's inside. It's inside.
The spirit.
It is the spirit.
Yes.
This body is just here to cover the spirit.
Okay.
That is why I can sit down here.
So you move from your mom going through the back door to talk to Babalawos and all that. When you say that, if you look at the average Nigerian, they have marks all over their body.
Okay.
For maybe they've gone to visit and they put some medicine in their body. They put a mark, rub some medicine in there. So most Nigerian, and they get it through this backdoor consultation of a traditional this thing. So maybe they say a child is very sickly, so they have to do some marks and infuse the medicine inside.
I understand.
They put some in the forehead and all that.
I understand.
And so when you say, how do you get this mark? They just say, you know, so that is part of, you know, what you explained that your mom did, yes.
Not really.
Okay.
You know, just because I am into Ifa now, and I'm so deep in it,
yes.
I'm already a Babalawo.
Yeah.
She understands. So it gives me an insight on so much.
Okay.
Even the known and the unknown.
Okay.
She understand. So what you said now about, you know, making some incisions is like your science.
Your what?
It's like a science.
Science.
Yes, it's a science in Ifa, you know. It's something that tackles the spirit. Maybe the child is seeing some spirits, you understand? So there are some concussions that will be made.
Like an emery? Emery?
More like that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So that will stop the child from seeing the spirits.
I'm learning plenty from this African magic.
They made their research too.
Okay.
But it's only that they bastardize the Babalawos much.
We will come to that. So I still want to get to the part where you now move from managing Christianity and Ifa, and then now openly declaring to become an Ifa follower.
The funniest part is that, you know, when I was with my mom, I later decided to be a Muslim.
Oh, back again?
Yes, back again. And even at a point in time, I was, you know, each time I think it all depends on how spiritual you are.
Well, I said that you're confused.
I wasn't confused.
Because
I wasn't.
You went from Muslim, Christian, back to Muslim.
No, I was only going to church because of my mom.
Okay.
It's not that I believe in church or I have this kind of connection with them. No. Though I don't rebuke any religion. All religion is religion based on your belief. You understand? Even our constitutions support it. You understand? So, but my mind and everybody that knows me knows that okay, this guy is a Babalawo, is a Muslim, and I bear the Muslim names. It's only my mom. Even at the point that my mom decides to let me go, she didn't force it. No, she didn't even flog it.
At what? I know you're still quite young. At what age did you now fully say, okay, Ifa is the way for me?
Okay, at a certain age where I discovered that I need spiritualism. Yes. At a certain age, I discovered I need to connect with God directly. Don't let our viewers listen to that, because it's something that, you know, has to take a lot of years for you to connect.
No, it's fine. We're spirits, like you said.
I was only joking.
God is a spirit. And then the Christians, are very open with their Holy Spirit.
Okay.
And so if Ifa, you encountered Ifa, and it helped your spirit to be at one with God, we thank God. How do you say hallelujah in Ifa?
Adukwe.
Adukwe, yes, Adukwe to Ifa. But seriously, did you encounter any sort of resistance, the people around you, when you openly declared to become a Babalawo? It's such a heavy name. And I will say that the heaviness is due to maybe pop culture, because everywhere we look, Babalawos are not very good people. They're really not nice. They have this very scary house of horror, you know, with all those statues and things they have to feed blood to all the time. And again, this comes from what we see in the movies. How is that acceptable to the Ifa movement when this is the only picture, the sustained picture that we see of Babalawos and Ifa?
Thank you very much. This particular thing you say, this statement has been the order of the day. And I think we Babalawos have been stigmatized by that, you know. People run away from Babalawo openly, but go to the back door when they have problem. You understand? Okay, I run a little shop, frozen food shop, and that shop is even my mom's. It has been existing for the past 30 years now, and I still continues with it. So you can know how the business management in me exists. It sustains.
Yeah. You're a graduate of business. Yes.
So, and I have other outlets too. I understand that I manage. So the funniest part is that I haven't decided to be a Babalawo. It's not even me that decided to be a Babalawo. It is the spirit in me that told me you're a Babalawo. My Odu Ifa, as I said, when you go to Itefa, a Odu will be of your own, your personal Odu. Out of the 256 Odu will be your own personal Odu.
There's one you recited for me.
I haven't recited it.
No.
My personal Odu.
Okay.
There are so many Odus in Ifa, you understand?
Okay.
So, but my personal Odu has never been recited. My Odu is Owanrin Dagbon.
Okay.
Owanrin Lotun, Ogundalosi.
Okay. Is there any Odu you can just share with us?
My Odu, I've just shared my Odu now.
General Odu. So Odus have to be personal. You can't just have.
It can be general.
Okay.
I've met people that owns my Odu too.
Okay.
That bears my Odu.
Okay.
You understand? But our taboos might not be the same.
Before we go and break, I'd want you to just share one Odu. Let's see how this works, or tell us something a bit about what's before us. So join us after the break, and then we'll see a practical demonstration from the Babalawo.
owó àbẹ náà mo gbé sílẹ̀. ẹ̀rù tó bá dì mú lọ fèsì. ọmọ ní nǹkan ojú ẹ̀ náà. owó àbẹ náà mo gbé sílẹ̀ ní gbàrà. mo gbé ohun tí mo gbé kúrò lórí ẹ̀. àwòfẹ́ àwòdó o ṣàgbọ̀yàn òkú ẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀ yìí. ọ̀rọ̀ àbí má bàa ń ṣe fídíò ọdún. owó àbẹ náà mo gbé sílẹ̀. ẹ̀rù tó bá dì mú lọ fèsì. ọmọ ní nǹkan ojú ẹ̀ náà. owó àbẹ náà mo gbé sílẹ̀ ní gbàrà. mo gbé sí ohun tí mo gbé kúrò lórí ẹ̀. àwòfẹ́ àwòdó o ṣàgbọ̀yàn òkú ẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀ yìí.
Oh, how time flies. But fret not, because there's a part 2 of this exciting and insightful episode of Literary Bar continuing next week.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Today, on the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Josephine Abimbola Akinriola, is asking the court to compel her husband to be responsible for the upkeep of their children.
Previously on the Justice Court.
I met Ayola during my service here as a youth corper.
When was that?
That was in 2005. Because I'm an SS patient, I usually get very, I'm always very careful before going into any relationship. So at that time I was going to 26 years. So then later I gave in to his request.
I have never had in my life where somebody will give birth and from the hospital will move straight to her parents' house. I said, I have never had that. And I said, if you move from this place to your parents' house, I will not come and see you. I don't know. It means you are married to your parents. To water down the allegation that I abandon my kids. I don't want to take care of them. I love children. I love kids.
I could say this is the receipt for the school fees.
Yes, ma'am.
For
Yes,
29-day college that you paid.
And for the records, I don't have 9 kids. I don't have 9 children.
Okay.
I have 4. That I know of. I don't know whether.
So you have just one more after the 3 from her.
No. I have just one more. I have 4 after the 1 from her.
So making 7 in all.
No, making 5.
How many does she have for you?
The twins. I don't believe the twins are mine.
You don't believe the twins?
I don't believe the twins are mine.
All right.
So I've been asking her, give me the opportunity to do a DNA test on them. I love kids. Why won't I want to support my kid? When you told me yourself that you had an affair with a lecturer.
So we're going to get clarification on that issue very soon.
Yes.
You know, that one will be straightforward.
No problem.
Okay. So now, for Jadesola, right now, you're going to give him the school contacts.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Ayo, you deal with the school directly, pertaining to the school.
I don't have issues with that.
So
absolutely not.
So for Jadesola, you pay the school fees directly.
No problem.
That's one. Then 2, you have to be giving upkeep for Jadesola.
She took everything in the house. She left only 1 chair. Everything in my house. I didn't mention. I was coming to that. Everything. She would attest to it. I'm sure she won't lie about this, including my certificates. Now, when I called her, she said she has burnt it. When Jadesola comes tomorrow, kindly inquire. When Jadesola comes, I ask, what did she do with all my certificates and all my personal effects? She said she didn't burn them, that she left them out in the open and rain and spoiled all of them. Now, this is my point. If I absconded and I left her with her children, how come she took all my certificates and everything in the house? She took it, including curtains. She only left me 1 plastic chair when I got home.
Let me tell you.
So I don't know where the certificate.
On issue of this, did you take anything?
Your Honor, I did not take anything apart from when I went home.
Apart from what?
Apart from the window blind that I bought. It was not in the house for months.
Let me tell you one thing, and I keep saying that. Neither of the spouse, if you're living together as a couple, when the other party is not around, neither party has the right to remove a pin.
He told me
from
to go
the
ahead, ma. He told me that I should go and pack my things.
If I
and
tell him, will I be looking for my certificate?
I left our apartment for almost 1 year. Almost 1 year before I went back to pick those things.
Then, there's reference to other things that were taken from the house. Unfortunately,
everything.
Neither of you can prove that to me. The only thing I can say about that is if actually you have done that, it's wrong because it's stealing.
Why will I do that?
It's stealing.
I'm enlightened.
I'm just telling you.
Never.
It's never done.
Never.
It's not right.
I can never.
Because some women believe once the husband is not around, they can pack everything and run away. They can be sued. They can be picked up. You know.
Living in the house now.
Your Honor, when I came back to the house, I know I can't prove this to you.
That's
but
the
that's
problem.
the truth. But it's been a long time. I met 1 plastic chair, white. That was what I met in the house. And I didn't take it. When I left the house, I did not take the plastic chair. I left it. It was what I used to hold the landlord. I locked the door with it there, that he should come and settle with me because he was owing me money.
Okay, no problem. So we're coming back to Jadesola. So upkeep for Jadesola. How much are you proposing? I don't want to just come in. I want to give you room to come up with something reasonable.
Okay.
Then we do the DNA on the twins now. I'll get that.
For Jadesola, currently now, I think I should be able to afford between 18 to 20,000 because I don't have a job currently now. I lost my job on Friday.
You place it on 20 now. All I want to tell you, this is your daughter, and I'm very sure you want her to turn out well.
Yes. Absolutely.
The two of you, how to co-parent and raise her properly. You have to be able to push aside all these your differences when it comes to raising the children of the marriage.
Quite a few irreconcilable differences between the plaintiff and the defendant. However, to clear the doubt on the paternity of the twins, Justice Court ordered a DNA paternity test. The test result is ready in the courtroom.
For now, let me have the DNA results so that we can take it all in all. Step forward.
These are the DNA results for DNA paternity test on the alleged father and the set of twins.
Thank you, sir.
Conducted by Lee's DNA Laboratories and DDC, United States.
Thank you. So I have the DNA results. That's from Lee's DNA Laboratories, DNA Diagnostic Center, test results, certificate of analysis. This is to certify that the result of DNA test conducted for Ayola Benjamin Akinriola and the minor child, Taiwo Toluwalashe Akinriola, has been perfectly analyzed as concisely summarized below. The case number is stated: child male, Taiwo Toluwalashe Akinriola, alleged father Ayola Benjamin Akinriola. DNA analysis positive. The above results summary shows that Ayola Benjamin Akinriola is the biological father of the tested male child, Taiwo Toluwalashe Akinriola, as plainly expressed on the DCT test results sheet overlay. Probability of paternity, 99.9999998%. That's for Taiwo. The male child, Kehinde Oluwatobiloba Akinriola, DNA analysis positive. The above results summary shows that Ayola Benjamin Akinriola is the biological father of the tested male child, Kehinde Oluwatobiloba Akinriola, as plainly expressed on the DDC test result sheet overlay. Probability of paternity, 99.999999997%. So how do you feel about this?
Well, I feel cleared. And like I said, I love kids. I do things for other kids that are not mine. I am happy now that my number of my kids are not 5, but 7.
How many are they now?
Are now 7.
7 children.
Yes. Okay. So, and I'm also saying that I will do absolutely everything possible, not just taking care of their needs, which I will gladly do.
You'll be a responsible father.
Yes, be a father figure in their life, but stay far away from their grandmother.
That's
as long as
you did not marry their grandmother, and right now you are not living together either. Yes. So I don't know why you have to bring in grandmother at this stage.
Okay.
Because
the reason
now,
is because I'm
not interested in that. I'm guiding you and I'm telling you. The earlier you focus on your children, do you understand me? Because I could see that when you talk about irreconcilable differences, so many have sprung up in your relationship. And to even crown it, you've moved on with another woman, right? What kind of marriage did you conduct initially?
The traditional marriage and the registry.
And the registry marriage?
Yes.
Because I don't think you know the implication of that. You have to tidy that up. Do you understand?
Yes. Your Honor.
I'm listening.
Sometimes, some years back, because I didn't want to bring this up, but at this point, like I said, I am happy now. I have more kids. That one is absolutely.
So now you have more kids. We take this from her. The children are with her. 10 years old.
With their grandmother.
No. Whether with the grandmother or with her, they go to school wherever they are. So it's not where they stay. I keep telling you, whether grandmother, grandfather, you are living apart right now. The children goes to school. So, same thing. Direct payment to the school. The same thing that applied to the applicable. But now we have the twins and the upkeep for the twins now. Because now there are 3 children.
I can say authoritatively that I will take care of the school fees of the whole 3 kids. I will, no matter what, I will make sure I get that one done.
That's good.
But like I said, just this Friday I lost my job. And that one...
So, like, how long do you want me to give you for us to have a review on the upkeep of the children?
Well, I'm doing absolutely everything possible to make sure I land another job. Now I have my certificate.
You know, the reality is they have to feed.
Yeah, I know.
They've been feeding. They'll keep on feeding. And some others, you know the way it is when you have children. Other expenses that will come up.
Yes.
So I can't just leave that in vacuum. Everything to be on her.
Vacuum.
More so, she had another claim that I didn't bother to go into. And that's talking about all the past expenses. I can see your face, but you've been doing it.
I have a job.
He said he doesn't have a job either for now. So what happens?
He has a job.
How do you prove that to me?
He's working at Food Co. We can go to LinkedIn.
He said on Friday.
He lied.
Let me see a copy of your letter for pass it to him.
Ayo is lying. Everything.
Okay, just putting it on.
Yes.
And I've been out of job for over 6 years. My parents have been the ones supporting me and my colleagues at work because my company, the one that has been, they've been supporting me. 11 good years. Look at it, man. Only one reason this
Let me have a proof.
No other man.
You know what? Let me have a proof that is working. I'll tell you one thing, right? If you can prove this is what he does for a living, this is how much he earns. But right now, let him prove that he has lost his job. You resigned.
I was advised to.
Okay.
The MD we have worked together before, 2012. So he said because of that, he didn't want to destroy my career.
They asked you to resign.
Yes.
3 days ago.
They asked me to resign on Friday. On Friday. Let me show you.
You know what will happen, right? On this, the legal team will write a letter to your organization. So you give them the contact. We write them to be sure that you're no longer a staff there.
Okay.
I want to be sure it's not a gimmick.
No problem. No,
you know.
Absolutely.
So
that's the MD there. Are they the one that replied?
HR, there's a copy to no. Let's see that. Let's get that. You know. So because like okay, I'm back to where I was before with regards to the twins.
I would work on that and revert.
No, it's something we have to conclude. I'm going to give the judgment right now. And I'm trying to work on something that will be convenient for both of you. So it's something we have to round up now. God doesn't work that way. Otherwise, I can give my judgment. I'm just trying to give a soft landing.
for now, pending the time that I'll be able to get something up and doing, I can add that 10,000 naira to it at least to...
That's 10,000 naira per child in a month. Think about it. That's 10,000 per child for 30 days. With the way the economy is, we have a review in January.
Apart from school fees, no?
He's paying all that.
Okay.
He's paying school fees, he's taking care of medical bills.
Okay.
But for the upkeep, you have to share now.
Yes.
Judge Fumi helped both parties to reach amicable settlement. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
This is my judgment. By virtue of the DNA results read in the court today, Taiwo and Kehinde Akinrilola have been declared and have always been biological children of Ayola Benjamin Akinrilola. Ayola Benjamin Akinrilola is to pay the school fees of the 3 children of the marriage directly to the school. You have to disclose all the information you will need pertaining to the school of the children to him.
Yes,
and provide medical bill. You pick it up if and when it comes up. And give the upkeep of 35,000 naira on a monthly basis to the plaintiff Abimbola Josephine Akinrilola on a monthly basis. Then by January, the 2 parties are to approach the legal team for review if you have secured a job. That's if the defendant has secured a job by then. That's my judgment.
All right.
Now, you have something to say. Just a minute.
Please be seated.
What do you want to say?
Accommodation.
No, I don't do that.
All right.
Not when it's not working.
Thank you.
Continuing.
We are Mr. and Mrs. Angel Blessing Walk. We've been here in the period. We've been here in the month of February, where I and my husband we brought an issue to the courts, a divorce issue. The court stepped into the matter. When they stepped into the matter, we were asked to enroll a marriage seminar, marriage counseling, which was undergone by Ms. Chidi Okafor. She was the one that organized and does the marriage counseling.
Previously on the Justice Court.
Bunch of women surrounded in my room when I came. Jesus, I shouted, Jesus, what a life. I said, okay, I cannot bear this again. Let me go. Marriage is not do and die. Instead, I would die in this marriage. I'd rather go alive with my innocent kids.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Angel Walgood, is asking the court to help settle the marital dispute between him and his wife.
Somebody that lost his business since 2 years ago. So because of that, it brought issue between me and my wife. So she now go back to her mother with my children. So a lot of thinking here and here. Formerly, I don't used to drink, but because of this issue, sometimes I take 1 bottle.
1 bottle? From 1 bottle to 2 bottles? From 2 bottles, the thing keep on increasing to a chronic level. It become a chronic drunkard. And it didn't end there. He will just be going about. If you didn't find my husband in Baba Ijebu spots, you will find him hanging around with babes. Any babes you see, anything under skirts, he move around. Each time I see it, I cry. I said, Oga, what a life. Does that mean this jobless attitude has turned you into a chronic women chaser and also a drunkard? If I tell him, he will give me another slap, went to eat, only to hear a voice, take it easy, take it easy, take it easy. I was like, what are they taking easy? Let me go inside and check what is taking easy in my room. Oh, my honorable judge, what I saw, oh, I cannot bear it. I saw my husband on women's body on my matrimonial bed. I said, what an insult. My husband has defied my home, defied my bed, defied all that we had together. He defied it.
The plaintiff, Angel Nwaogu, claims that he found himself taking solace in the green bottles after he lost his business to a fire incident 2 years ago, and he has not been able to rise to his responsibilities. The defendant, Blessing Nwaogu, alleges that in addition to being a drunkard, her husband also started being a chronic womanizer and a wife beater. She claims that she has had to move out of her matrimonial home due to domestic violence. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
Angel, everything she said is the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to recommend the two of you to attend marriage counseling classes. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
They will talk to you, they will guide you.
I thank God that since I went to that marriage counseling, everything changed. I find myself living a normal life. I find myself living a truthful life, loving my family, loving my wife and my children. And I want to use the opportunity to thank the Justice Court, all the members of the Justice Court.
After the process of the marriage counseling, I see changes in the life of my husband. It was that first day he came visiting us. He visited me, visited the children, and everything he did there, iota of truth, iota of love, everything, unity was there. In fact, the court they have contributed immensely to my life, the life of my family. They have done well. All the audience, they have done very well. They have supported us. We are very much happy for what everybody have done in my life and the life of my family. They have so much done well. So we are very much grateful for all their efforts. And I pray that God Almighty will bless and reward all our viewers, the court, everybody.
Just like what my wife has said, when you have an issue between two partners, you don't need to call any outside person or maybe family and others. They may poison your mind in different ways. The best way, because I have gotten this experience, the best way is to bring it a place like this as Justice Court, for them to handle the issue, settle the matter, and you and your family will be living in peace. So I am grateful that I came for this place and we are living in peace. So the advice I'm giving those, we are not praying for problem to anybody family. But if you happen to be like that, my advice is for you to be calm and do the normal thing, come to Justice Court. Justice Court will handle the case and make everything work well for you and your family.
My advice, based on the experience I've got to my audience, my fellow brothers and sisters there, is that when you have an issue, please don't be afraid. The courts, they are there for you. They are there to resolve matter for you. They are there to resolve things for you. They are not there to separate you. They are not there to separate you with your spouse. They are there to join you. Look at me and my husband. We were once separated, but now we are together. It was the efforts of the courts that made us to be together today.
It is engagement we need to have. those who suffer.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
Tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back at the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, 09-040-8408.
President Bola Tinubu has vowed not to pay a ransom to kidnappers of scores of student thieves in Abuja. While addressing journalists on Wednesday, said the president also directed security agencies to ensure the release of all kidnapped victims without the payment of ransom. The minister's comment followed the mass kidnappings that have occurred in some states in Nigeria. In Kaduna, northwest Nigeria, over 200 students were kidnapped last week by yet-to-be-identified bandits. The Kaduna kidnap occurred a few days after about 400 people were kidnapped by Boko Haram insurgents in Borno. Take a listen.
It is true that some of these are happening. We have seen what has happened in Kaduna, in Maiduguri, in Borno State rather, and then in Sokoto. Mr. President has said that this is an unacceptable situation. He's not going to, the government will not condone abductions or kidnappings or any kind of criminality in that direction. We're seeing, of course, this happen, and government is taking very proactive steps, first to mitigate that and also to stop the spread of this apparent, we are seeing some kind of movement by the more the security agencies are also hitting these targets, the targets of criminals, the more they are pushed to also getting some soft targets. But government is not taking any excuses. The president has directed that security agencies must, as a matter of urgency, ensure that these children and all those who have been kidnapped are brought back in safety, and also in the process to ensure that not a dime is paid for ransom.
Generals virtually for this topic are the former Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN chairman in Kaduna State, Reverend John Joseph Ayab, a security expert, Augustine Ega, a stakeholder in Kaduna, Muhammad Abdullahi, and the president, 1917 Northern Consensus Movement, NCM. He is also the Secretary General, Veterans Federation of Nigeria, VFN, Dr. Awal Abdullahi Aliu. At this juncture, we have Ega with us. Ega, welcome to Plus Politics.
It's my pleasure. Good evening, sir.
What would be your opening salvo? How would you want to start on this topic for today?
Well, I think the issue of kidnapping for ransom has been a very old issue, such that it has become a very viable industry for those involved in it. And it's not something new that the government is taking decisive actions now to mitigate this threat. It's something that has been growing. By principle, we agree that ransom should not be paid. But if the security agencies are willing and ready to tackle this kind of threat, I'm sure no individual will be willing to pay a dime for any release. So I think that it is not coming too early for us to expect this from the president, but rather it's too late. It's something we should have. It's a system that should be working, because I believe we have the agencies that are trained for this.
So if my understanding of your point is correct, you have so politely and discreetly, without wanting to sound rude to the presidency or the security agencies, you have so discreetly seemingly painted a vacuous situation around the pronouncement of the president. He will not be the first president to have made pronouncements such as the one he's made, and yet people pay ransom because desperate members of the families of the victims would go any length to go, and like you've also so politely stated, in view of the fact that the security agencies seem to be operationally impotent in quickly rescuing people, family members of victims may just be constrained to end up paying. Have I portrayed your submission well enough?
Yes, of course. If my trust in the system that it has, I believe they will 100% rely on the government security, because some of the people that are kidnapped are like
the line is cracking. Hello, can you hear me well enough?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. Now you are better. For a while, your line was cracking.
Yes, I think what I was saying is that if the family members or Nigerians as citizens trust the system that they have on ground, they will definitely rely on the system to protect them. And but this time around, it's very critical for families because they don't trust the system. They don't even believe if they have the competency to negotiate the release of their loans. And so they know that sometimes the police, even sometimes when the police is dealing with the issue, they tell them, don't give any ransom. But because of what they know that could happen, it's a 50-50 chance, life or death. I think they find the other way around to release their loved ones.
Okay, I think it is imperative at this juncture that we're a bit more methodical the way we approach the topic, because the topic seems to have a number of ugly or dirty caps it seems to be wearing. One is, we know over time, irrespective of the denial of administrations in Nigeria, we know over time that there have been a history of administrations paying ransom to criminal elements like this when they seem to have gotten the administrations into a cul-de-sac of a sort. At least there are credible enough records in the public space for that now. We also know that in instances when the governments or administrations have refused to pay, we know that family members or companies that victims work for have made payments. In the case of the Kaduna train attack, the Pakistani that was that was one of the victims was said to have been made to pay, or relations or friends of the Pakistani were said to have been made to pay about 200 million naira. We know that even the Nigerians, they were victims, paid averagely between 60 to 100 million naira. So on the one hand, the government historically, or some administrations historically had paid. On the other hand, when even the government became reticent paying, we know that there are credible records from the Kaduna train attack to the Greenfield University incident to some other ugly incidents of that nature. We know the family members have ended up paying. There was an instance where one family had to sell the only home they had, the only house they had, to rescue one of the Greenfield University students. So I'm sitting there now thinking, well, we've had presidents, from President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to President Muhammadu Buhari to the incumbent president, made pronouncements that they were not going to pay ransom, made pronouncements that the security agencies should go after the criminals, but the reality as we speak is such that those pronouncements seem to be very hollow. How would you want to respond to this factual portraiture? Sorry, I took some time, but I needed to elaborate the facts as I can best historically remember them.
It's okay, sir. I have a concern where about a huge number of persons are being kidnapped at the same time, especially when it points to something that is an indicator that they're trying to pass a message to the ruling government. That's what I think. But it's something like
hello. The line occasionally gets funny. It's not so much about you. I think it's about the quality of the network. But having said that, would you be kind enough, for the benefit of our viewers, to repeat yourself, because I seem to be hearing some degree of doubt in the seeming illogicality or seeming incoherence to you of the fact that these dozens of people are taken at the same time. Are you insinuating complicity or what?
Yes, I will say that when it has to do with scores of people being kidnapped at once, I begin to ask questions that why is it that when a sitting government is in governance, you see scores of people are taken, especially students. But to me, I think if it's something like 5 persons or maybe a family member or 2-3 persons, I could say that, okay, it's something that has to do with personal information for their own selfish interest. But this one, I think, when it has to do with scores of people, I begin to think from my own perspective that it has to do with the government. Some people being aggrieved and trying to show to government their grievances through this means, trying to discredit government.
Emmanuel Adebayo is with us now. Abdullahi Aliyu. Hello.
Hello, I'm here. Mohammed Abdullahi. I've been with the program since the onset.
Oh, I didn't know you've been on. Sorry about that. Okay. How would you want to respond to some of the remarks made by your colleague? Okay, how would you want to respond to some of the remarks made by your colleague?
First and foremost, I am not a security expert. I'm just a public affairs commentator. But again, I think I would like to begin by saying, I think this is the second time I've been on this program with Mr. Austin, who is undoubtedly a trained security expert, perhaps, but he seems to be too soft, always on the government. I don't know, perhaps he's a former military person. Maybe I'm sensing that. Because I'm really surprised sometimes at some of his comments. Because if I would draw us back to 2014, when this sitting president was an ordinary Nigerian, perhaps like every one of us, when the issue of Chibok girls arose, this particular sitting president, now President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, joined scores of Nigerians and even global leaders all over the world to tweet. It's still there, historical fact. He tweeted categorically that it is undoing of government and the insensitivity of government for more than 200 girls to be whisked away. And then the box stopped at the president's table. So now, 10 years after, he is the president. And I don't understand whether it's conspiracy, whether it's, I don't know what to call it. It's happening at his own time as well, 10 years after. 200 plus children have also been taken away. So there is no excuse. I don't know whether it's conspiracy to discredit his government. A normal Nigerian shouldn't even be thinking towards that way. What we should be thinking is, how do we have a country where at least 200 people will be whisked away without, security apparatuses acting? And all we always do, remember, even we are just happening on 200 people. There are over thousands of people in the hands of kidnappers all over Nigeria. And if you even in Kaduna said here, just 3 days ago, the 200 children were whisked away perhaps maybe a week ago. 3 days ago in Kaju, there were reported here in same Kaduna, there were reports of about 61 persons also kidnapped. So, like Mr. Austin said earlier, it's become a booming business. The thing that governments keep saying that it's to discredit them, I think is just a fallacy. It's just a paid failure of action.
Mohammed.
Other name. I'm sorry. Yes.
Mohammed.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Policing, to the best of my understanding, and I have lived in my life, I have lived in about 5 countries. I was born in Mushin, Lagos, which is in all material particular a bona fide ghetto. I was born and raised in the ghetto, and I've lived in some of the best countries on the face of the earth. Some of the places I've lived in: Germany, lived in England, lived in the Gambia, and I kept running it through my mindset every time this happens, that the cultural, the traditional leadership in those societies, that the political leadership in those societies, that the elite in those societies cannot in any way, shape, or form say they are not complicit in the madness. Look, like you rightly stated, I want to fully agree with you that I see administrations from Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan's to Buhari's to Bola Ahmed Tinubu's, especially as it pertains to the requisite innovation and reformation needed in our security architecture. I see them as gross failures. But I'm thinking that if anybody today is an opinion leader in northern Nigeria, especially northwest Nigeria, I think it's about time. When it happened, I was involved. I was one of those invited in the southwest about 5-6 years ago when we were having issues to hold meeting at Ibadan, Southwest leaders meeting on security, and about 1,000 of us came from different backgrounds, some of us knowing ourselves for the first time, we just see ourselves, and we ideated, and that was why Amotekun came. I'm seeing a situation now that, look at what is happening, look at what the Northeast has turned to, a very stagnant, developmentally stagnant environment. Northwest, under a Northwestern president, Buhari, look at the degeneracy that is getting to. So I'm thinking, sitting here now, for somebody like you that lives in Kaduna, what are you picking from opinion leaders, cultural, political, traditional, professional, including many of them securocrats? Isn't it ironic that majority of our top-notch security establishments are indeed in Kaduna? Sorry if I seem to but what would be your response to some of these points I've highlighted?
You're absolutely right, sir. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I for one believe that security is everyone's job, not only for the government. You understand? We all have to be very proactive. We all have to do our part in order to ensure that we can secure even ourselves and our property. You understand? But there is an extent to which we can go. But to answer your question directly, some of the biggest challenge in the North is that there is no coherence of ideation. People are just more politically inclined than any other thing else. People just want to grab power. They can do anything to grab power, then nothing else. You understand? Because this is a major issue. In fact, one of the root causes of some of these big challenge that not even the government and even the so-called northerners are checking out is perhaps even this Almajiri system, where people, you see a child of less than 4 or 5 year old, his family perhaps in Kano takes him to one malam in Kaduna or Kebbi and dump him there. As little as 4 or 5 year old. These kids grow up on their own. They look for what they eat on their own and look for what the clothing, accommodation on their own. A lot of them grow up to become very terrible people in the society. Yes, we can't agree. We agree that, yes, some grow up to become very good. But let me tell you, if you look at the analysis very well, a lot of them grow up to become terrible members of the society. So these are some of the root causes that they are not looking at. And if you look at the Almajiri system in northern Nigeria today, it is a million folds. This is a time bomb. It's another ticking time bomb of insecurity. So, like you rightly said, the leaders here, rather than put themselves together to look at some of these challenges, look at the root causes, look at the remote causes, and provide solutions collectively, what they are more interested in is grabbing power, grabbing political power.
Let me go to
who is in charge, and that's all. And these are some of the negative trends that we find across the North. I'm sorry.
Let me go to Mr. Ega. Mr. Ega, your colleague is of the opinion that you seem to overplay the discretion card, maybe because you are a securocrat, or maybe because, maybe because you have a security background, you tend to be too discreet and you're not punching some of your points hard enough. But that's his opinion. We have to respect your style, the way your style is. But we are in a situation, are you still there, Mr. Ega? Hello, Ega? Okay, we may have lost him. Okay, Abdullah, let me come back to you. Abdullah.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
We have some characters. Okay, Edgar is back. Let me. So, Edgar, the gentleman just gave a portraiture of a political class that is so fixated on power, the acquisition of power. He has also accentuated the inevitable negative consequences of a culture that throws especially young lads, that throws young boys practically to go fend for themselves, grow to be the emotionally detached from society. And if I may add to that, we also have a peculiar situation in Nigeria because of our porous borders, that people come from as far as Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger Republic, and they practically populate any part of Nigeria, including Lagos. It was the senior police officer that told me that most of the Okada riders in Lagos, that if you ask them where they're from and they tell you they're from Kano, that many of them come from as far as Chad Republic. So, how would you want to respond to all these points? Hello, Edgar. You may have to unmute your device. I hope your device is not muted.
I think you can hear me now.
Yes, well enough now. Yes, thank you.
Yes, Mohammed, thank you so much. We are meeting again for this other round of discussion. I think you are a public affairs analyst and I'm a security analyst. And so I know that it's a good combination that we have to reason in our own directions. So far, you have been able to give us the cultural background of that you believe is leading to some of these problems in the north. But the issue of kidnapping is not only in the north. To me, just like the moderator, I've already touched something concerning a major security meeting in the southwest in Ibadan, where the issue of Amotekun was discussed. I will not say that I'm in support of the government, but I like to see 360 degrees when I'm trying to reason about this. Mainly, we've been talking about state policing. The kind of system they have for over time, we know that it can no longer police Nigeria the way it should be. And the government somehow have paid a blind eye to this. From the government of Jonathan to Buhari and to the current one. If they had done this earlier, because the population is growing every day, and like we say, we have porous borders and all of this, it calls for a system that will be able to manage our problems, manage our difficulties, and that is the state policing. All of these have been trashed over the years, and as they've kept trashing it, the central police system can no longer hold. And so criminality, they work by studying the system and profiling the system, and they walk through the weakness in the system. Over time, the central police of Nigeria is something like before, only to certain situations like population issues and also economic problems. This state policing, I believe we should have gone at least 80% in solving Nigerian security problems.
Edgar,
I know the 20% will be there. Yes, sir.
Edgar, I
can hear you.
Thank you. I am also a proponent of state policing, but I think we have culturalized. You see, I think it was about maybe 20 years ago or 22 years ago, I was reading the biography of a man who changed the face of, who changed the criminological portraiture of New York, Bill Bratton. And when I read that biography of how he methodically and systemically changed New York from the modern capital of the world to a zero tolerance for even when New York becoming a place where you could hardly see a broken window not to talk of mugging under him. I imbibed one thing. One thing I learned from reading that book is that when policing or when the securocracy is not subjected to a profound degree of accountability, you know, you have 200 children practically taken from schools, from a school. A couple of days after, about 60 people taken from a proximate local government area. And the next thing you had was the Inspector General of Police visited the governor of Kaduna, when in other jurisdictions, he ought to have been relieved of his position. In fact, in some other jurisdictions, the Minister of Interior or the ministerial portfolio manager ought to have been defenestrated, sacked. But you have a culture where nobody is accountable. There is no degree of, why would there be any improvement? I'm just saying this to you as a security expert who can also review the point I've made about the culture, the policing culture that changed the criminological portraiture of New York from the extreme negative, being the modern capital of the world about 20, 25 years ago, to a city that became one of the most peaceful in the United States of America, irrespective of the fact that it's one of the most populated cities of that country. Policing subjected to...
I think, sir, if I would like to really add to that point, sir, please.
Okay, go ahead, Abdullah.
Why even state security is so important, but we might still fall back to this same issue if the issue of accountability is really not tackled, just like you mentioned. Yes, Nigerian police as it is formed perhaps is overwhelmed today, but the biggest challenge is that I can say it anywhere. Most of the Nigerian security apparatuses is made just to protect the elites only. And I dare say it anywhere, whether it is the police, whether it is the army, whether it is the DSS, just name them. They are just there to secure the lives and properties of the elites only. And the majority of Nigerians and ordinary Nigerians are left just on their own. Yes.
Let me ask a follow-up question to that valid point you've made. The truth is, any Nigerian who wants to be very honest with himself or herself would agree with you that we have a securocracy that is actually focused at protecting the elite. But having said that, let's even be very honest with ourselves. 220 million people, and the police, the total number of active policemen, less than 400,000. The Nigerian armed services, especially the army, cumulatively the Nigerian armed services, less than 200,000, and yet we put, even today, let's just say we put 12 soldiers let's say we want to put 12 or 10 soldiers, just a company at every school in Nigeria. They can't even match. And yet we have small arms so proliferating in our sub-region as a result of the demise of Gaddafi, that when these guys attack schools, they attack in their hundreds, in scores, and they come with some of the most sophisticated light hands, you know, in today's world of this thing. So what do we expect? Edgar, let's give Edgar the chance to respond to that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will react to what Abba said. He pointed out the vulnerability in the north. Can you hear me?
A bit better. Go ahead. Let's try someone. Go ahead. Let's see how it comes out.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, it's better now. It's better now.
Okay,
maybe you should, hello Edgar, maybe you should stop using that earpiece. I guess that earpiece has an issue. It's not so much the network. Just speak direct to your device. Try speaking direct to your device. Hello? Okay, we go. Abdullah. Sorry. Abdullah?
I'm here.
Okay. How would you want to respond to some of... is Edgar back? Okay.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay. Make a point, please.
So to continue from what I said, Abdullah, he raised an issue concerning the cultural perspective of the northern Nigeria, where they have the Almajiri system contributing immensely to the insecurity of that region. This is how you profile insecurity in various regions. Every region has their own peculiar problems. And that's why, from my own point of view, if a problem is getting too big, I think you have to break the problem down to a smaller point so that you can address that problem. We don't have a Almajiri system in the south, don't have it in the east, we don't have it in the north central somehow, but it's peculiar in the northwest and northwest and northeast. So that is a peculiar problem in your area. And when you design a security system, for instance, we said we want to have a state police, you will look at those kind of system, the cultural problem you have that's contributing to the insecurity, and design a system that will work in that area. And if you bring the same system to the southwest or to the south or to the southeast, you are not going to get the same result in terms of securing the life and property of those people. Which is why we are saying that in this nation, Nigeria, we need to give room for this state policing. We have rejected it for too long. Let us try it. Amotekun here in the southwest, they are achieving results. As they just started a few years ago, and I can bet you that they're achieving results. What of if they are well funded? With the little funding they have, they are making a lot of, they are giving results to the people.
With a little funding, with a little funding at the statutory, with a little funding and the constitutional statutory limitations of not being able to even carry requisite arms to do their jobs, and yet they are a form of deterrence. I'm just agreeing with you and enlarging the portrait that you've just painted with the fact that all policing is local, and the people who understand the topography, the people who fit in well into the culture, even when they are not properly armed, they still achieving results.
Very well, very well, sir. I decided in my own curiosity to go to Amotekun headquarters in Ibadan, your state, and I saw their command center. I saw that they are not like the way Nigerian Army, Nigerian Police, and all other government agencies are well funded. But I see that if you report a case, you see them they swing into action immediately. They know the bushes, they know the hideouts, and they comb all those areas, and they get results. Which is why we are saying that the insecurity problem in Nigeria is not too difficult to solve. If we will understand our terrain, we will try to solve our problem regionally, not looking at it from the central point. And that's why from every angle, those who are enlightened are saying,
I think, hello, Edgar. Edgar. Let me go to your colleague. Edgar, let me go to Abdullah. Abdullah.
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you.
I think it is imperative at this juncture, for the benefit of our viewers, to to highlight the fact that a constitutional amendment process specifically for the purpose of allowing state policing is ongoing. We must let our viewers know that, especially in the backdrop of the very valid points that your colleague Edgar has made. But having said that, I am one sitting here now and thinking, what gives a man the temerity every time that there is mass kidnapping to openly come out and say, you know what, that openly come out and volunteer to be the interlocutor or the negotiator with criminals for the government, especially when the one exasperating picture that he paints is that ultimately the government must give money to those criminal characters. And yet he's working free. And nobody in northern Nigeria, look, I was one who was openly criticizing Sunday Igboho when even majority of Yorubas were subscribing to the idea of Sunday Igboho, because you know what? My background tells me of 250 years of solid education in Western Nigeria. My background tells me that from Nnamdi Azikiwe as a political leader in Lagos to Obafemi Awolowo to the likes of Jakonde, that should not be Sunday Igboho that should be the spokesperson for Igbola Oba in my life. So with that level of history and education, I openly lambasted him. Not that I didn't respect his courage. When they attacked his house, I lambasted the federal government. But why are the elites in northern Nigeria, especially in northwest Nigeria, they go mum and keep quiet when the likes of some of those characters come out to say they want to be interceding on behalf of kidnapped victims with the government, with a view to make the government pay criminals. Some of them who come from as far as Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger Republic. And northern Nigeria is keeping quiet.
It's part of the part of the major challenges that we are facing here, because like you rightly mentioned, that there are people with with that school of thought that they believe that these bandits, these kidnappers, these terrorists, because these are what they are their brothers, are their families. So they should not be treated with disdain. Rather, they should be, they should be brought, into like a conference table and have a dialogue with, which is shocking. Because in the first instance, these terrorists and these bandits and whatsoever these criminals are not given chance for even the dialogue. Seriously. Because they kill people.
Haven't we had instances when governments from the former governor of Katsina, in fact, the penultimate governor of Katsina, to the former governor of Katsina, to the governors, even El-Rufai took Nigerian money. Nigerian money, took it outside Nigeria, supposedly to go and settle them, believing that it could get them to change from their criminality. It was the frustration that has turned El-Rufai now to be one of the most ardent believers, or one of the most ardent proponents or espousers of the fact that these guys must be crushed, and be crushed big time. That if you negotiate with them, you are negotiating in futility.
Yes, yeah, you are right. So it's really shocking that people are having that mind that we need to negotiate with these criminals. It's really shocking. And like you said, they're working freely. Perhaps they are elite in the society, and our system allows for that. In a normal, in a similar society, perhaps these kind of persons would have been called, even not arrested, but called to, to order, perhaps by security agencies, and then ask one or two questions here and there. But like you said, they are working freely. You rightly mentioned El-Rufai in his first tenure. Actually, there were records of him paying the bandits just to make.
No, he said it himself in an interview. He said he went to some of the enclaves outside Nigeria and paid them every money.
Yeah. They realizing that they were making a lot of money from government, so they were making, they kept making the kidnappings, believing that government would pay, and it was then that El-Rufai realized that, come on, this thing can't work. Even though it means we have to. Maybe there will be civilian casualties.
Abdullahi, I want to thank you. Let's give Edgar the opportunity to sign us off, which is a last contribution. Edgar.
Thank you very much.
Edgar, it's just fair, given the disruptions you've had with your device and the network, to let you, chip in your epilogue of an opinion so that we can wrap it up. Hello? Okay. Unfortunately, Edgar's network seems to be a bit... would you want to unmute? Maybe you've muted yourself. It does seem that you've muted yourself.
Yes, I think I can. You can hear me now.
Yes, I can hear you now. You want to do it in about 30 seconds?
Yes, I would like to recap that according to the word of the president, it is not permitted for anyone to pay a ransom, but that is by principle. But I can tell you that even those people who tell you you are not supposed to pay any ransom, they still pay ransom. Because the system is not a system that you can trust fully to deliver. And so everyone to himself. And if you have the means to protect yourself, you do everything that you can to keep yourself alive.
Thank you very much.
And so,
always an interesting session to share the platform with you and Abdullahi. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Sorry for the inconveniences your device and the network may have cost you. This is where we wrap it for today. I am Bola Oba. Have a good evening.
Necessity is the mother of all invention, and there is nowhere more filled with invention than the tech space. From the dawn of human existence, our innovative spirit has always directly correlated with our needs, which often have a social component. As they say, your ideas belong to you, but your inventions belong to everyone. Certainly, there is a question of whether innovators owe the world a duty to make it a better place. In today's world, the most ubiquitous piece of technology is the mobile phone. The history of mobile phones dates back to 1908, when a US patent was issued in Kentucky for a wireless telephone. Yet, it took till 1940 for engineers working at AT&T to develop cells for mobile phone base stations. This led to an early form of mobile phones, which were really just two-way radios. On the 3rd of April 1973, Motorola was the first company to mass produce the first handheld mobile phone, and more manufacturers subsequently got in on the act. By August 2001, mobile phones were introduced in Nigeria, and since then have become available to both the old and the young It has influenced the way we socialize, listen to music, and has turned every amateur into a pro photographer. Today, most mobile phones rely on 3G or 4G technology, with 5G on the immediate horizon. The evolution of the technology to smartphones has raised the bar of personal computing. To help us understand what mobile phones represent to our society today, we spoke to a telecoms expert and an entrepreneur who gave us their impressions and opinions on the tech.
I'm a telecoms expert. I've had trainings in information technologies for my bachelor's and postgraduate studies. Presently, I work with one of the biggest operators in the continent, Africa.
I'm a dentist. I'm also a fabric and fashion entrepreneur.
Mobile phone has bridged the gap for communications and connectivity between people, regardless of their distance, can communicate and interact. As it were before, you would have to send letters that would take days and possibly weeks or months, or you would have to travel long distances to connect with loved ones and friends.
My husband most times is not home, he's not around. Imagine if we didn't have mobile phones, communication would have been an issue. With my mobile phone, I can reach out to him, video call, normal calls, we communicate, even my kids.
Conducting business with international and even local partners has never been easier, with mobile banking now commonplace and video conferencing available on the go.
E-commerce or banking. If you need to pay for a service, you don't have to go to your bank, withdraw the money from the teller and go and pay. We have cashless systems where you could use your phone from your app, pay for your services.
So I can imagine what I would have done with my business without mobile phones. I get most of my customers online using my phone. They make payments. Almost all my transactions are via my mobile phone. Nobody wants to go to the bank to carry out any transactions, so most of it happens on the phone. Local transactions, international transactions. With phones, I post pictures. I reach out to my suppliers anywhere and everywhere in the world with my phone. And I get my products using my phone. Especially because I don't have a physical store. I don't have a shop. So my business is online. So it makes it mobile. So I can run my business from anywhere. Sometimes I'm out of the country and I'm still running my business just because I have my phone.
Smartphones offer us greater computing power than the computers NASA used in 1969 to launch the Apollo 11 space shuttle to the moon. These operated with floppy disks, offering kilobytes or megabytes of storage at the most. Today, the storage capacity of smartphones can reach as high as 128 gigabytes.
If I don't have to go to the bank and then carry out transactions with my mobile app, it's a plus. If I don't have to go to the grocery store and request for grocery from the comfort of my home with my mobile phone, it's a plus. But if we begin to use the mobile phone in a wrong way, then it becomes harmful.
The greater social awareness afforded by mobile phones has made us more self-conscious, with a constant need to own the latest version as a symbol of social status. Our obsession with documenting our lives through pictures and videos has turned us into an attention-seeking people, and even voyeurs consuming other people's lives for entertainment.
Because we have put our information, put our lives, because you have social media services where you can post your pictures, you can post your location at any time. You can post about your family, your children, your events, wedding ceremonies, graduation ceremonies, and all of that. So you become vulnerable even to strangers. People you don't know have access to your information. Some people even put their location. You enable your GPS location and it states, okay, I'm taking this picture from Lagos. So they know this person is in Lagos this day, this week. So there are informations hitherto we think it's just fun. I'm just letting the world know where I am, but your privacy is being eroded and you are giving out too much information to people, strangers you don't know. And it's very, very alarming that people don't even understand the harm they cause themselves. You put your home address, you put details of your work or details of your family online, and you just expose them to attacks from strangers, to unnecessary scrutiny.
Yet, with such potential dangers of mobile phone usage, not everyone is concerned.
Funny enough, no. I don't know why, for some reasons. Maybe because I'm careful with the things I put on my phone. Of course, you won't put too personal stuffs on the phone, very personal things. You won't put them on your phone.
In today's world, mobile phones can be a valuable educational tool, and parents are faced with personal considerations over when to allow their children own one.
I'll probably say secondary school. For example, if you had to pick up the child or drop off the child somewhere, the child might need a mobile phone for you to reach the child. I remember we started having phones when we were in secondary school, when phones came out.
The efficiency that comes with being able to access information. Prior to now, for students, if you are doing a research, you might need to go to the library and book for a particular textbook, and it takes you a while before it gets your turn for you to have access to that textbook. But from the comfort of your home or from your classroom, wherever, you could turn up your phone and search for an ebook, and that ebook becomes instrumental for you to carry out your assignments or carry out your research, as the case may be.
However, there is also a cost to young people and their education. The distraction it offers makes concentration on schoolwork and other things harder for them.
The negative effect mobile phones will have on young people is their over-dependency on the information they get from mobile phones. Some people get distracted by some content that they see or lured into vices that becomes harmful to them.
The greater dependence on mobile phones has created less need for a personal computer. And this trend portends a future where personal computers become a relic of the past.
Personal computer? I can't remember the last time I opened my laptop.
The way we're going, yes, because your mobile phone is more or less like a computer. You can draft your letters, you can check your emails, you can attend meetings, you can edit your documents with your phone. So in the long run, your mobile phone should be able to do all the functions you are able to do with your computers.
For as much good as mobile phones offer us, there's just as much bad. There's a question of whether we are socially evolved enough to keep up with the evolution of our technology. The irony of a device created to make us feel more connected is that more people are feeling more isolated than ever. And the worry for our society is if we can find that elusive balance. We must always ask ourselves if our dependence on technology, as symbolized by how we use our mobile phones, is a good thing for our social health.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers. You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement. No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. There's another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Hello, welcome to this edition of our program, Timeless Conversations. Today, my guest is a broadcast producer, broadcaster. He is also a pastor now. And then he's an avid sports lover, avid football fan. He is one of the backbones of the Superstars Fans Club. That's Fans of Stationaries Stores Football Club. Ime James is a producer, broadcaster, journalist, writer, and sports lover. He is one of the backbones of the Superstars Fans Club. He was formerly with the Nigerian Television Authority. He studied drama at the University of Ife. After leaving NTA, Ime started his independent production company. He produced the first fashion and beauty show on Nigerian television called New Trends. It was an overnight hit. Ime James credits Eddie Iro and Soji Oyinsan for his grounding in television production. This background was pivotal in his decision to go solo and found his independent production company. Please welcome with me Eliashib Ime James. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
I didn't put the title pastor.
It's okay.
Because normally now it's Ime, Lekon between us. So putting titles kind of distances you.
That's right.
Right. Now, I recall that in those days, you were a producer on NTA, ex-NTA. So what was that like for you?
Well, it was a beautiful life. I had always wanted to become a journalist when I was in primary school because I started writing for the then Crystalib.
Okay.
As a child journalist for the
What primary school was that?
I went to Tinu Primary School, Surulere.
Okay.
Very close to the old Kalakuta Republic.
Okay, okay.
So you see my affinity with the shrine.
Okay.
So I had always wanted to become a journalist. So from my childhood, I would go to the newspaper stand and I would read Punch, read newspaper. As a child, even before the war, I was reading Drum magazine.
Okay.
That's to tell you how far I had, and that shaped my opinion and my mindset. I was able to follow what was happening around. So when I grew up, I did a few courses in Ife. We were doing training in dramatic arts. And, okay, so we had this drama group at the National Museum that was called Gongon Cultural Artists.
Okay, that's where you and Tunde Election Lawyer connected.
Yes. I was Tunde's director.
Yes.
You know, we used to call him Spin Round.
Yes.
You know, so Soji Oyinsan and Eddie Iro came to the museum to look for, I think, to ease themselves out. And this was 1979. And they met me directing my people. And, it was so professional the way I was doing it.
Yeah.
I had read about the director's cigar. You know, the director's cigar was on film. Okay, but I brought it down to the stage. So
the stage, yes.
I will look for cigar, not cigarette. I look for cigar, light it, and as I'm puffing, I'm telling no, move it this way, move it. So they came and they saw me and they were so impressed about this young man that is doing. So they invited me to NTA. I got employed, and it was a beautiful thing because I got involved in so many training. It was at NTA that I went to Times Institute of Journalism.
Okay.
You know, so this it was a beautiful time with me.
But you know, in those days, production was a lot more hands-on.
Yeah.
Equipment were minimal.
Yes.
Right. A great deal of
a great deal of your intellect.
Yes, intellect, intuition, and all that.
Yes.
These days, do you still get involved with production?
Not so much these days because my hands are really, really full.
Yeah.
However, as the media communication head of Christ Embassy some years back,
yes,
I had the honor of establishing the newsroom, the news agency. So I was involved in production. But even at that time, between that time and now, production facilities has also evolved.
Yes.
Tremendously. Again, of course, when it comes to the technicalities, directing and all that, of course, I'm hands-on. I know what to tell you. I know what to do. But in terms of technically handling the cameras, in those days, I could handle any camera.
Yeah.
I could edit on any platform, you know. But today, many platforms are there. And because of my pastoral responsibilities, I do not have time to do all that now.
Okay, pastoral responsibility. Was that why you left NTA?
No, I was actually retrenched.
Oh, you were?
Yes.
Okay.
I was in 1985. I got caught up in the power tussle between my bosses. So when my boss went to the Guardians, he went to the Guardian to start the Guardian with them. Retrenchment came, and those who didn't like my boss, I am a loyalist. And they saw that this man has been loyal to Ediro. No. I was loyal to Ediro. I was loyal to Soji Onyison.
Okay.
Those are my bosses.
Soji Onyison is in Canada.
Yes,
now,
he's in Canada.
Yes.
Yes, he's in Canada.
Yeah.
Great man.
Yes.
When I was retrenched and I left NTA, it was Soji Onyison who made it possible for me to start my independent production company.
Good.
I used his cameras. I used his editing facilities, free of charge. Free of charge. And he nurtured me, and I will never forget.
Yes.
He nurtured me, and I would never. So I started my independent production. I invented the first television fashion and beauty program on television.
What do you mean by invent?
Well, before then, there was no program there was no program on fashion and beauty on a weekly basis.
Locally produced.
Yes, locally produced.
Okay.
Now, yes, in Nigeria.
Yeah.
On Nigeria television, yes.
Okay.
And so I had watched a few programs abroad, and I told myself, no, I can do this. So I began the program. It was called New Trends.
Yeah, New
and
Trends.
It became an overnight hit. Okay. And you know the Nigerian culture. The moment some people saw it, everybody began to do the same thing. You know? Everybody was, but it's on record that I was the first to start that.
Okay.
And I was airing on what I call staggered network.
Yes.
Okay. I was showing on Destiny TV in Kano. I was showing on NTA Abuja. I was showing on Clapperboard Television. I was showing on DBN, and I was showing on NTA2.
NTA2.
Yes.
That's quite an array.
Yes.
Yeah. And you were making money. Well, it's normal.
No, unfortunately, I wouldn't say that I made money. I wouldn't say that I made money because those who came after me made a lot of money. Now, while they were using VHS for their own production, I refused to use VHS because those who taught me production
taught you U-matic.
Taught me U-matic and taught me quality, taught me film production. And so when I look at the qualities of what the film will give to you and what the U-matic will give to you, I even refused to use a low band. You know, there was low band and high band.
High band, yeah, sure.
I refused to use low band. And those who had high band camera were very expensive. So every money I made went into trying to make, and then I began to edit with Solar.
Yeah.
You know, Solar was the
was the high end.
Was the high end production outfit. I just wanted to be at the right place.
Yes.
You know, so I would say I made money. Yes, I made money. I was able to keep my family together and all that.
Yeah, but that's making money.
Yes.
Once your family is okay.
I also tried to apply for a TV license when it was deregulated, but I never got the license.
Yeah, that's the story of all of us. we did this. We tried this, we tried that, but it didn't happen. Now, let's look at the production terrain, even TV broadcast generally now. Technology has really stepped up and demystified a lot of
things.
Yes.
A lot of stress that we used to have before. These children do not have that anymore.
Yeah, but you mean the younger generation?
Yes.
They will fight you if you call them children.
But they're children now.
Yeah, well, there's the younger generation. They are our children, but then they are also our colleagues.
You know, they are our colleagues. Yes, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, so they don't have such. Again, what do you think that has done for creativity within the industry?
In terms of thinking through, I watch some television programs and I'm asking, do they have somebody vetting their programs before it goes on air? I listen to a broadcaster. I mean, you were on television. You were broadcasting.
Yes.
Even with your diction there, some of us will still quarrel as you didn't say it. Because you before you go on air, you are trying to cross your T and dot your I's and say the right words, and the right way.
Yes.
I see people these days, they are not interested in that. They just say what they want to say and move on. And then hype it with all kinds of mannerisms, slangs, as we were growing up. We learned English.
Yes.
And pronouncement of pronunciation of words.
Yes.
Listening to radio and listening to them on television.
Yes.
I'm not sure that children learn from TV or radio these days. Because they are not. Most of them are not thinking through. But there are stations where you find a lot of people, a lot of the staff doing well, and that station where you have people who had gone through the meals. I'm constantly on your channel.
Yeah.
Once there's a problem, you see, I call you.
Yeah, you do.
I want. My wife said, "Why are you always calling?" I hope he doesn't get angry. I said, "No, he's a professional. He's not going to get angry."
Sure.
He knows
that's
that,
like a carryover of what we grew up on.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but I can't say that to younger managing directors of other stations. They will get offended.
They may.
Yes.
They may. Get offended.
Okay. They may get offended. Yes. So, so the new technology, I would say, has made a few of them lazy. A few of them, not all of them, because there are still a lot of creative people on there.
Yes.
A lot of creative.
So it's like technology has made it easier to produce.
Yes.
Technically high quality.
Yes.
Materials, maybe not necessarily so much depth, but there's also been a lot of depth.
In our time,
yeah,
you do not where if you want your pictures to come out well, you work on your camera. Today, whether your camera is working very well or not, you can enhance your picture quality.
Oh yes.
When you are editing.
Even your phones these days,
your phone
will shoot high def.
High definition. So,
yes.
So the technology has upped the ante, and it's a good thing. My children are into production.
Yeah.
My daughter does a lot of production with her phone and little laptop.
Yes.
A
lot of them.
Yes.
One of my daughters too.
Yes.
Is heavily into production.
Yes. So she produced. I think about a few days ago, she had a client abroad who wanted. I said, why are they not doing that? She said, that is very expensive for her to do it there. So she's doing it with me.
We do it locally.
Yeah. So production, the new invention in technology here has made it easy for a lot of them to work better.
Now let's look at the impact of new technology on new media, social media, and all the platforms through which they gain expression. In those days, there was nothing like that.
So you work
But now there's so much freedom
yes.
and access. Do you think social media needs to be curtailed?
Absolutely.
Or regulated?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
So why? How then does society deal with it?
Let me say this to you. You know, even abroad, they used to regulate the media a lot. After a while, they couldn't do that anymore because as things evolved, it became difficult for them to even monitor it. How many millions are you going to monitor online? So, what we could do is to put restrictions to the kind of language that you use on public media.
Yeah.
The kind of pictures that you show on public
can
media.
share.
That you can share. You can put a rule and say, if you must do nude or whatever, then it must be a closed circuit.
Yeah, but then, sorry to butt in, but then there are laws, defamation laws, there are other laws that guide the sharing of information and all that. Why should there be new regulation? Shouldn't just there be enforcement of that? Of the existing laws?
Who is going to enforce the law?
Whoever is aggrieved should go to court.
This word again.
It's happened.
This word again.
Yeah,
go to court.
To go to court. We would come to that because I know you are politically involved, right? Yes, you go to court.
Yes.
You don't have to. How do you put it now? You don't have to say people can't say whatever they feel like saying. They must be ready to bear the consequences.
No. My point is this: if people go beyond the limits,
yes,
there are consequences. There are laws that you have said. But those who are supposed to implement those laws are lawbreakers themselves. And I'm asking, he who must come to equity must come with clean hands.
Yes.
And then you cannot choose and pick who you prosecute and how you prosecute them.
Yeah, there's a point in that.
And again, and I think that there's undue interference with the visual media and the audio media. Because the newspapers are writing, social media is awash with all kinds of stories. Okay? All kinds of stories. And some true, some not true. And thank God that there are platforms that helps you to know which story is true or which story is not true. Because once you subject it to those platforms, it just tells you it's fake. So, but not everybody knows that now.
That's it.
Yes, but once government start pushing, let me tell you, one of the ways to curtail the offensive things that happen on social media especially is for government to begin to promote such platforms that helps you to know if a story is a lie or the truth. A fact-checking. A fact-checking platform. And I think I have 3 or 2 of them. Once I see a story, I just click. And I know it's a lie. Okay. So government can push that while they are also trying to prosecute those who are not, But my problem is they are choosing who to do that with and when to do it.
Okay, we're going to take a break now. When we're back, we'll continue with my guest, Ime James, who will share more ideas about using the media, social media, mainstream media, effectively in the course of developing the nation. Please stay tuned. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. My guest is Ime James. He introduced Eliashib to us when he became a pastor. I will ask him about that later. But Ime will continue with his ideas on how to use or engage social media, the media generally, in developing our nation, in managing the excesses, especially of social media. It seems mainstream media is already streamlined and controlled, but social media, everybody's everywhere. The development of citizen journalism makes it possible for Leko to be going on the road. He sees something that just quickly snaps photographs or records the video, and then he posts, right? And within hours, the same thing is repeated, saying, happening right now in Lagos. And that's like about 6 hours after.
Yes.
So how do you curb that?
Let me start first by saying that many of the people that began to set the agenda for the regulation of television came from the traditional, not even mainstream, but traditional media, the NTA block, where you must, they didn't allow you to,
it was rigid.
Very rigid. I remember when LTVA started, LTVA became very creative, started doing creative things, and we would go to meetings and NTA and say, look, are you not seeing this thing? We can't be doing this. They said, no, they can't. I said, we can't be. We had to quarrel at production meeting all the time because we wanted to do something more creative, not hemmed in. And so these people from NTA now peopled the NBC. And that created a lot of problems. If you look at the NBC regulation, there's a need for regulation. But what you see there is an overkill. And that has given vent to social media. So while you're trying to regulate one bit, it breaks away into another bit, and you can't stop that. The social media is a global.
It is. It's a global phenomenon.
Yes, and so it's going to be difficult for you to. I hear they want to ban Twitter. They want to do. But when you abandon Twitter, people we were on Twitter doing what they were doing. Because there's always a way to break it.
Sure.
Okay. So what should we do? Let's go back to brass tacks. Say, look, allow the traditional media some more space. Okay, I'm going to talk about a station that was recently fined, and I think that was overdone. Okay, because the gentleman in question kept trying to caution the person. That was enough for you not to put that. Now, imagine that young man gets angry and his boss fires him, he goes on social media, he has a followership already.
Sure.
You can't stop him. You can't stop him. So what should we do?
Yes.
Let's be a little bit more careful in wielding the stick.
Yeah.
Okay? And then for the social media, put up rules and say, no, you can't go beyond this. You can't go you must not produce if you put things that engender national unity and cohesion.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Okay? And then you reward people who do that. So there should be a reward system where you reward such people and they are able to, once others see that they are getting rewards.
Yes.
For promoting national unity, for promoting responsible act on their media.
Yeah.
They will start gravitating towards that because everybody, yes, we want to make name, but we also want to make money.
Yeah, sure, certainly.
And you want to also have some measure of recognition. So can we introduce a reward system?
Okay.
Okay?
For compliance.
For compliance. So this punitive measure, it has not worked. You know, I always tell people that I am Okonogba Jesu. Eh? Now, what that means in English, simply a tout that accepted Christ. Aha. So, you know, what happened? My mother was tough. Tough.
Yes.
I leave that for later. But, you know, and the tougher she was with me, the tougher I became. So, I think, seriously, that if you put the reward system, it will help the people. It will help. If I get certification and all that for what I did, government gives me certification, Lagos State government gives me certification, you know, whatever state government gives me, where I'm giving certification for doing this, for doing that. And I am posting all my certificates everywhere. First, my buyers online want to come to me because they see that I have a name.
Yes.
Because your buyers are not buying you, they are buying your name.
Is the name.
They are buying your reach.
Yeah.
So if they are giving me certification every time, my reach will increase.
Certainly.
So can we try?
Okay.
Can we try a reward system?
Okay.
Rather than this punitive, you know,
just
slam them.
Punitive. Let's also have
yes.
some manner of engagement.
I'm not saying throw away punitive measure because some people can go overboard sometimes.
There's a need for discipline.
There's a need for discipline. But then, can we play it down and play up the reward system?
Okay. Fair enough. Now, when you look at the situation in the country, someone like you, I know you grew up in Lagos.
Yes. I was born in Ibadan. I grew up in Mushin.
Okay.
I'm a Guru.
So you grew up, in fact, let's put it straight. You were born in Yoruba land, you grew up in Yoruba land.
Yes.
And part of your past activities included you running for councillorship.
Yes, under the Unity Party of Nigeria.
And then you were a member.
I formed the youth wing of the Unity Party of Nigeria in Bariga. You know, in the whole of Bariga Shomolu area. Okay, and I didn't make myself the head. I was the founder, but I made myself secretary of the youth wing.
Yes. Well, you were smart now.
Yes.
The secretary that controls the.
And so every last Friday of the month, we went to Park Lane, Baba Awolowo's place, where he was talking to us and teaching us how Nigeria can be re-engineered. You know, every time I talk about Awolowo, you know, we have messed up this country. How Nigerians can allow Awolowo die without ruling Nigeria. It hurts so much because I know I have met him as a young man. I've listened to him. If Awolowo were to rule Nigeria for 1 year, 1 year, it would have been, Nigeria would not be where we are.
Probably that was why even Emeka Ojukwu called him the best president Nigeria
Because
never
he
had.
knew what we were. See, with all the shenanigans of the old political order, Awolowo going to jail, it was all because they knew, they were scared of him. They knew he was going to change the status quo. They knew he would not allow many of them. I'm not afraid to say it. The northern oligarchy, the status quo in the south, just didn't want to leave their feasting on the cake. And so they deprived the light that God sent to Nigeria. That's why I keep telling people. They say anybody who becomes government, president, is the making of God. I say, no, that's not true. That is not true.
But that's a contradiction of what your faith teaches.
No. The Bible said that all powers are of God. Yes, God can know about the power.
Okay.
But God may not approve the power.
But if he doesn't approve, if he doesn't approve, where is the person in power?
Listen, let me give you an example.
I'd like to.
Samuel was supposed to rule Israel under a theocratic government. Israel rejected him. Because they leave him. Was that good? It gave them what they wanted.
Without playing on semantics, from your answer, it was God. Because you said
it's not semantics.
No, you said God said
because God
leave
is,
them.
Let me tell you, God is an impartial God. After what happened with Lucifer, God allowed man to start thinking and reasoning for himself. And it was in his process of not wanting to gag. You know, we were talking about gag before.
Gag, yes.
Angels were gagged. Angels were like soldiers, zombies. Worship, war, worship. But it didn't work. So God decided not to be over protective. Man still failed. Are you getting what I'm trying to say?
I'm following you.
So man, and I always tell people that man is the architect of his trouble.
True.
So when people say, God, Ọlọ́run gbà wá, I say, Ọlọ́run ti gbà yín, ẹ̀yin kẹ́ gbára yín. You know, God has saved you. You are the one that must save yourself. Okay? So God allowed Saul to take over. Not because that was God's desire. Okay? So Saul was a permissible will. Not the perfect will of God. Are you following what I'm trying to say?
Fully.
Good.
Fully.
So I say this, that all powers that come are not necessarily of God.
Okay.
See, let me give you an example. If somebody were to kill everybody, shoot down everybody, create problem everywhere, and became the president of Nigeria, you know he did all that. You know the person rigged the election. You know the person displaced things. And he won. Is God involved in deceit? Is God involved in deceit?
I think we will have to set another time to go fully in this, because there is some level of contradiction. Would anything happen without God's knowledge?
No, nothing.
So Then how can we now say he doesn't know of it?
God knows the beginning from the end, and the end from the beginning.
Yes.
But God has also given man the power and the authority to choose.
So at what point then
Deuteronomy chapter 30.
Do we absolve God of that knowledge and permission?
No. Adam blamed God. God decided, okay, you make what I do as I want. Listen, Adam blamed God and said, God, the wife that you gave to me, okay?
Said the woman.
Yes, the woman that you gave to me, okay?
Yes.
All right. Now, God can be absolved from this because we wanted our own choices. And so God allowed us to have our choices.
In other words, whatever choices we made, we must be ready to
bear the
own up to
consequences.
it and bear the consequences.
That's right.
Okay, so now, politically, aren't we bearing the consequences of our choices? For instance, you talked of the Unity Party of Nigeria.
Yes.
I recall that in those days, all members of the party contributed
money
to the running of the party.
Yes.
For the running of the party.
Yes.
These days, all the political parties don't have a verifiable source of funding.
You don't draw me back to
I have to.
I went into a mood when we started talking about our
don't worry, we'll get out of it again.
Yes. Now the point is,
yes,
I said that a man came before his time. There was no party that was doing that. Even the Talakawa party led by Aminu Kano, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Okay? A few people were putting money together to give to Aminu Kano to run the party. Awolowo said, you are one of the founders of this party. Okay? We were paying weekly, our ward meetings were weekly.
Yes.
We were paying weekly meetings. And my money.
Money, yes, contributing money.
I remember in those days, I had to go convert all the prostitutes in all those areas because I saw that policemen were always harassing them. So I told them, oh yeah, come to party, you are a member of UPN. My strategy to bring in members into the... And they got their cards and all that. So anytime police come to harass them, to take them away, you are prostitute. I go to the federal police and say, you must release them. This is political harassment. And they released them. And because of that, those people were paying money. So the party had money to run. And during the councillorship primaries, for instance, the winner was not... I won. But the winner was not because he had money. And at the time I was talking to you, I was still in NTA. Not because I had money, but because my strategy brought in a lot of people. Okay? So the point I'm making is that this man made it easy for us to run a political party devoid of money bags who capture the soul of the party. And decides what becomes of the party.
So today, how do we apply such a strategy towards freeing the party from the overarching influence of money bags?
We are almost too far gone.
Does that mean we will leave it like that?
No. I said we are almost. I used the word almost.
Yes.
We are almost too far gone. Poverty is a weapon to deal with. Listen, poverty is a weapon to deal with the poor.
I also read that it is a state of mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a state of mind. Yes. But those who weaponize poverty know that poverty is a state of mind. One man of God said that the poor is wicked. Okay? Why is he wicked? Because he wants to get. So he does anything to get what he wants. Once you make it difficult for people to have, You can't tell them to come contribute to party purse. Because there are people who will tell them, don't worry, I will pay for you. And we have become used to people giving us.
Giving.
That's why I said we're
Too
almost
far
too far
gone.
gone.
Okay.
So, but it can be changed. The rules can change it.
Yeah.
Just like the beavers was expected to be a game changer. Indeed, a game changer. It did. We will improve on it. Okay? Litigations and all that will make us improve on it.
Yes.
Because let's not throw away the baby and the bathwater.
The bathwater, yeah.
It was a great initiative.
Okay.
But man, in his wicked craftiness, will always, especially politicians. You know, when I see people commenting about beavers and the political thing on TV, and I will be laughing. My wife says, why are we always laughing? I say, because these people are they don't know politicians. They don't know the way they think. They don't know the way they reason. The moment you are putting something in place, under 1 week, they know what to do to circumvent it.
They're always looking for the point of least resistance.
Yeah, but you see, let me tell
Sometimes
you why.
unseen.
Let me tell you why that happens. Because those who fashion those things are not politicians. They are academicians.
Yeah.
They are technical people. They are members of the academia. Listen, you need a crooked mind to stop a crooked.
You mean a cunning mind?
Well,
a
cunning mind, yes.
Yes.
Let me explain to you. Somebody said something one day, and I don't want to mention the name of the state.
No, there's no name.
Yes. But the person, that governor came to that state and changed the way the IGR comes in. Because he himself, he knows what to do.
Yeah.
So he came in there and changed it. And so the IGR of that state improved. It improved. And it's still improving.
Yeah.
Okay? So, going forward, get straight-minded politicians who know the crooked ways and to tell you what to do with the beavers. I know what to do with these beavers, and it will work.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll take another break on the program. When we're back, Ime James continues sharing his ideas with us, and we'll be going to his childhood in Lagos and the situation we're facing now in the country. Stay tuned. Welcome back. It's still our program, Timeless Conversations. Ime James is still my guest, and let's return to our discussion. You grew up in Lagos. You went to school, primary, secondary, and all that here in Lagos. You were born in Ibadan. What was that like?
Beautiful life. Beautiful life. I would all had vision. And so it was easy for us to start primary school. I was not yet 6 when I started. They had taught me how to do the thing at home.
To loop your head, your hand over your head.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, and you know, in those days, we went to school. In the morning, we drank cocoa, hot, steamy cocoa. And then there was this biscuit then, not Oxford, but they just give two with butter. You know, that in Ibadan.
Yeah.
And then they will now, in the afternoon when we go for the main break.
Midday break.
Yes. We either eat asaro with those meats, 2 lumps of meat.
Yes.
Very well dried.
Yes.
And then when you eat it, it fills your mouth.
Tinko.
You know, every time I remember, and that was an economy that did not have oil.
Yes.
And this man ran the Western region better than any of the other regions. This man paid better salary
than even the federal government.
Yeah. This man gave us free education, free books for those in primary school. In some school, free uniform.
Yeah.
Then the war happened.
Yeah.
And we went home.
Home being where?
We went for Akwa Ibom,
Okay.
my state.
That was the old East Central State.
No.
Yes.
It
was
East Central.
No, it wasn't state then.
No, it was not state.
It was not state.
It was not state. You know, it was part of the Eastern region.
It was part of the Eastern region.
Yes.
That's it.
But we came back in 1970 to Lagos. And before the war, we had relocated to Lagos. Okay. Because my stepfather was the provost marshal of the Federation.
Okay.
And who was the one trying the coup plotters. He was the one trying the coup plotters and Zogo and all that. Major Ibangai Kanem.
Okay.
And he was going to give the report to Gowon at the Dome Barrack, and he was shot at the old Kata Bridge. Okay, that was why we had to go home.
Okay.
Not because of the war.
Yeah.
We had to take him home for burial. And then the war cut us off. But before then, I started sneaking away to Jabako Cinema.
Welcome home.
Rainbow. Rainbow Cinema. Idera.
Yes.
You know. And I started getting involved in all kinds of funny lifestyle, And my mom was tough. The tougher she was,
the harder you became.
The harder I became. So I knew all the things, played all the things. The war hardened us also. And then by the time we came back to Lagos, I went back. Because before the war, I had gotten to primary. I was going to go to primary 5. But after the war, I came back to primary 3.
Okay.
And I went to Tinu Primary School that was close to Fela's house at Moshalashi.
Yeah, Moshalashi, yes.
Okay. And it was a beautiful thing. I would go to those days, I will go sell bread to people at Domalong and close to Fela's place.
You sold bread too?
Oh, yeah, I sold bread.
I did too.
Okay.
I sold old newspapers as well.
Okay. I will finish that because I used to leave home at about 5. Before you know what's happening, I'm through at Domalong. My bread is finished. I'll put the money in my pocket and I'll go to Idioro and jump on it. I was a conductor. And then I'll be...
Oh, you did that too?
Oh, yes.
I did as well.
Okay, wonderful. From Idioro, those days, at that time, there was no bridge. The bridge was just being built.
Yeah.
And, you hear in Idioro, Jegunle, we would go straight to Jegunle, until one day my mother caught me. I will quickly come back. Once it is 7, I've run home, put on my uniform, and I'm in school. And I have extra money.
Yes.
So one day my mom was going out very early. She was going to see her junior sister who lived in Ajegunle. And here was the song.
Jegunle.
When I saw my mom, I quickly ran the driver because the driver knew my mom also.
Yeah.
My mom didn't say anything. She didn't say a word. She just entered. The driver greeted my mom. My mom didn't answer her. I couldn't ask my mom for money. I froze. I couldn't ask them. I didn't know what to do. I stuttered until we got to Ajimule. When my mom got down, when she wanted to go down, I ran down. And then she just went to the window and threw the money at the driver and left.
They were saying those days,
Sonoba. My mom waited for me. I went to school. She first dealt with me at home when I came back from school. But she now went to primary school. There was one teacher we used to call S.O. Ojo. Hey, Ojoso. Hey. The man flogs like this. They dealt with me. Did he stop me? He didn't.
So what changed you?
Life? I became very toughened. But at a point, I just told myself, I didn't like the life of police pursuing you up and down. Anyway, things I did that I can't say, I can't talk about on phone. I didn't like the life of police pushing me. So my mom took me to the Old Bende State. Instead of me going for secondary school here. My mom took me to Bende State and I got there. I had been a boxer here in Lagos.
Okay.
At Idioro. There was one guy who, I don't want to mention it, he was called Mighty Joe.
I know Mighty Joe now.
Yeah.
I lived in Mushin.
Yeah, so we have started boxing. We have started boxing there, you know. How much Jagba, you know.
Yeah, we know them.
You know, when we take it, you run.
Yes.
So when I got to secondary school, I continued, and that's how I became a boxer. I started boxing seriously until my mom saw me again. You know, we used to have the Ghana Nigerian friendly at Roe Park.
Yes.
My mom came to Roe Park to watch me, saw me beat up the man's blue-black. Said, hey, when you get old, that's the way they will start beating you. And she stopped me from boxing. Yeah. That's how I stopped boxing. Wow. So, but I had told myself I didn't want to live a rough life.
Okay, so was that what now pushed you to become a football fan? Or
No. Since my days in Mushin, I've been a Star supporter.
What's wrong with all of you Star supporters? And I asked that intentionally.
Yes.
Because at least I know about 4 very close friends, yourself inclusive,
yes,
right, who go like that.
Yes.
About Stars. What's about Stars?
Stars is a religion.
How?
Emma Forte bound to Darajeo. Emma Forte bound to Darajeo. Gbogbo wa lọ̀rẹ́ Adébájò.
Yes.
Gbogbo wa lọ̀rẹ́ Adébájò.
Yes.
Emma Forte. You know why?
Yes.
Because we didn't have money.
Okay.
And they were dealing with us. And we didn't have money and the supporters will contribute money. And I can't forget, I think it was Muda Lawal that came to play for us one day from shooting. And they collected the car to give to him.
They collected the car?
Yeah, the shooting give to him.
Yes.
And we told him, don't bother yourself. Mr. Anonymous came the next with a brand new vehicle. We buy fans for them, buy TV for them, but people will just buy things for the players. That was Stars. And that's still the way we think. It has affected me.
How?
If I become close to you now, and I come to your house regularly, and I do not see certain things in your house, I'll just buy it as a gift and give to you.
Okay.
So
it's like a culture that has grown.
I don't want to use the word cult. Okay.
Well, there's cult in culture.
Yeah. Okay. But I don't know how. I can't support any other Nigerian football team. It is not possible.
Talking about that, the Nigerian football scene seems to be gathering some
what?
Some growth now.
Until government, especially Lagos State government, helps us to come back to, you won't see the
The presence of
you wouldn't
fans.
see, you wouldn't see the fire that you are seeking.
Really?
Yes. Our global president, Adebayo Oluwaki.
Yes, he's one of them.
Yes. Helped to re-engineer us, and we came back in 2013.
Yeah.
Stores came back in 2013 on the first day of our match after we have been off the radar for about 13 years. First day of the match at Onikon, 7,000 supporters. 7,000.
Yes.
They have never seen that.
I always wonder, what, I'll say, kilo shower people.
Yes.
What's wrong with these people?
Yes. 7,000. Because we played beautiful football. We beat Flamingos in Lagos.
Yeah.
It's stationary stores. Popular wear.
But I gave plenty more.
I would want to do. Especially that goal role.
Yes. When it's about
ending, we must score.
That's just a tradition.
We must score. I don't know how it happens. When you start hearing goal role, you see our players they'll be playing as if they were injected with something. Before you know what's happening, the goal is in there.
So now, having established this.
Sorry, I was getting a bit.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
A bit animated.
We'll be going soon. So having established that level of followership.
Yes.
How do you think football, sports development, but football especially, can be brought back to be a sport that people locally look forward to watching?
The first thing is to change our strategy.
Okay.
In Lagos, for instance, we have 37 CDs, isn't it?
37, yes. Yeah, 37 and 20 local governments, yes.
A new law domesticates football clubs in the local governments. So the local government has a club and is funded by the local government.
Okay.
Allow the local government.
Sorry, but you talk about the need for government to be outside of sports administration.
You need to first help the situation before it becomes a culture. By the time it's established, no businessman wants to go into a venture that he cannot make money from. So government must initiate that first.
Okay.
At least for the first 10 years, and then ease out.
Okay.
Okay. Now, once that happens, so Ikeja United or
Island Boys,
Campus United,
yes.
Agege United.
Yes.
Before you know what's happening, the TV rights is there, advertising is there. They will not be competing. People will not be competing. That does not say that people in Agege may not support somebody, a club in Lagos Island.
Across
yes.
Across the local government.
Well, but if that happens, there are also going to be other clubs who are not local government based, like stationery stores. Let me tell you, if I have ₦1 billion, I will sink 500 million naira in stores.
Okay. Well, you just met him. Eliashib Ime James, die-hard stores supporter. I think we'll need to set up another recording for us to explore the possibilities of footballing, following, of being a fan, and then talk about other areas. It's been nice having you on this program.
Thank you so very much.
Yes, it's
Thank
really
you.
been nice.
Sorry, I became a bit animated when we were talking about stores.
No, that was why I kept it towards the end, because I knew you'd be too animated.
Thank you.
Well, it's been Ime James as our guest today on Timeless Conversation. Very soon we'll bring you yet another guest. Thanks for watching. I'm Likon Ogunbanwo. Take care.
Welcome to our lounge. This is TW Conversations. In the lounge today, we're going to be talking about birth control. I'm particularly interested in birth control because I want to know, I already have 2 kids. Do I have more? Can I stop? Can I hold up for a bit? We'll be talking about all this in the lounge today. And we're not alone. We're 2 co-hosts in the house, but then we have 3 guests. We'll introduce you to them after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, welcome back. We're still in the lounge. We're talking birth control. Who am I to be talking birth control when I have so many children? I have no control. But anyway, that's topic for conversation in the house today. And I find it interesting because we still have in the house Dr. Aliyu, my gynecologist, who is a guest on the show for that reason and many more, for his expertise. Dr. Aliyu, say hello to my audience.
Hello.
I also have, still in the house, Dr. Williams, who everybody, no, I think it's Anna is most excited to find that you are actually a FEC and you're here. Thank you for staying back to talk about this with us. And then, of course, our beautiful, they call them MUA. Yes. That's it. I used to wonder what it was, Moi, makeup artist, who's been responsible for all our faces on the show. And we brought her on camera today because she's a concerned young mother.
So happy to be here. Thank you.
Welcome. And then Anne is in the house. You are fast becoming a mini meal.
Hi.
No. You are you for who you are. So what are those concerns? Welcome, everybody, right?
Mm-hmm. Welcome.
Let's get to it. And I'm glad that Ipo allowed me to wear my salubata so I can be at the same level.
Comfort is very important.
Comfort is key.
So as young mothers, when we've had 1, 2, am I speaking for us? When we've had 1, 2, we start to wonder.
No, let's start by how many do you have?
2.
How many do you have?
3.
Do you want more? You're not sure?
Yes, I'm not sure.
Okay, so
No, be sincere.
what are the options? What are the immediate options that we can take that can hold us for a bit?
Well, I do not believe
Why are you starting with
in contraception because I am an expert in natural family planning. And this is what I recommend to couples, even just before they are getting married, to make use of all the natural methods of family planning. I specialize in the Creighton model system and NAPRO technology, but there are other methods of natural family planning. And although I'm a gynecologist, I didn't arrive at that until after my 4th child, when I had so many complications from each of the methods that I actually was forced. I was, because there was nothing else for me, because I'd had 4 cesarean sections, and I was a practicing doctor, gynecologist, and my gynecologist told me that, well, you can't actually use any of these methods. And my husband was not, he didn't want to hear about vasectomy. And I had to learn the natural methods by myself.
Wow.
And since then, I have not had any
more kids.
Wow. No, but your kids are grown now. Hey.
No, I haven't since the 4th one.
Yes.
I have totally, in fact, that was how I came into the system in the first place.
No, but I think the question here, the question here was birth control. Now you're talking about contraception. You're saying birth
what methods? If I don't want to have a child in the next 5 years, what do I do?
The question is, why don't you even want to have a child? But let's ask from Dr. Aliyu first of all. Because I've heard about all kinds of things about, she's talking about she's not for contraception. Definitely, I'm sure you prescribe contraception.
Very well.
100%.
Very well.
So the fears that people have about those contraceptions, which one works the best?
Let me state a general principle that there is nothing that man has made that does not have one comma or the other.
Okay.
Take, for example, you want to fly abroad, you're at the airport, and they say, oh, the plane that flew just now has crashed, everybody died. When your flight is called, you don't say, no, I'm going to carry my luggage and trek to London. You will still enter. And plane flight is the safest. But occasionally, you have that. So whenever we talk about, well, let me call it artificial contraception, because even the natural one, which is what my colleague...
Yes,
it's still a form of contraception. When you avoid intercourse at your dangerous period, you are still practicing contraception. It's just a question of which one are you using. Is it natural? I classify it that way, or artificial. So each one has its drawbacks. And that's why there are many methods when you consider the artificial one so as to determine which one suits a lady. But definitely, I am for contraception.
What worries you the most?
Is the bad experiences I've had. I mean,
you
those
had
yes,
experiences?
no,
Yeah.
not me. I mean, friends.
You've heard of?
Yes, I've heard of. I've heard of, I should have said. I was with a friend, we were sharing a hotel one time, and she went out and ran in quickly. Oh, I'm bleeding. I'm like, what happened? Her, whatever that was placed in her vajayjay, she was seriously bleeding. And I just
she had the... Okay, let the doctors explain. I don't know what that could be.
Yes. Yeah. So I panicked for her because she had to lie down and call her doctor, you know. I just said to myself, I'm never going to try. I'm never going to, because I think I just got married at the time. I hadn't had any baby yet. So I'm just like, you know, this is not for me.
Let me just come in a little. I want to believe that what she had just described is what, on a general basis, maybe the common person would call coil. For us, that's the intrauterine contraceptive device, IUCD.
Okay.
Right? And it's a known side effect. For that singular patient that had heavy menses, I can tell you that there may be a million people that don't have any problem. The only thing is, when somebody has a complaint, that's the one you hear. That's the one you hear. You don't hear of the millions that are using it. But from statistics, we know that millions are... Like I tell my patients, many market women use it because it's very convenient.
Market women?
Yes. When it's there and it's not causing trouble, they travel a lot. They even forget it is there. I've had patients, the one of 10 years is there before they suddenly remember, oh, I had one 10 years ago. She didn't even obey the rules.
Though? I mean, I wonder, and there's some side effects.
Okay, there's this one I heard about that stops your period. So you do not have a period. It's inserted in you and you never have a period. But so a friend of mine has it. So when she's supposed to have a period, she feels the cramps, but then there's no bleeding. Then I'm thinking, where's the blood going? Is it diverting in some? What's going on there?
Is this healthy though? I just wonder about this.
Dr. Williams, you want me to you want to talk about it?
Well,
you don't.
No, but
yes.
you would know.
No,
It doesn't
I'll
matter
gladly.
what you believe. I'm talking about the practice now. Forget about the belief.
I'll gladly take it on board so that I can let people know that it's a very convincing thing. First of all, like I said, that's why you have various types. Selection matters a lot. For somebody, let me give you an example. For somebody who has been having irregular menses, because there are some of us, we have menses every 21 days, but there are some every 3 months, some 2 months, some 4 months, the same patient, 2 months now, then 4 months. If you give the injectable, any form of injection for contraception to such a person, it's likely that she won't see her menses. So it's a question of selection.
Doctor, do me a favor. Tell me how these things work. Because I do know, for example, I've read about how there's a direct correlation between breast cancer and the pills. Because you're messing with people's hormones.
Especially the hormones. They say some
you
are
know?
hormonal, some are
So
not
how do these
hormonal.
things work?
Even when you take the pills, you feel very different.
How do you know that?
I know, because I do pills now and then. I don't feel too good.
First of all, the pills that we give, they are the combined pills.
Yeah, I know.
Estrogen, progesterone. It is meant to simulate the body.
Simple word, copy.
Yes, copy, mimic the body. We ask ourselves, why does a woman not ovulate when she's pregnant? It's because the hormonal level has risen because of that pregnancy. So again, and therefore, it suppresses the ovary and say all eggs continue sleeping. Nobody should wake up until I've disappeared. So if the woman is on it for months, the eggs will not wake up. And those hormones you have given are what the eggs would have produced, so the woman sees her menses even most regularly. Even for those who don't have regular menses, they see their menses regularly.
I see that doctors
because
prescribe
you regulate it. But coming specifically to your question, haven't mimicked it. There is no direct evidence till today, as far as I know, that it causes cancer, any form of cancer. There are a few people that we say, okay, because there is even this controversy, do not go there. That's all. It's not that it's been well established that it causes cancer.
Don't even try it.
And again, when some people have breast cancer, there are those that we normally say the cancer depends on estrogen because of the cells that are inside. If they are checked, we tell them, stop it. So it's not a general principle that because of that, it causes cancer.
What do you think? Why are you against control?
Well,
It can be a debate, so no problem.
It's not a debate.
What is it?
I would like to differ from my learned colleague because we know for a fact in the medical world that most definitely the combined oral contraceptive pill is definitely associated with a higher rate of breast cancer.
Why?
There's no doubt about because it has hormones. Even when you're doing hormone replacement therapy for women who are postmenopausal, we know that those women have a higher rate of cancer because of the estrogens, it's because of the hormonal content.
So we have hormones normally now.
Very good.
We have hormones normally. So why would
Yes, because first of all, the hormones in your body are what we call bioidentical. They have a particular structure. Okay. The hormones that are in contraceptives are not of the same structure as the hormones in your body. They are not what we call bioidentical. That is the first thing. So all of them, they have different bits added. I don't want to go into technical language. So that it is not actually the same estrogen as your body produces, and it is not the same progesterone as your body produces.
Okay, but the point is...
And then the doses are different also.
Young women are there, they're thinking of what are the options that are available. We've only talked about the pill and the coil. But there are other things, aren't there, doctor?
What's the one that they put in your hand? Because I know someone that has the... I can see it's black and it's a line, like a vein, and it's...
Yeah, it's under the skin, like she said.
Oh, it's visible.
It's not visible if it's well inserted. But when
so that's the point.
When you put your hand, you will feel the line. It's as thick as and as long as toothpick.
Oh,
that's
it's a bit longer. It's about this by this place, and then I can see it's black. I can see it.
No, if it's this, do you have an idea what she's talking about?
I know they do insertions, but I hate those insertions. But in my own clinic, 2 people collapsed in my clinic who came for something else, and we just found that they had the insets. On those, I'm not saying it's for everybody. On those particular 2 people, when the blood pressure went out of control, the other one, her thyroid hormones went out of control. She's hypothyroid. Normally has a low thyroid. When we now try to remove those insets, we send them back to the clinic, and the nurses told us that they are only trained to insert them. They are not trained to remove them. And this is a very important issue in Nigeria, where you're looking at the level of delivery of your health services to the average woman in the streets.
Well, I think now the point is, Doctor, I will take a break, and I want you to respond to, at least to help people who are looking for options. We'll take a break and we'll return to what are we talking about? Birth control? What are the options? Which ones work and which ones don't? We'll be back. We're in the house, we're talking birth control. And I think it's at this point I will, do you need to control your birth or not? I remember that sometime last year, President Macron said something about those who have many children are not educated. You should come and see me. I even have friends who have 12 and 13. I went to school, it was a choice, so people have their choices. But I know, doctor says, choices are available to people who want to control their birth artificially. Please, doctor, share some of them with us.
Yeah.
We've talked about 3, haven't we?
Yes, we've talked about the intrauterine contraceptive devices. We've briefly touched on oral contraceptive pills. And now we were discussing the dermal implant.
Are there 2 types?
No, when you talk of implant, there are various mix. Okay. Implanon and all the other, those ones are trade names. But we have the general name that is put under the skin. Usually under the skin, usually at the arm. As thick as and as long as toothpick.
So, doctor, sorry, I'm sorry to question. Her friend, who she was seeing her own, must be in danger then?
Well, not really in danger. I'm not too sure what has happened. Occasionally, like I said, some people react to certain things. Like my colleague said, yes, a few people can react to any hormonal implant. Even when you are giving medication to treat somebody, somebody can react to the medication. Some people can even take paracetamol and collapse. It's possible. So it's not as if, because of that, everything is thrown overboard. The majority still has something to benefit from it. But definitely, we must know that there are side effects. And so when you have that, which is very possible, and I agree with her, but it's there, and it controls...
What about the regular other forms of birth control, like...
When I was about to have my second child, the doctor asked me, because I was doing a cesarean, the doctor asked me if I wanted to...
Tie your tubes.
Yeah, tie my tubes on the phone. I was like,
correct.
I'm 29 years old. How will I tie my tubes?
Well, you don't want to have children now. So why are you afraid to tie
It
your
just seemed
tubes?
so prim, because I asked them, is it reversible? I think they said it wasn't reversible or something.
Is that true, doctor?
Is that reversible? I don't remember what they...
Unquote, not reversible. Yeah, but you can still just take
You can't guarantee that you can...
No, it can be reversed. But we are not doing that in Nigeria. That's what I mean. Okay. We are not doing that. You need a special microscope to widen it, because you are talking of technical details. If you are going to cut off that area that you have already blocked, you have to cut it off, then join the open ends. We call it end-to-end joining.
I think we should first let's address the issue of why do we want to control birth. And I will ask...
Good.
Economy.
Yes. Why are you talking together? Talk one after the other now.
Sorry. Economy. Do you know what school fees is?
Yes, and then a lot of mothers want to look hot. So after they had 2 kids, you'll be like, I beg, I'm not doing again. Let me, look nice for my husband for different reasons.
To be honest, another thing
So
that
are you
concerned
telling me
me
that having children destroys your body?
to be one of the things.
Is my body destroyed after 16?
You're lucky to have a good...
me. Well, you're one of
Another
the
thing,
lucky
another thing that someone said to me that was very, very key. I think it was my husband that said it. He said, how much of myself can I really give? How much of impact can I really make on these children? Because the more you have, the less, you're working how many hours, you're coming back. Sometimes you're exhausted, and that's why grandparents are not the best to raise their grandkids, because at that point, they're really tired, and whatever you want to do. How much of myself can I really give this child? If I had 10, how much of it? So
but let me tell you something, though. That's because I said here like a grandmother, technically. Those are the concerns I personally had. My husband actually told me that can you love them? But I can tell you very categorically, whether they are 2 or 12, there's enough love for it. The only concern you will have is managing the costs
of taking care
and
of
the truth is, let me tell you the truth. After first one, my children were tired of hand-me-downs. When they finish, you pass it on. They finish. So I had a girl, 3 boys, so they were already, someone show you, go to the next. And there's fun. They share Coke in my house. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a matter of choice. So it's not, at the end of the day, it's a personal thing. And you think about it, so don't ever give the excuse of, whether we look good or whether I will be able to afford it. How do you know that your child will even have the brain to go to the Harvard?
But you see the thing, another thing is that in Nigeria today, the economy is very...
I agree.
So in the sense that, for instance, I have a help. Sometimes I have for instance, I have a help. There are many things that I'm going to have to do for her. So I see her children as she lost her husband last year. Her children are not my children. So in other words, you don't have to necessarily have how many, I have 2 biological children, but those 2 children are also mine. So if I was having 4, when would I have time to help other people? When would my husband be able to think of other people?
But if you permit me just to make a statement, I keep saying that even if you have all the money in the world, your children need time. How do you have, like, I thought you said you had 10 children or something? No, I'm trying to remember.
7.
Oh, 7. Oh.
But then after number 4, they take care of themselves, though. My kids are very responsible. They take care of themselves. I didn't come to this world for a child.
But you brought them to this world.
Exactly.
My mother had 9. None of us was less loved than the other.
But
so it's a
I'm
sure you have to be ready, but the
your
time.
mother did not have a career as you have.
Oh, she did. My mother did. So don't use me as an example. I'm not a good example, though. My mother was a working mother. When she's coming home, all of us will scatter and do what we have to do. So I'm not a good example. The truth is, we can make excuses from here till tomorrow. Once you decide, I have friends who have 12 children. Come on. And none of them, in this Lagos, and none of them is the worse than the other. The kids have all gone to school. The only 2 that are not graduated yet, they look just like me. So let's all stop giving excuses and do what you
hold your sanity.
No.
It's not insanity.
Say hello. Can I just say something here?
Sorry.
As a grandmother. It's about being responsible parents. It is not, a responsible parent is not a matter of the number of children you have.
Okay. Thank you.
So whether you have 2 children or 15 children, if you have 2 children and one of them is a yahoo person and the other one is into gangs, You are not, yes. So it's not about, the numbers. It's about the quality of children that you bring up who become responsible members of the society.
Dr. Williams, you're talking now because your children have grown. These ones are the ones that are living the matter now. Oluchi, what are your greatest concerns and what are your experience been? Are you, you want to control birth, obviously.
Yeah, but I think I would like to do the natural method because, I don't like how I feel, like I said before, when I think since I got married, I've taken pills maybe like 4 times. And I feel nauseous, constipated.
Wait, how about your weight?
No,
did it affect your weight?
No, it didn't affect my weight. Just one night to just take,
Oh, is it
some people just one night thing. Just one night.
The ones that you take it, not the hormonal one.
That's the
morning
you mean
pill.
Morning after.
That's the one I particularly don't even encourage.
Wow.
Why?
Because it is called emergency contraceptive.
Yes.
You see, when you are using it on a regular basis, that's no longer emergency. Emergency means maybe somebody's been raped, something like that. You have no option. Maybe you are not on any protection. Then you use it just once.
So what does the thing do?
Why
It's hormone and it's on high doses.
Wow.
So when you take it, the tendency is that you can feel like vomiting. Some people actually vomit. Yes, it is. It's meant to change the environment so that even if sperm was there, it will not be able to interact with the egg. That's all. That's the basic principle.
Why is it detrimental to take on a regular basis?
High dose of
It's
hormone.
detrimental because you don't want to be taking such high doses. It's not meant for your body on a regular basis.
So why isn't it regulated in Nigeria? Anybody can buy Postinor 2 everywhere now. Why
but they do, but it's not meant to be so.
Yeah.
It's meant under prescription.
It's written there.
Yes.
It's written
I
there.
made the point earlier that in Nigeria, the level of healthcare delivery to the average person whom we classify as the man at Oshodi bus stop at 5 o'clock, for me, is not enough for us women to use contraception.
Okay, why are they not talking about condoms? Those are easy. Because this contraception, we keep talking about as if it's a women's problem.
We were actually going to that. We're going in series, and like you've rightly raised it, we have condoms for the men. I think that's simple enough. There are also condoms for women. There are also condoms for women. But the popular one is condoms for men. Yeah.
Some men say that.
Just like some men don't like it, some women don't like it.
Yeah.
I know some couples.
Why don't
some
you
women,
all this is garbage, is English to me. Why are you going through all this trouble just because you want to control birth? When you can easily just abstain. Come on.
Please, I want to ask about
Then the last one, just before you ask your question, the last one, which is vasectomy.
Yes, I was going to ask you about vasectomy.
Yes, vasectomy. The equivalent in women are the tubal ligation. But honestly, we are into an era where we encourage men. Why don't you do it? And it's so nice, it's so easy, it's so simple.
There was a friend of yours who had what was it?
After he had 2 kids, he decided that he wanted to do it. He didn't want his wife to go through the process of going through all that drama. And then he went to do it. I mean, at some point, I'm sure the wife was very worried, like, oh my God, but then he did it and it's fine. But the only fear I had with that was, is it reversible? Just in case you decide, at some point you want to have another child. Some people say it's not reversible, so I don't know. Is it reversible?
Just like tubal ligation, vasectomy is reversible. It is reversible. But
safest and most effective option.
Very good.
Good.
It's a function, is customized to every patient.
What?
For example, if I'm hypertensive, oral contraceptive, the ones through the mouth, oral, they are out of the question for me. I can use other forms that are not hormonal. If I have fibroids and the fibroids are in the inner lining, because it has a tendency to cause heavy bleeding,
you can't use them.
The IUCD is not even encouraged because we already know that IUCD, which is the coil, has the potential to cause heavy bleeding. But doesn't mean that it will, but it has that potential.
And most Nigerian women have fibroids. Believe me, I'm telling you.
Yes, if it's in the inner lining, because it can be on the outer lining, it has no effect.
Okay, but you see, excuse me, you guys have talked about this vasectomy thing. Yes. They say that vasectomy reduces a man's performance. Doctor, answer now.
Oh, okay. I thought Dr. Williams wanted to.
I'm not into contraception.
No problem. Well,
I do not like that.
Yeah, it is possible to some degree, but it doesn't always happen, but it's a known side effect.
So it affects his ego. So you probably need Viagra to add to you probably need Viagra. You see the trouble. That's why for me, it's easier.
Not that it will.
Follow your natural
why men won't do it now.
But please, can I just say something to the younger generation?
Very quickly.
I want us to look at the future of birth control and the fact that those countries that enforce birth control are now the countries that have to take in immigrants to manage their economies.
Anyway,
you heard about Japan.
Yeah.
So this is a long-term effect. Nobody thinks about it. In 50 years' time, when all the women are doing birth control, you want to reverse it like China, they refuse to go back. So that country has an economic problem in the next 50 years.
These are repercussions.
That's for you. I will not be here in 50 years' time.
No, but it's like I tell my kids, which of you shouldn't I have had? And everybody says, which of you, if I had to take out one? Because you all love each other. So the question is, personally, your body, God has given you a body, because we must round up now. God has given you a body. He's giving you the means to try to manage it. I don't see why you want to enjoy yourself and cut God out of the picture. But if you trust God, however you do it, please inform yourself. That's my own final word. Get informed and do what is right by you. Just don't go out in the dark. Final words, doctor.
Final words, please invest in natural family planning methods. There are very many methods available. And Billings method is there. Literature, treatment model system, no side effects. Affordable.
She preaches no side effects. Doctor?
Contraception is good. Have the number of children you can cater for.
Good. True. For me, have the number of children you feel capable of investing or impacting enough. We don't want more nuisances. It's perception. If you feel, what if God gave you twins or triplets? You know, sometimes you don't know what you can handle. But if you feel that you can't, please, by all means.
I think that couples, husband and wife, should sit down and agree.
Yeah.
This is what we are going to do, and they should visit the clinic if they want to do the natural, method or the artificial method. Decide this is, how we are going to go about this.
And for married family sex is not entertainment. Sex is serious business. For married
it's entertainment too now. It feels two birds with one stone.
For recreation and procreation.
It's for two purposes. It has to be for two purposes. Let's not look at it like, but the point, my own is you can't take one and leave the other. That's my own. You want to enjoy it, but you don't want the repercussions of enjoying it. You have to take the two. But whatever the case is, as we lay our beds, that's how we shall lie on it, right? So I must thank you all. Anne and I were alone here. Our other sisters were not here, but we still had fun. I joined you, so I will support you on the birth control. Thank you very much for being with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We see you again. Oluchi, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you again next week. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you? And what have you been up to? The fuel situation is still hard on Nigerians, and I join my voice with the rest of my fellow Nigerians in pleading with the government to palliate this harsh situation. Well, I have a very mysterious guest today, and I'll ask him for a remedy. Hopefully, he will assist in his revelations. So stay put at the literary bar, and you'll enjoy this conversation. Go grab your cup of tea or any drink of your choice and join me after the break. My heart goes out to the people of Borno State over the terrible flood that was made worse by the overflow of the Alao Dam on the 9th, 10th of September. It's so disheartening to see the good people of Borno State being displaced by the raging floods occasioned by the torrential downpour. Men, women, children look confused over the sad turn of events. Cars and household properties are floating about, and some houses are sadly submerged in a watery grave. As if all this were not enough to devastate the community, some wild animals, crocodiles, snakes, have unwittingly been released from the enclosed spaces in the zoo in this deluge. Insecurity in Maiduguri got a boost as convicted criminals also escaped because of the flood. We send our love and support to the people of Borno. It was nice to see the Vice President Shettima wading waist deep in the flood to identify with his home base. And I trust that their action governor, Babagana Zulum, will be in the forefront of rehabilitating the victims of this flood. It's interesting to know that 30 years ago, almost to the day on the 13th of September 1994, a Alao Dam burst, displacing 400,000 families in Maiduguri. And as of today, it's over 1 million people that have been affected. So really, I send you my love and support from the Literary Bar. Coincidentally, the 16th of September is World Ozone Day as declared by the United Nations. The theme for 2024 is Ozone for Life. It calls our attention to the climate change and our responsibility in making intentional and sustainable changes about how we relate with our environment. So let's protect the environment by doing the right things. Deforestation is happening as people are resorting to cutting more trees for firewood as the cost of gas and kerosene has gone up. We should use cleaner energy, recycle, reuse. Also, let us use more eco-friendly products and avoid ozone-depleting substances. This responsibility is personal, and also it needs government support through policies that will protect the environment. When we come back, you will meet my guest, whom I call an African man of mystery. He wrote a captivating article on Ebo, as it is central to his practice as a Babalawo in Ifa divination system. In 2008, UNESCO placed Ifa on the list of masterpieces of oral and intangible heritage of humanity. Ifa divination system, with its 256 Odus or Odu Ifa, looms larger than the derogatory label of paganism, and its adherents are no longer cowering in the back rooms. Young and old, educated and liberal, Africans are carving an indigenous path to God because they are no longer satisfied with the received Middle Eastern religion of Christianity and Islam. I want you to suspend judgment for the next hour and keep an open mind as you listen to this modern and young Babalawo. So see you after the break. My guest today is a well-educated professional, Chief Oketola Olamilekan Mudashiru, the Otun Alashe of Isheri Olofin in Awori land. He's also the secretary within Ijo Alagemo of Isheri Olofin. He's an entrepreneur and holds a BSc in Business Administration from Lagos State University, LASU. His focus is on management science. Chief is also deeply ingrained in African tradition and culture, serving as an intermediary between humans and orishas. How he's able to do this, he'll tell us. Because at the bar today, we're honored to have a Babalawo in our midst. Chief Oketola will lift the ignorant veil that shrouds Ifa in mystery. I found this article on Ebo rich and enlightening, and it has implication on how we conduct our interaction with the orishas and the Olodumare. Aboro Aboye, Chief.
Ogbo
Ato Asuri Wuribufun.
Okay, you are welcome to the literary bar.
Saying Abora Boy already has, captured everything, every greetings.
Okay, it's an education for me as well. I want to say something quite interesting before we get into this. So, my name is Dibia, all right? Chinedu Dibia. And I grew up with people always trying to poke fun at the fact that my name is Dibia, because Dibia in Igbo land means native doctor. And everybody used to make fun that, oh, this person is a Babalawo. My dad was an engineer. So, and at a point, we got worried, should we carry on with this name, with all the Christian things going on around? And my father said, no, your name is your name and you have to be proud of it. And I grew up being really proud to be a Dibia. I'm still and always will be a Dibia. But I'm happy today that I'm presenting a real life Dibia, but Babalawo as it's called in Yoruba.
Wow.
So
it's my honor being here. It's my honor.
Thank you. Thank
I'm really
you.
honored. And that name Dibia, it looks interesting.
It is.
And it even sounds more interesting, more, spilling out from your mouth.
Yes,
because it's more like African.
Yes, it is.
As beautiful as you are, why did you change your name from Dibia to something, Western?
Never. I will never change my name. So that brings me to our conversation. What is Ifa, first of all, before we go into the Ebo?
Okay. Thank you very much. I would have loved to, do this in that Ifa's language.
Go ahead, but you just tell me what it is. Go ahead.
Okay, Sheun Muki Bubuarali, orúkọ mi ni Babalawo Ọlámilékan Òkìtọ́lá. Mo yà sí ọ̀nà Ifá ní kòpẹ́kòpẹ́ bí abẹ́ ọdún kẹẹ̀ẹ́dógún sẹ́yìn. I became a Babalawo probably 15 years ago. So when you say Ifa, Tabani Ifa, Ifa ni ọ̀rọ̀ Olódùmarè. Ifa is simply put the word of God.
The word of God.
Yes, ma'am.
Olódùmarè. Okay, Olódùmarè and the Orishas, are they what are Orishas to Olódùmarè? Are they the same as God and his angels? And Olódùmarè and Orunmila, are they the same? Because I don't know if they're interchangeable.
They are not the same. Thank you very much. Let me pick the first question first. We said, what are Orishas?
Yeah.
Orishas are not angels.
Okay.
They're not angels. When you say Orisha, let me just, it's a Yoruba name. Understand? And whatever you say in Yoruba must have a meaning. You understand? When you go to the market, or you want to buy tomatoes, there are some that are, they are in whole, they are in handy, and there are some that are being affected a little bit. They call those Esha. You understand? So when you say Asha, Lesha, any Orishada, something that is created with specialty, that has a special creation. That is what Orisha is called.
Okay.
And it can, get through them, or from them, get to God.
Okay, like the person. But let's go back, because
Orisha,
every time
Orisha
I hear
like
Orishas come up with Ifa, when people are talking about Ifa, say, oh, the Orishas and all that. But what's an example of an Orisha in the Ifa divination system?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. As I said earlier, that Orisha are special made from God. They are special made. They are the first on earth. They are the first on earth, yes, if I'm not wrong. And there is an Ifa that supports it too, which I will tell you.
Okay.
You understand? So, the Orishas, Igba Akonleru Orumole, You understand? Those are the Orishas. While they are coming from, when they want to come to the earth, they are like the messenger of God.
The
They
messenger.
are sent.
So, okay, I hear you say God and this. Where is Ifa in this? Is Ifa a religion?
Okay. Ifa is not religion, but it contains religion.
Okay.
Ifa is not science, but it contains science.
All the 256 Odus of Ifa, it's science, but it's not religion.
It contains science, but it's not science.
So what is it?
Ifa is everything.
Everything could be nothing if we cannot pinpoint what it is.
It's because you don't learn it. That is why it is nothing. It is nothing because you didn't see it.
Okay.
Once you understand it, it's something. Nothing becomes something when it is understandable.
This is heavy philosophy, because in philosophy they'll say you don't know anything. At the end of your life, you come and realize you don't know anything.
Thank you.
But you're a Babalawo. Are you a Babalawo to nothing? If Ifa is nothing, are you a Babalawo to nothing?
I'm not saying Ifa is nothing.
Okay.
Ifa is everything. I said it's everything.
Mm-hmm.
But it is nothing because you don't understand it. As it is now.
Oh yes. By the way, we have
Okbele.
We have the Okbele.
Yes.
Before us. So Okbele has everything here is the Okbele, even with this extra.
Yes. Those are like the messenger of the Okbele. That is how, the messages, it's convey messages through them.
So as a Babalawo, you have to go and learn. You have to learn this. It just doesn't happen.
It doesn't.
Like the pastors, you have to go to pastoral school. This is how you come across.
More like that, ma'am. That was why I said it was nothing, because you don't understand it. But once you got closer, then you know it is everything.
So how do we, okay, you know that we have this issue of us being brainwashed. If people from the African traditional religion would say that Africans, during our colonization, we were brainwashed as we accepted the Middle Eastern religion of Christianity and Islam. And then our own traditional religion seemed to have no place. It was moved to the back. So how would you tell somebody who thinks that this is paganism, some mystical thing that they won't understand? Because I will not be able to understand if you tell me it's everything and then, yes.
I understand you.
Yes.
Now, actually, Ifa is the word of God, as I said earlier.
Okay.
And you only understand the word of God when you learn it or you have the vibe to understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if somebody tell you, I beg, it's nothing. But when you understand how huge that thing is, then you understand what it is.
Okay, let me start this by asking you again. How did you get involved in this? Because I know you were born, you were religious half-caste, because Muslim mother, Christian father. So how did you end up?
It's the other way around.
Okay, Muslim
father.
Muslim father, Christian mother. So religious hybrid half-caste. How did you come to this?
Well, naturally, firstly, I would say everything in life is predestined. But mind you, you might not attain that your destiny if you didn't work for it.
The Kadara.
Yes, ma'am.
I've watched enough African magic to know.
It's African magic that you understand.
We will get there. We will get there.
Because somebody that is predestined to be rich and just come to this life and there is this nonchalant attitude take over him and, sit down that I've heard I'll be rich. Please, you might not.
Oh, wow.
You might not, yes.
So even if it's your Kadara or your destiny, you have to work for your destiny.
Not every premonition that comes to reality. Not every premonition.
A premonition is not your destiny.
Yes, somebody might just give you a kind of, how do you say it? Okay, by this, okay, even a pastor might just give you this prophecy, let me say prophecy
Revelation,
instead of premonition. Let me say prophecy.
Okay.
Every prophecy doesn't come to reality, you know. If you have been prophesied to become rich, and every day you might not. Like some, okay, don't let me go there. So when you say me, talking about me, I grew up with my father. May his soul rest in peace. He anymore. He happens to be a Muslim. He was an Halaj. You know, though naturally it was with my grandfather that I lived with most of my life. So while there I was a Muslim. I was, you know, my name was Mudashir. I was going to mosque. I knew nothing. I knew nothing about Ifa or whatever. So while there, I was growing up, and I later on, at the end of my later days, met my mom. I think I was in GS3 or so. So I met my mom. I went to her side, and she was a Christian. We started this church. Should I mention the name?
Go ahead, it's your church.
I think CMCM, Christ Miracle Church Mission.
Okay.
At Yasuno Crescent, I think. So they moved from Oregon down to that site. They bought the site. So I was part of them. I was going to church. I was very, you know, I understand. It was so, you know, church is like more like fun.
Not all churches, but
no, they want it was much as fun. Even the prayer was fun. You understand? So I was going to church. So while I went out, or let me say, we moved from Oregon back to Okwaba. My mom husband, you know, was dead, and he was demised. So we moved from there down to Okwaba, and that was where I met another version of life. So it was this Okwaba that even my boss, my mentor, I didn't even know him, not until, I think something happened. Yes. Something happened that led me to him, that connected us. Though I've become an initiator, I've been to Igbodu. That Igbodu is where you become, you know, as in, you know what your taboo is.
Igbodu, is that a spiritual place or a physical place?
It's a physical place.
Okay. Is it in Lagos or where? Okay, initiates like won't know it.
Not like that.
Okay.
It's like, you know, in Ifa there are stages to things. There are stages. And like now, let me say your Olugo. Your Olugo is like somebody that you seek refuge. You understand?
Okay.
Like me now, I'm an Olugo to some people.
Okay. But what led you to this?
That's what I'm trying to say. Let me say my intuition. You understand? I'm somebody that likes to know things. If I discover this is another thing, I covet it.
No, you were happy in church.
I was.
And then somehow you've become an Ifa worshipper. What happened?
I think somebody said something to me the other day, said, why are we going to church, demonizing the traditionists and going at the back door to meet them?
Yeah.
I think that's what happened. That's a scenario of my mom.
Okay.
My mom was going to church, would take me to the back door.
To consult a Babalawo.
A Babalawo.
Yeah, that's what is called a syncretism, when people mix up two different religions.
So from there, I started getting closer, and something happened, something struck me. Though I've had my Ifa, because I had then that if you go and do Itefa, you become rich. It just...
What is that?
Now.
Itefa.
Itefa, yes. Itefa is another concept on its own.
It's part of Ifa?
It's part of Ifa, yes.
So if you go and do it, is this like Ogunwo?
No.
Okay.
No. I think we should let people understand this now.
Yes.
Okay. This is Itefa.
Okay.
It's another title on its own.
Right.
Yes. Itefa is like, you know, you consulting with the spiritual realm to know more about yourself.
Okay.
To know what's your purpose on earth. To know what your do's and don'ts.
Okay.
The kind of food you eat.
Okay.
The kind of drinks.
When you say the kind
what
of
will
food,
kill you?
Is it allergy? Is it?
It's more like an allergy.
Okay. Spiritual allergy or
either
medical?
Both spiritual, medical. You know, I said something that, you know, as I am here, I'm not just to me. the chief Okitola or Babala Okitola that you see, it is not this spirit. It's inside. It's inside.
The spirit.
It is the spirit.
Yes.
This body is just here to cover the spirit.
Okay.
That is why I can sit down here.
So you move from your mom going through the back door to talk to Babalawos and all that. You know, when you say that, if you look at the average Nigerian, they have marks all over their body.
Okay.
For maybe they've gone to visit and they put some medicine in their body. They put a mark, rub some medicine in there. So most Nigerian, and they get it through this backdoor consultation of a traditional this thing. Yeah. So maybe they say a child is very sickly, so they have to do some marks and infuse the medicine inside.
I understand.
They put some in the forehead and all that.
I understand.
And so when you say, how'd you get this mark? They just say, you know, so that is part of, you know, what you're explaining that your mom did. Yes.
Not really. You know,
Okay.
just because I am into Ifa now, and I'm so deep in it.
Yes.
I'm already a Babalawo.
Yeah.
She understands. So it gives me an insight on so much.
Okay.
Even the known and the unknown.
Okay.
She understand. So what you said now about, you know, making some incisions is like your science.
Your what?
It's like a science.
Science.
Yes, it's a science in Ifa, you know. It's something that tackles the spirit. Maybe the child is seeing some spirits, you understand? So there are some concussions that will be made.
Like an emery? Emery?
More like that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So that will stop the child from seeing the spirit.
I'm learning plenty from this African magic.
They made their research too.
Okay.
But it's only that they bastardize the Babalawos much.
We will come to that. So I still want to get to the part where you now move from managing Christianity and Ifa, and then now openly declaring to become an Ifa follower.
The funniest part is that, you know, when I was with my mom, I later decided to be a Muslim.
Oh, back again.
Yes, back again. And even at a point in time, I was, you know, each time I think it all depends on how spiritual you are.
Well, I said that you're confused.
I wasn't confused.
Because
I wasn't.
you went from Muslim, Christian, back to Muslim.
No, I was only going to church because of my mom.
Okay.
It's not that I believe in church or I have this kind of connection with them. No. Though I don't rebuke any religion. All religion is religion based on your belief. You understand? Even our constitutions support it. You understand? So, but my mind and everybody that knows me knows that okay, this guy is a Babalawo, is a Muslim, and I bear the Muslim names. It's only my mom. That, even at the point that my mom decides to let me go, she didn't force it. No, she didn't even flog it.
At what? I know you're still quite young. At what age did you now fully say, okay, Ifa is the way for me?
Okay. At a certain age where I discovered that I need spiritualism. Yes. At a certain age, well, I discovered I need to connect with God directly. Don't let our viewers listen to that, because it's something that, you know, has to take a lot of years for you to connect.
No, I mean, it's fine. We're spirits, like you said.
I was only joking.
God is a spirit. And then the Christians, I mean, are very open with their Holy Spirit.
Okay.
And so if Ifa, you encountered Ifa, and it helped your spirit to be at one with God, we thank God. How do you say hallelujah in Ifa?
Adukwe.
Adukwe, yes, Adukwe to Ifa. But seriously, did you encounter any sort of resistance, the people around you, when you openly declared to become a Babalawo? It's such a heavy name. And I would say that the heaviness is due to maybe pop culture, because everywhere we look, Babalawos are not very good people. They're really not nice. They have this very scary house of horror, you know, with all those statues and things they have to feed blood to all the time. And again, this comes from what we see in the movies. how is that acceptable to the Ifa movement when this is the only picture, the sustained picture that we see of Babalawos and Ifa?
Thank you very much. This particular thing you say, this statement has been the order of the day. And I think we Babalawos have been stigmatized by that, you know. People run away from Babalawo openly, but go to the back door when they have problem. You understand? Okay, I run a little shop, frozen food shop, and that shop is even my mom's. It has been existing for the past 30 years now, and I still continues with it. So you can know how the business management in me exists. It sustains.
Yeah. You're a graduate of business.
So, and I have other outlets too. I understand that I manage. So the funniest part is that I haven't decided to be a Babalawo. It's not even me that decided to be a Babalawo. It is the spirit in me that told me you're a Babalawo. My Odu Ifa, as I said, when you go to Itefa, a Odu will be of your own, your personal Odu. Out of the 256 Odu will be your own personal Odu.
There's one you recited for me.
I haven't recited it.
No.
My personal Odu.
Okay.
There are so many Odus in Ifa, you understand?
Okay.
So, but my personal Odu has never been recited. My Odu is Owanrin Dagbon.
Okay.
Owanrin Lotun, Ogundalosi.
Okay. Is there any Odu you can just share with us?
My Odu, I've just shared my Odu now.
General Odu. So Odus have to be personal. You can't just have.
It can be general.
Okay.
I've met people that owns my Odu too.
Okay.
That bears my Odu.
Okay.
You understand? But our taboos might not be the same.
Before we go and break, I'd want you to just share one Odu. Let's see how this works, or tell us something a bit about what's before us. So join us after the break, and then we'll see a practical demonstration from the Babalawo.
owó àbẹ́ náà mo tó sílẹ̀ ẹ̀rùn tó bá dì mú lọ fèsì ẹ̀ ọmọ ní nǹkan ojú ẹ̀ lọ owó àbẹ́ náà mo gbé sílẹ̀ ní gbàrà mo gbé sí ohun tí mo gbé kúrò lórí ẹ̀ àwòfún àwòdó o ṣàgbéyàn òkú ọdún ẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀ yìí ọ̀lọ́dà àbí má bàa ń ṣe fídíò ọdún. ọdún ọmọ olóríṣà ọdún ìwéré. wọ́n ṣe pariwo lọ́pàá owó àbẹ́ náà mo tó sílẹ̀ ẹ̀rùn tó bá dì mú lọ fèsì ẹ̀ ọmọ ní nǹkan ojú ẹ̀ lọ owó àbẹ́ náà mo gbé sílẹ̀ ní gbàrà mo gbé sí ohun tí mo gbé kúrò lórí ẹ̀ àwòfún àwòdó o ṣàgbéyàn òkú ọdún ẹ̀ ẹsẹ̀ yìí.
Oh, how time flies. But fret not, because there's a part 2 of this exciting and insightful episode of Literary Bar continuing next week.
the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in.
Today, on the Justice Court, the plaintiff, Josephine Abimbola Akinriola, is asking the court